Part 1 of the Introduction to the Six Books of Proclus, the Platonic Successor, on the Theology of Plato, translated from the Greek, to which a seventh book is added, in order to supply the deficiency of another book on this subject, which was written by Proclus, but since lost. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. To William Meredith, Esquire, who, with a firmness and munificence unparalleled in modern times, has patronized the philosophy of Plato and Aristotle, and its English promulgator, as an acknowledgment of no common esteem for his character, and a tribute of the warmest gratitude for his patronage, this work is dedicated by the translator, Thomas Taylor. Introduction. I rejoice in the opportunity which is afforded me of presenting the truly philosophic reader, in the present work, with a treasure of Grecian theology, of a theology which was first mystically and symbolically promulgated by Orpheus, afterwards disseminated enigmatically through images by Pythagoras, and in the last place scientifically unfolded by Plato and his genuine disciples. The peculiarity indeed of this theology is, that it is no less scientific than sublime, and that by a geometrical series of reasoning, originating from the most self-evident truths, it develops all the deified progressions from the ineffable principle of things, and accurately exhibits to our view all the links of that golden chain of which deity is the one extreme, and body the other. That also which is most admirable and laudable in this theology is, that it produces in the mind properly prepared for its reception, the most pure, holy, venerable, and exalted conceptions of the great cause of all. For it celebrates this immense principle as something superior even to being itself, as exempt from the whole of things of which it is nevertheless ineffably the source, and does not therefore think fit to connumerate it with any triad or order of beings. Indeed, it even apologizes for attempting to give an appropriate name to this principle, which is in reality ineffable, and ascribes the attempt to the imbecility of human nature, which, striving intently to behold it, gives the appellation of the most simple of its conceptions to that which is beyond all knowledge and all conception. Hence it denominates it the One, and the Good, by the former of these names indicating its transcendent simplicity, and by the latter its subsistence as the object of desire to all beings. For all things desire good. At the same time, however, it asserts that these appellations are in reality nothing more than the parturitions of the soul, which, standing as it were in the vestibules of the adytum of deity, announce nothing pertaining to the ineffable, but only indicate her spontaneous tendencies towards it, and belong rather to the immediate offspring of the first God, than to the first itself. Hence, as the result of this most venerable conception of the Supreme, when it ventures not only to denominate the ineffable, but also to assert something of its relation to other things, it considers this as preeminently its peculiarity, that it is the principle of principles, it being necessary that the characteristic property of principle, after the same manner as other things, should not begin from multitude, but should be collected into one monad as a summit, and which is the principle of all principles. Conformably to this, Proclus, in the second book of this work, says, with matchless magnificence of diction, quote, "Let us, as it were, celebrate the first God, not as establishing the earth and the heavens, nor as giving subsistence to souls and the generation of all animals. For he produced these indeed, but among the last of things. But prior to these, let us celebrate him as unfolding into light the whole intelligible and intellectual genus of gods, together with all the supermundane and mundane divinities, as the God of all gods, the unity of all unities, and beyond the first Aditya, as more ineffable than all silence, and more unknown than all essence, as holy among the holies, and concealed in the intelligible gods." Close quote. The scientific reasoning from which this dogma is deduced is the following. As the principle of all things is the One, it is necessary that the progression of beings should be continued, and that no vacuum should intervene either in incorporeal or corporeal natures. It is also necessary that everything which has a natural progression should proceed through similitude. In consequence of this, it is likewise necessary that every producing principle should generate a number of the same order with itself, videre licet, nature, a natural number, soul, one that is psychical, id belonging to soul, and intellect, an intellectual number. For if whatever possesses a power of generating generates similars prior to dissimilars, every cause must deliver its own form and characteristic peculiarity to its progeny, and before it generates that which gives subsistence to progressions far distant and separate from its nature, it must constitute things proximate to itself, according to essence, and conjoined with it through similitude. It is therefore necessary from these premises, since there is one unity, the principle of the universe, that this unity should produce from itself, prior to everything else, a multitude of natures characterized by unity, and a number the most of all things allied to its cause, and these natures are no other than the gods. According to this theology, therefore, from the immense principle of principles, in which all things causally subsist, absorbed in superessential light, and involved in unfathomable depths, a beauteous progeny of principles proceed, all largely partaking of the ineffable, all stamped with the occult characters of deity, all possessing an overflowing fullness of good. From these dazzling summits, these ineffable blossoms, these divine propagations, being, life, intellect, soul, nature, and body depend. Monads suspended from unities, deified natures proceeding from deities. Each of these monads, too, is the leader of a series which extends from itself to the last of things, and which, while it proceeds from, at the same time abides in and returns to its leader. And all these principles and all their progeny are finally centered and rooted by their summits in the first great all-comprehending one. Thus all beings proceed from and are comprehended in the first being. All intellects emanate from one first intellect, all souls from one first soul, all natures blossom from one first nature, and all bodies proceed from the vital and luminous body of the world. And lastly, all these great monads are comprehended in the first one, from which both they and all their depending series are unfolded into light. Hence, this first one is truly the unity of unities, the monad of monads, the principle of principles, the God of gods, one and all things, and yet one prior to all. No objections of any weight, no arguments but such as are sophistical, can be urged against this most sublime theory, which is so congenial to the unperverted conceptions of the human mind, that it can only be treated with ridicule and contempt in degraded, barren, and barbarous ages. Ignorance and priestcraft, however, have hitherto conspired to defame those inestimable works, in which this and many other grand and important dogmas can alone be found. And the theology of the Greeks has been attacked with all the insane fury of ecclesiastical zeal, and all the imbecile flashes of mistaken wit, by men whose conceptions on the subject, like those of a man between sleeping and waking, have been turbid and wild, fantastic and confused, preposterous and vain. Indeed, that after the great incomprehensible cause of all, a divine multitude subsists, cooperating with this cause in the production and government of the universe, has always been, and is still admitted by all nations, and all religions, however much they may differ in their opinions respecting the nature of the subordinate deities, and the veneration which is to be paid to them by man. And however barbarous the conceptions of some nations on this subject may be when compared with those of others. Hence, says the elegant Maximus Turius, quote, "You will see one according law and assertion in all the earth, that there is one God, the King and Father of all things, and many gods, sons of God, ruling together with him." This the Greek says, and the barbarian says, the inhabitant of the continent, and he who dwells near the sea, the wise and the unwise. And if you proceed as far as to the utmost shores of the ocean, there also there are gods, rising very near to some, and setting very near to others. Close quote. This dogma, too, is so far from being opposed by either the Old or New Testament, that it is admitted by both, though it forbids the religious veneration of the inferior deities, and enjoins the worship of one God alone, whose portion is Jacob, and Israel the line of his inheritance. The following testimonies will, I doubt not, convince the liberal reader of the truth of this assertion. In the first place, it appears from the 32nd chapter of Deuteronomy, verse 8, in the Septuagint version, that, quote, the division of the nations was made according to the number of the angels of God," and not according to the number of the children of Israel, as the present Hebrew text asserts. This reading was adopted by the most celebrated fathers of the Christian Church, such as, among the Greeks, Origen, Basil, and Chrysostom, and among the Latins, Jerome and Gregory. That this too is the genuine reading is evident from the 4th chapter of the same book, and the 19th verse, in which it is said, "And lest thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon, and the stars, even all the host of heaven, shouldst be driven to worship them, and serve them, which the Lord thy God hath divided unto all nations under the whole heaven." Here it is said that the stars are divided to all the nations, which is equivalent to saying that the nations were divided according to the number of the stars. The Jewish legislator, at the same time, considering his own nation as an exception, and as being under the government of the God of Israel alone. For in the following verse it is added, "But the Lord hath taken you, i.e. the Jews, and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance, as ye are to this day." By the angels of God, therefore, in Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 8, the stars are signified, and these in the same book, chapter 17, verse 3, are expressly called gods. "And hath gone and served other gods, and worshipped them, either the sun or moon, or any of the host of heaven, which I have not commanded." In the 3rd chapter also, and the 24th verse, it is implied in the question which is there asked, that the God of the Jews is superior to all the celestial and terrestrial gods. "For what God is there in heaven, or in earth, that can do according to thy works, and according to thy might?" As the attention of the Jews was solely confined to the worship of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, they but little regarded the powers whom they conceived to be subordinate to this God, and considering all of them as merely the messengers of their God, they gave them the general appellation of angels, though, as we shall shortly prove from the testimony of the Apostle Paul, they were not consistent in confounding angels properly so called with gods. But that the stars are not called gods by the Jewish legislator as things inanimate like statues fashioned of wood or stone, is evident from what is said in the book of Job and the Psalms. "Behold, even the moon, and it shineth not; yea, the stars are not pure in his sight. How much less man that is a worm, and the son of man, which is a worm." Job chapter 25, verses 5 and 6. And, "When I consider thy heavens, the work of thy fingers, the moon and the stars which thou hast ordained, what is man that thou art mindful of him, and the son of man that thou visitest him?" Psalm 8, verses 3 and 4. It is evident, therefore, from these passages, that the heavens, and the stars are more excellent than man. But nothing inanimate can be more excellent than that which is animated. To which may be added, that in the following verse David says, that God has made man a little lower than the angels. But the stars, as we have shown, were considered by Moses as angels and gods, and consequently they are animated beings, and superior to man. Farther still, in the Septuagint version of verse the 4th of the 19th Psalm, God is said to have placed his tabernacle in the sun. En to elia etheto to skenema autu, which is doubtless the genuine reading, and not that of the vulgar translation. Quote, in them, idest, the heavens, hath he set a tabernacle for the sun. Close quote. For this is saying nothing more of the sun than what may be said of any of the other stars, and produces in us no exalted conception of the artificer of the universe. But to say that God dwells in the sun gives us a magnificent idea both of that glorious luminary and the deity who dwells enshrined, as it were, in dazzling splendor. To which we may add, in confirmation of this version of the Septuagint, that in Psalm 11, verse 4, it is said, quote, the Lord's throne is in heaven. Close quote. And again, in Isaiah chapter 66, verse 1, quote, thus saith the Lord, the heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. Close quote. If therefore the heavens are the throne, and the sun the tabernacle of deity, they must evidently be deified. For nothing can come into immediate contact with divinity without being divine. Hence, says Simplicius, quote, that it is connascent with the human soul to think the celestial bodies are divine, is especially evident from those, the Jews, who look to these bodies through preconceptions about divine natures. For they also say that the heavens are the habitation of God, and the throne of God, and are alone sufficient to reveal the glory and excellence of God to those who are worthy. Than which assertions, what can be more venerable? Close quote. Indeed, that the heavens are not the inanimate throne and residence of deity is also evident from the assertion in the 19th Psalm, quote, that the heavens declare the glory of God. Close quote. For Rabbi Moses, a very learned Jew, says, quote, that the word sephar, to declare or set forth, is never attributed to things inanimate. Close quote. Hence he concludes, quote, that the heavens are not without some soul, which, says he, is no other than that of those blessed intelligences who govern the stars, and dispose them into such letters as God has ordained, declaring unto us men, by means of this writing, what events we are to expect. And hence this same writing is called by all the ancients Chetab ha-Melachim, that is to say, the writing of the angels. Close quote. The gods, therefore, which were distributed to all the nations but the Jews, were the sun and moon, and the other celestial bodies, yet not so far as they are bodies, but so far as they are animated beings. Hence, the Hebrew prophets never reprobate and prohibit the worship of the stars as things which neither see, nor hear, nor understand, as they do the worship of statues. Thus, in Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 28, quote, "And there ye shall serve gods, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell." Close quote. And the psalmist, quote, "They have a mouth, but speak not," etc. Close quote. These and many other things of the like kind are said by the prophets of the Jews against the worship of images and statues, but never of the sun and moon and the other stars. But when they blame the worship of the heavenly bodies, they assign as the cause that the people of Israel are not attributed to them as other nations are, in consequence of being the inheritance of the God that brought them out of the land of Egypt, and out of the house of bondage. This is evident from the before cited passage in the 4th chapter of Deuteronomy, in which it is said that the stars are divided unto all nations under the whole heaven, but the Jews. Indeed, as the Emperor Julian justly observes, quote, "Unless a certain ethnarchic god presides over every nation, and under this god there is an angel, a demon, and a peculiar genus of souls, subservient and ministrant to more excellent natures, from which the difference in laws and manners arises, unless this is admitted, let it be shown by any other how this difference is produced. For it is not sufficient to say, quote, 'God said, and it was done,' close quote, but it is requisite that the natures of things which are produced should accord with the mandates of divinity. But I will explain more clearly what I mean. God, for instance, commanded that fire should tend upward, and earthly masses downward. Is it not therefore requisite, in order that the mandate of God may be accomplished, that the former should be light, and the latter heavy? Thus also in a similar manner in other things. Thus too in divine concerns. But the reason of this is, because the human race is frail and corruptible. Hence also the works of man are corruptible and mutable, and subject to all various revolutions. But God, being eternal, it is also fit that his mandates should be eternal. And being such, they are either the natures of things, or conformable to the natures of things. For how can nature contend with the mandate of divinity? How can it fall off from this concord? If, therefore, as he ordered, that there should be a confusion of tongues, and that they should not accord with each other, so likewise he ordered that the political concerns of nations should be discordant. He has not only effected this by his mandate, but has rendered us naturally adapted to this dissonance. For to effect this, it would be requisite, in the first place, that the natures of those should be different, whose political concerns among nations are to be different. This indeed is seen in bodies, if any one directs his attention to the Germans and Scythians, and considers how much the bodies of these differ from those of the Libyans and Ethiopians. Is this therefore a mere mandate, And does the air contribute nothing, nor the relation and position of the region with respect to the celestial bodies?" Julian adds, "Moses, however, though he knew the truth of this, concealed it, nor does he ascribe the confusion of tongues to God alone. For he says that not only God descended, nor one alone with him, but many, though he does not say who they were. But it is very evident that he conceived those who descended with God to be similar to him. If, therefore, not the Lord only, but those who were with him contributed to this confusion of tongues, they may justly be considered as the causes of this dissonance." In short, that the heavens and the celestial bodies are animated by certain divine souls was not only the opinion of the ancient poets and philosophers, but also of the most celebrated fathers of the Church, and the most learned and acute of the schoolmen. Thus, for instance, this is asserted by Jerome in his exposition of the 6th verse of the 1st chapter of Ecclesiastes, and by Origen in his book on Principles, who says that the heavenly bodies must be animated because they are said to receive the mandates of God, which is only consentaneous to a rational nature. This too is asserted by Eusebius in his Theological Solutions, and by Augustine in his Enchiridion. Among the schoolmen, too, this was the opinion of Albertus Magnus in his book De Quatuor Quaequavis, of Thomas Aquinas in his treatise De Spiritualibus Creaturis, and of Johannes Scotus Super Secundo Sententiarum. To these likewise may be added the most learned Cardinal Nicolaus Cusanus. Aureolus indeed strenuously contends for the truth of this opinion, and does not even think it improper to venerate the celestial bodies with outward worship (duliae cultu), and to implore their favor and assistance. And Thomas Aquinas says that he has no other objection to this than that it might be the occasion of idolatry. Hence, though it may seem ridiculous to most of the present time that divine souls should be placed in the stars, and preside over regions and cities, tribes and people, nations and tongues, yet it did not appear so to the more intelligent Christians of former times. I had almost forgotten, however, the wisest of the ancient Christians, but as he was the best of them, I have done well in reserving him to the last, and this is no other than the Platonic bishop Synesius. This father of the Church, therefore, in his 3rd hymn, sings as follows: Se pater Cosmon, pater Ionon, auturge theon, euages einen. Se men oi nueroi, melpusin, anax, se de cosmagoi, ometolampis, noes asterioi, nusi macar, us peri klenon soma choreoi. Passa se melpe genea macaron, oi peri cosmon, oi kata cosmon, oi stonaioi, oi te asdonoi, cosmu moiras ephepusi, sophoi amphibateres, oi paraclinus, oi ecophorus, us agelica, Proke, sere to, te kudean genos, eron, ega ta, thneton, crufiaisin, odois, tianisomenon, erga protea, psuka te aclines, kai clinomena, es melanoges chthonius ogcus. Videre licet, quote, the Father of the worlds, Father of the eons, Artificer of the gods, it is holy to praise. Thee, O King, the intellectual gods sing. Thee, O blessed God, the Cosmology, those fulgid eyes and starry intellects celebrate, round which the illustrious body of the world dances. All the race of the blessed sing thy praise, those that are about, and those that are in the world, the zonic gods, and also the azonic, who govern the parts of the world, wise itinerants, stationed about the illustrious pilots of the universe, and which the angelic series pours forth. Thee too the renowned genus of heroes celebrates, which by occult paths pervades the works of mortals, and likewise the soul, which does not incline to the regions of mortality, and the soul, which descends into dark terrestrial masses. Close quote. In another part also of the same hymn, he informs us that he adored the powers that preside over Thrace and Chalcedon. Iketeusa Theos, Thrace teras osoi gonimon Thraces katekusi pedon, oite antiperon, Chalcedonias ephepusi guias. It is, quote, I have supplicated the ministrant gods that possess the Thracian soil, and also those that in an opposite direction govern the Chalcedonian land. Close quote. And in the last place he says in hymn 1, Nos aphitos, tokion theokoironon, aporox, oligomen, al ekenon olos utos, is te pante olos, is olon dedukos, kutos uranon, elise, to de olon tutto fulason, nenememenaisi morphai, memer ismenos pereste o men, asteron de freas, o de es agalon coreas, o de kai reponti desmon chthonian eureto morphan. The substance of which is, quote, that incorruptible intellect which is wholly an emanation of divinity is totally diffused through the whole world, convolves the heavens, and preserves the universe with which it is present distributed in various forms. That one part of this intellect is distributed among the stars, and becomes as it were their charioteer, but another part among the angelic choirs, and another part is bound in a terrestrial form. Close quote. End of part 1 of the introduction. Part 2 of the Introduction to Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I confess I am wholly at a loss to conceive what could induce the moderns to controvert the dogma that the stars and the whole world are animated, as it is an opinion of infinite antiquity, and is friendly to the most unperverted, spontaneous, and accurate conceptions of the human mind. Indeed, the rejection of it appears to me to be just as absurd as it would be in a maggot, if it were capable of syllogizing, to infer that man is a machine impelled by some external force when he walks, because it never saw any animated reptile so large. The sagacious Kepler, for so he is called, even by the most modern writers, appears to have had a conception of this great truth. But as he was more an astronomer than a philosopher, he saw this truth only partially, and he rather embraced it as subservient to his own astronomical opinions than as forming an essential part of the true theory of the universe. But from what I have seen of the writings of Kepler, I have no doubt, if he had lived in the time of the Greeks, or if he had made the study of the works of Plato and Aristotle the business of his life, he would have become an adept in, and an illustrious and zealous champion of their philosophy. Kepler then, in Harmonicus Mundi, Liber 4, page 158, says, quote, that he does not oppose the dogma that there is a soul of the universe, though he shall say nothing about it in that book. He adds that if there is such a soul, it must reside in the center of the world, which, according to him, is the sun, and from thence, by the communication of the rays of light, which are in the place of spirits in an animated body, is propagated into all the amplitude of the world. Close quote. In the following passages also, he confidently asserts that the earth has a soul, for he says, quote, that the globe of the earth is a body such as is that of some animal, and that what its own soul is to an animal, that the sublunary nature which he investigates will be to the earth. Close quote. He adds, quote, that he sees for the most part everything which, proceeding from the body of an animal, testifies that there is a soul in it, proceeds also from the body of the earth. For as the animated body produces in the superficies of the skin hairs, thus also the earth produces on its surface plants and trees. And as in the former lice are generated, so in the latter the worms called erucae, grasshoppers, and various insects and marine monsters are produced. As the animated body likewise produces tears, mucus, and the recrement of the ears, and sometimes gum from the pustules of the face, thus also the earth produces amber and bitumen. As the bladder too produces urine, thus likewise mountains pour forth rivers. And as the body produces excrement of a sulphurous odor, and crepitus, which may also be inflamed, so the earth produces sulphur, subterranean fires, thunder, and lightning. And as in the veins of an animal blood is generated, and together with it sweat, which is ejected out of the body, so in the veins of the earth metals and fossils and a rainy vapor are generated. Close quote. And in Capitulum 7, page 163, after having shown that there is in the earth the sense of touching, that it respires and is subject in certain parts to languors, and internal vicissitudes of the viscera, and that subterranean heat proceeds from the soul of the earth, he adds, quote, that a certain image of the zodiac is resplendent in this soul, and therefore of the whole firmament, and is the bond of the sympathy of things celestial and terrestrial. Close quote. Bishop Berkeley also was by no means hostile to this opinion that the world is one great animal, as is evident from the following extract from his Series, page 131. Quote, blind fate and blind chance are at bottom much the same thing, and one no more intelligible than the other. Such is the mutual relation, connection, motion, and sympathy of the parts of this world, that they seem, as it were, animated and held together by one soul, and such is their harmony, order, and regular course, as shows the soul to be governed and directed by a mind. It was an opinion of remote antiquity that the world was an animal. If we may trust the Hermaic writings, the Egyptians thought all things did partake of life. This opinion was also so general and current among the Greeks, that Plutarch asserts all others held the world to be an animal and governed by providence, except Leucippus, Democritus, and Epicurus. And, although an animal containing all bodies within itself could not be touched or sensibly affected from without, yet it is plain they attributed to it an inward sense and feeling, as well as appetites and aversions, and that from all the various tones, actions, and passions of the universe, they supposed one symphony, one animal act, and life to result. Quote, Iamblichus declares the world to be one animal, in which the parts, however distant each from other, are nevertheless related and connected by one common nature, and he teaches what is also a received notion of the Pythagoreans and Platonics, that there is no chasm in nature, but a chain or scale of beings rising by gentle, uninterrupted gradations from the lowest to the highest, each nature being informed and perfected by the participation of a higher. As air becomes igneous, so the purest fire becomes animal, and the animal soul becomes intellectual, which is to be understood not of the change of one nature into another, but of the connection of different natures, each lower nature being, according to those philosophers, as it were, a receptacle or subject for the next above it to reside and act in. Quote, it is also the doctrine of Platonic philosophers that intellect is the very life of living things, the first principle and exemplar of all, from whence by different degrees are derived the inferior classes of life. First the rational, then the sensitive, after that the vegetable, but so as in the rational animal there is still somewhat intellectual, again in the sensitive there is somewhat rational, and in the vegetable somewhat sensitive, and lastly in mixed bodies, as metals and minerals, somewhat of vegetation, by which means the whole is thought to be more perfectly connected, which doctrine implies that all the faculties, instincts, and motions of inferior beings in their several respective subordinations are derived from and depend upon intellect. Quote, both Stoics and Platonics held the world to be alive, though sometimes it be mentioned as a sentient animal, sometimes as a plant or vegetable. But in this, notwithstanding what has been surmised by some learned men, there seems to be no atheism. For so long as the world is supposed to be quickened by elementary fire or spirit, which is itself animated by soul, and directed by understanding, it follows that all parts thereof originally depend upon, and may be reduced unto, the same indivisible stem or principle, to wit, a supreme mind, which is the concurrent doctrine of Pythagoreans, Platonics, and Stoics. Compare now the Newtonian with this theory, that the heavenly bodies are vitalized by their informing souls, that their orderly motion is the result of this vitality, and that the planets move harmonically round the sun, not as if urged by a centripetal force, but from an animated tendency to the principle and fountain of their light, and from a desire of partaking as largely as possible of his influence and power. In the former theory, all the celestial motions are the effect of violence; in the latter, they are all natural. The former is attended with insuperable difficulties; the latter, when the principle on which it is founded is admitted, with none. And the former is unscientific and merely hypothetical; but the latter is the progeny of the most accurate science, and is founded on the most genuine and unperverted conceptions of the human mind. I have said that I should prove from the testimony of the Apostle Paul that the Jews were not consistent in confounding angels, properly so called, with gods. And this appears to me to be evident, in the first place, from the following passage in Hebrews chapter 11, verse 3. Piste nomen katertisai, tous ionos remati theou, es to me ek phenomenon ta plepomena gegonenai. This, in the English version, is erroneously rendered, "Through faith we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God, so that things which are seen were not made of things which do appear." I say this is erroneously translated because, in the first place, the worlds is evidently a forced interpretation of ionos, and, even admitting it is not, leaves the passage very ambiguous from the uncertainty to what worlds Paul alludes. If we adopt ages, which is the general sense of the word in the New Testament, we shall indeed avoid a forced and ambiguous interpretation, but we shall render the meaning of the Apostle trifling in the extreme. For, as he has elsewhere said, "that all things were framed by the word of God," what particular faith does it require to believe that by the same word he framed the ages? In the second place, from the definition of faith, given in the first verse of this chapter, that it is "the evidence of things not seen," it is clear that Paul is speaking in this passage of something invisible. Since then, ionos is neither worlds nor ages, what shall we say it is? I answer, the eons of the Valentinians. And agreeably to this, the whole passage should be translated as follows. "By faith we understand that the eons were framed by the word of God, in order that things which are seen might be generated from such as do not appear, id, from things invisible. Every one who is much conversant with Greek authors must certainly be convinced that esto means in order that, and Bishop Pearson translates as I have done the latter part of this verse. Now we learn from the second book of Irenaeus against the heretics that according to the Valentinians, all created things are the images of the aeons, resident in the pleroma or fullness of deity. And does it not clearly follow from the above version that according to Paul too, the aeons are the exemplars of visible or created things? To which we may add that this sense of the passage clearly accords with the assertion that, quote, faith is the evidence of things not seen. Close quote. For here the things which do not appear are the aeons, these, according to the Valentinians, subsisting in deity, so that from our version Paul might say with great propriety that, quote, we understand by faith that the aeons were framed by the word of God, in order that things which are seen might be generated from such as do not appear. Close quote. For this naturally follows from his definition of faith. I further add that among these aeons of the Valentinians were nous, buthos, sige, aletheia, sophia, id est, intellect, a profundity, silence, truth, and wisdom, which, as Gale well observes in his notes on Iamblichus, de mysteriis, etc., prove their dogmas to be of Chaldaic origin. For these words perpetually occur in the fragments of the Chaldaic oracles, and the middle of the Chaldean intelligible triad is denominated aion, aeon, idest, eternity, and is also perfectly conformable to the theology of Plato, as is very satisfactorily shown by Proclus in the third book of the following work. According to the Chaldeans, therefore, the aeons are gods, and considered as the exemplars of the visible universe. They are analogous to the ideas of Plato, which also are gods, as is evident from the Parmenides of that philosopher. According to Paul too, as the aeons are the fabricators of the visible world, they must be beings of a much higher order than angels, and consequently must be gods, productive power being one of the great characteristics of a divine nature. Again, in the Epistle to the Ephesians, chapter 1, verse 21, Paul says that God has exalted Christ, quote, far above every principality, and power, and might, and dominion. Close quote. Uperna passes arches kai exousias, kai dynameos, kai kuriatetos. And in the 6th chapter and the 12th verse, he conjoins with principalities and powers, the rulers of the world, id, the 7 planets, pros tas archas, pros tas exousias, pros tas cosmocratoras. Augustine confesses that he is ignorant what the difference is between those 4 words, principality, power, might, and dominion, in which the Apostle Paul seems to comprehend all the celestial society. Quote, quid inter se distant quator illa vocabula, cuibus universum ipsam coelestem societatem videtur apostolus esse complexus, dicant qui possunt, si tamen possunt probare quod dicunt, ego me ista ignorare fateor. Close quote. Ignatius also in Epistola ad Trallianos speaks of the angelic orders, the diversities of archangels and armies, the differences of the orders characterized by might and dominion, of thrones and powers, the magnificence of the aeons, and the transcendency of cherubim and seraphim. Close quote. Kaegar ega u katho, si dedemai, kai dunamai noen ta epuranai, kai tas agelikos taxes, kai tas ton archagelon, kai stration exalegos, dunameon te kai kurioteton diaphoros, thronon te kai exousion paralagos, Ionon de megalotites ton te cherubim kai seraphim tos aperukas. The opinion of Grotius, therefore, is highly probable that the Jews obtained the names of powers, dominations, and principalities from their Babylonic captivity, and Gale, in his notes on Iamblichus, says that certain passages of Zoroaster and Ostanis, cited by the author of Arithmetic Theology, confirm this opinion of Grotius. Indeed, the appellation of archai, principles, which are the first of the four powers mentioned by Paul, was given by the Chaldeans to that order of gods called by the Grecian theologists supermundane and assimilative, the nature of which is unfolded by Proclus in the 6th book of the following work, and Proclus in the 4th book of his manuscript, Commentary on the Parmenides of Plato, shows that the order of gods denominated noetus kai noiras, intelligible and at the same time intellectual, is, according to the Chaldean oracles, principally characterized by domination. In proof of this, the two following oracles are cited by him, the first concerning the Empyrean, and the second concerning the material Xenakis. Toiste puros noeru noerois prester sin apanta e kathe duleuanta, patros pethenidi bule. Id est, quote, all things yield ministrant to the intellectual presters of intellectual fire, through the persuasive will of the Father. Close quote. And alakai ulaios ossa duleue synokeusi. Id est, quote, but likewise such as are in subjection to the material synakis. Close quote. Farther still, Paul, in the Epistle to the Romans, chapter 8, verse 38, says, quote, for I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of God, etc. Close quote. From this arrangement, therefore, it is evident that principalities and powers are not the same with angels, and as, according to Paul, they are beings so exalted that in his epistle to the Ephesians he could not find anything more magnificent to say of Christ than that he is raised even above them, it follows that they must be gods, since they are superior to the angelic order. It is remarkable too that he co-arranges height and depth, upsama kai bathos, with principalities and powers, and bathos is one of the eons, according to the Valentinians. In the first epistle to the Corinthians, likewise, chapter 8, verse 5, Paul expressly asserts that there is a divine multitude, for he says, quote, "Though there be that are called gods, whether in heaven or in earth," parenthesis, "as there be gods many and lords many," close parenthesis, close quote. In the parenthesis of which verse, it is incontrovertibly evident that he admits the existence of a plurality of gods, though as well as the heathens he believed that one God only was supreme and the father of all things. Nor am I singular in asserting that this was admitted by Paul, for the Pseudo-Dionysius the Areopagite, in the second chapter of his treatise on the Divine Names, observes concerning what is here said by Paul as follows, quote, "Again, from the deific energy of God, by which everything, according to its ability, becomes deiform, many gods are generated, in consequence of which there appears and is said to be a separation and multiplication of the one supreme God. Nevertheless, God himself, who is the chief deity and is superessentially the supreme, is still one God, remaining impartible in the gods distributed from him, united to himself, unmingled with the many, and void of multitude." Close quote. And he afterwards adds, quote, "that this was in a transcendent manner understood by Paul, who was the leader both of him and his preceptor to divine illumination," close quote, in the above cited verse, and, quote, "that in divine natures, unions vanquish and precede separations, and yet nevertheless they are united after the separation, which does not in proceeding depart from the one and is unical." Close quote. Paul, therefore, according to this Dionysius, considered the gods conformably to Plato and the best of his disciples, as deiform processions from the one, and which at the same time that they have a distinct subsistence from, are profoundly united to their great producing cause. Dionysius also employs the very same expression which Proclus continually uses when speaking of the separation of the gods from their source, for he says that the divine multitude anakphoitetos to enos, irest, does not depart from, but abides in the one. Hence Proclus, in the fifth book of his manuscript, Commentary on the Parmenides of Plato, speaking of the divine unities, says, quote, "Whichever among these you assume, it is the same with the others, because all of them are in each other, and are rooted in the one. For as trees by their summits, i.e. their roots, are fixed in the earth, and through these are earthly, after the same manner also divine natures are rooted by their summits in the one, and each of them is a unity and one, through unconfused union with the one itself." Close quote. Ingar an tuton labes, ten auten tais ales, lambanes dioti de passa kai en aleles esi, kai en erestontai to eni. Katha per gar ta dendra tais euton korathais enedrontai tege, kai esti gaina kat ekenas, ton auton tropon kai ta theatais auton akrotesin, eneristontai ta eni, kai ekaston auton enos esti, kaian dia ten prosta in sukton enosin. This Dionysius, who certainly lived posterior to Proclus, because he continually borrows from his works, barbarously confounding that scientific arrangement of these deiform processions from the one, which is so admirably unfolded by Proclus in the following work, classes them as follows. The first order, according to him, consists of seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. The second, of the divine essences characterized by dominion, might, and power. And the third, of principalities, archangels, and angels. Hence he has transferred the characteristics of the intelligible triad of gods to seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. For symmetry, truth, and beauty, which characterize this triad, are said by Plato in the Philebus to subsist in the vestibule of the good. Epimen tois tu agathu nun ede prothurois ephestanae. And Dionysius says of his first order that, quote, it is as it were arranged in the vestibules of deity. Close quote. Goodness, wisdom, and beauty also are shown by Proclus in the third book of the following work to belong to the intelligible triad. Goodness to its summit, wisdom to the middle of it, and beauty to its extremity. And Dionysius says that according to the Hebrews, the word cherubim signifies a multitude of knowledge, or an effusion of wisdom. Ten de cherubim emphainen, plethos noseos, e chusin sophios. The characteristics of the gods, called noetos kai noeroi, intelligible and at the same time intellectual, and of the gods that are noeroi, intellectual alone. He appears to have transferred to this middle triad, which is characterized by dominion, might, and power. And he has adapted his third triad, consisting of principalities, archangels, and angels, to the supermundane, liberated, and mundane orders of gods. For the supermundane gods are called by Proclus in the sixth book of the following work, archai, principalities, or rulers, which is the word employed by Dionysius and Paul. And the mundane gods are said by Proclus in Parmenides to be the sources of a winged life, and angels are celebrated by Dionysius as having wings. Hence it is evident that Dionysius has accommodated the peculiarities of the different orders of gods to the 9 orders which he denominates celestial powers, and his arrangement has been adopted by all succeeding Christian theologists. End of Part 2 of the Introduction. Part 3 of the Introduction to Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vestiges, therefore, of the theology of Plato may be seen both in the Jewish and Christian religion, and in a similar manner a resemblance in the religions of all other nations to it might be easily pointed out, and its universality be clearly demonstrated. Omitting, however, a discussion of this kind for the present, I shall farther observe respecting this theology, that the deification of dead men, and the worshipping men as gods, form no part of it, when it is considered according to its genuine purity. Numerous instances of the truth of this might be adduced, but I shall mention for this purpose as unexceptional witnesses the writings of Plato, the golden Pythagoric verses, and the treatise of Plutarch on Isis and Osiris. All the works of Plato indeed evince the truth of this position, but this is particularly manifest from his laws. The golden verses order that the immortal gods be honoured first, as they are disposed by law. Afterwards the illustrious heroes, under which appellation the author of the verses comprehends also angels and demons properly so called, and in the last place the terrestrial demons, i.e., such good men as transcend in virtue the rest of mankind. But to honour the gods as they are disposed by law is, as Heracles observes, to reverence them as they are arranged by their fabricator and father, and this is to honour them as beings superior to man. Hence, to honour men, however excellent they may be as gods, is not to honour the gods according to the rank in which they are placed by their creator, for it is confounding the divine with the human nature, and is thus acting directly contrary to the Pythagoric precept. Plutarch, too, in his above-mentioned treatise, most forcibly and clearly shows the impiety of worshipping men as gods, as is evident from the following extract. Quote, "Those therefore who think that things of this kind, i.e., fabulous stories of the gods, as if they were men, are but so many commemorations of the actions and disasters of kings and tyrants, who through transcendency in virtue or power inscribed the title of divinity on their renown, and afterwards fell into great calamities and misfortunes, these employ the most easy method indeed of eluding the story, and not badly transfer things of evil report from the gods to men, and they are assisted in so doing by the narrations themselves. For the Egyptians relate that Hermes was, as to his body, with one arm longer than the other, that Typhon was in his complexion red, but Horus white, and Osiris black, as if they had been by nature men. Farther still, they also call Osiris a commander, and Canopus a pilot, from whom they say the star of that name was denominated. The ship likewise, which the Greeks call Argo, being the image of the ark of Osiris, and which therefore in honour of it is become a constellation, they make to ride not far from Orion and the dog, of which they consider the one as sacred to Horus, but the other to Isis. Quote, "I fear, however, that this, according to the proverb, would be to move things immovable, and to declare war, not only, as Simonides says, against a great length of time, but also against many nations and families of mankind, who are under the influence of divine inspiration through piety to these gods, and would not in any respect fall short of transferring from heaven to earth such great and venerable names, and of thereby shaking and dissolving that worship and belief which has been implanted in almost all men from their very birth, would be opening great doors to the tribe of atheists, who convert divine into human concerns, and would likewise afford a large license to the impostures of Euhemerus of Messina, who devised certain memoirs of an incredible and fictitious mythology, and thereby spread every kind of atheism through the globe, by inscribing all the received gods, without any discrimination, by the names of generals, naval captains, and kings, who lived in remote periods of time. He further adds that they are recorded in golden characters in a certain country called Pancoa, at which neither any barbarian or Grecian ever arrived, except Euhemerus alone, who, as it seems, sailed to the Pancoans and Trifolians, that neither have nor ever had a being. And though the great actions of Semiramis are celebrated by the Assyrians, and those of Sesostris in Egypt, and though the Phrygians, even to the present time, call all splendid and admirable actions manic, because a certain person named Manus, who was one of their ancient kings, whom some call Mastus, was a brave and powerful man, and farther still, though Cyrus among the Persians, and Alexander among the Macedonians, proceeded in their victories almost as far as to the boundaries of the earth, yet they only retain the name of good kings, and are remembered as such, and not as gods. Quote, "But if certain persons, inflated by ostentation, as Plato says, having their soul at one and the same time inflamed with youth and ignorance, have insolently assumed the appellation of gods, and had temples erected in their honour, yet this opinion of them flourished but for a short time, and afterwards they were charged with vanity and arrogance, in conjunction with impiety and lawless conduct, and thus, like smoke, they flew away with swift-paced fate. And being dragged from temples and altars like fugitive slaves, they have now nothing left them but their monuments and tombs. Hence Antigonus the elder said to one Hermodotus, who had celebrated him in his poems as the offspring of the sun and a god, quote, "He who empties my close stool pan knows no such thing of me," close quote. Very properly also did Lysippus the sculptor blame Apelles the painter for drawing the picture of Alexander with a thunderbolt in his hand, whereas he had represented him with a spear, the glory of which, as being true and proper, no time would take away. Close quote. In another part of the same work also, he admirably reprobates the impiety of making the gods to be things inanimate, which was very common with Latin writers of the Augustan age, and of the ages that accompanied the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. But what he says on this subject is as follows. Quote, "In the second place, which is of still greater consequence, men should be careful and very much afraid, lest, before they are aware, they tear in pieces and dissolve divine natures into blasts of wind, streams of water, seminations, earrings of land, accidents of the earth, and mutations of the seasons, as those do who make Bacchus to be wine, and Vulcan flame." Cleanthes also somewhere says that Persephone or Proserpine is the spirit or air that passes through, phenomenon, the fruits of the earth, and is then slain, phoneunomenon. And a certain poet says of reapers, "Then when the youth the limbs of Ceres cut." For these men do not in any respect differ from those who conceive the sails, the cables, and the anchor of a ship to be the pilot, the yarn and the web to be the weaver, and the bowl or the mead or the tizon to be the physician. But they also produce dire and atheistical opinions by giving the names of gods to natures and things deprived of sense and soul, and that are necessarily destroyed by men, who are in want of and use them. For it is not possible to conceive that these things are gods, since neither can anything be a god to men which is deprived of soul, or is subject to human power. From these things, however, we are led to conceive those beings to be gods, who both use them and impart them to us, and supply them perpetually and without ceasing. Nor do we conceive that the gods who bestow these are different in different countries, nor that some of them are peculiar to the barbarians, but others to the Grecians, nor that some are southern and others northern, but as the sun and moon, the heavens, the land, and the sea are common to all men, yet are differently denominated by different nations, so the one reason that adorns these things, and the one providence that administers them, and the ministrant powers that preside over all nations, have different appellations and honours assigned them according to law by different countries. Of those also that have been consecrated to their service, some employ obscure, but others clearer symbols, not without danger, thus conducting our intellectual conceptions to the apprehension of divine natures. For some, deviating from the true meaning of these symbols, have entirely slipped into superstition, and others again, flying from superstition as a quagmire, have, unaware, fallen upon atheism as on a precipice. Hence, in order to avoid these dangers, it is especially necessary that, resuming the reasoning of philosophy as our guide to mystic knowledge, we should conceive piously of everything that is said or done in religion, lest that, as Theodorus said, while he extended his arguments with his right hand, some of his auditors received them with their left, so we should fall into dangerous errors, by receiving what the laws have well instituted about sacrifices and festivals in a manner different from their original intention. The Emperor Julian, as well as Plutarch, appears to have been perfectly aware of this confusion in the religion of the heathens arising from the deification of men, and in the fragments of his treatise against the Christians, preserved by Cyril, he speaks of it as follows. "If any one wishes to consider the truth respecting you Christians, he will find that your impiety is composed of the Judaic audacity, and the indolence and confusion of the heathens. For deriving from both, not that which is most beautiful, but the worst, you have fabricated a web of evils. With the Hebrews, indeed, there are accurate and venerable laws pertaining to religion, and innumerable precepts which require a most holy life and deliberate choice. But when the Jewish legislator forbids the serving all the gods, and enjoins the worship of one alone, whose portion is Jacob, and Israel, the line of his inheritance, and not only says this, but also omits to add, I think you shall not revile the gods, the detestable wickedness and audacity of those in after times, wishing to take away all religious reverence from the multitude, thought that not to worship should be followed by blaspheming the gods. This you have alone thence derived, but there is no similitude in anything else between you and them. Hence, from the innovation of the Hebrews you have seized blasphemy towards the venerable gods, but from our religion you have cast aside reverence to every nature more excellent than man, and the love of paternal institutes. Close quote. Quote, so great an apprehension indeed, says Dr. Stillingfleet, had the heathens of the necessity of appropriate acts of divine worship, that some of them have chosen to die rather than to give them to what they did not believe to be God. We have a remarkable story to this purpose in Arrian and Curtius concerning Callisthenes. Alexander, arriving at that degree of vanity as to desire to have divine worship given him, and the matter being started out of design among the courtiers, either by Anaxarchus, as Arrian, or Clio the Sicilian, as Curtius says, and the way of doing it proposed, videre licet, by incense and prostration, Callisthenes vehemently opposed it, as that which would confound the difference of human and divine worship, which had been preserved inviolable among them. The worship of the gods had been kept up in temples, with altars and images, and sacrifices and hymns, and prostrations, and such like. But it is by no means fitting, says he, for us to confound these things, either by lifting up men to the honours of the gods, or depressing the gods to the honours of men. For neither would Alexander suffer any man to usurp his royal dignity by the votes of men. How much more justly may the gods disdain for any man to take their honours to himself? And it appears by Plutarch that the Greeks thought it a mean and base thing for any of them, when sent on an embassy to the kings of Persia, to prostrate themselves before them, because this was only allowed among them in divine adoration. Therefore, says he, when Pelopidas and Ismenias were sent to Artaxerxes, Pelopidas did nothing unworthy, but Ismenias let fall his ring to the ground, and stooping for that was thought to make his adoration, which was altogether as good a shift as the Jesuits advising the crucifix to be held in the mandarins' hands while they made their adorations in the heathen temples in China. Quote, Conon also refused to make his adoration as a disgrace to his city, and Isocrates accuses the Persians for doing it, because herein they showed that they despised the gods rather than men, by prostituting their honours to their princes. Herodotus mentions Sperchius and Bulis, who could not, with the greatest violence, be brought to give adoration to Xerxes, because it was against the law of their country to give divine honour to men. And Valerius Maximus says the Athenians put Timagoras to death for doing it. So strong an apprehension had possessed them, that the manner of worship which they used to their gods should be preserved sacred and inviolable. Close quote. The philosopher Sallust also, in his treatise on the gods and the world, says, quote, It is not unreasonable to suppose that impiety is a species of punishment, and that those who have had a knowledge of the Gods, and yet despised them, will in another life be deprived of this knowledge. And it is requisite to make the punishment of those who have honoured their kings as Gods to consist in being expelled from the Gods. When the ineffable transcendency of the first God, which was considered as the grand principle in the heathen theology by its most ancient promulgators, Orpheus, Pythagoras, and Plato, was forgotten, this oblivion was doubtless the principal cause of dead men being deified by the pagans. Had they properly directed their attention to this transcendency, they would have perceived it to be so immense as to surpass eternity, infinity, self-subsistence, and even essence itself, and that these in reality belong to those venerable natures which are, as it were, first unfolded into light from the unfathomable depths of that truly mystic unknown, about which all knowledge is refunded into ignorance. For, as Simplicius justly observes, "It is requisite that he who ascends to the principle of things should investigate whether it is possible there can be anything better than the supposed principle; and if something more excellent is found, the same inquiry should again be made respecting that, till we arrive at the highest conceptions, than which we have no longer any more venerable. Nor should we stop in our ascent till we find this to be the case; for there is no occasion to fear that our progression will be through an unsubstantial void, by conceiving something about the first principles which is greater and more transcendent than their nature. For it is not possible for our conceptions to take such a mighty leap as to equal, and much less to pass beyond the dignity of the first principles of things." He adds, "This therefore is one and the best extension of the soul to the highest God, and is, as much as possible, irreprehensible, videre licet, to know firmly that by ascribing to him the most venerable excellencies we can conceive, and the most holy and primary names and things, we ascribe nothing to him which is suitable to his dignity. It is sufficient, however, to procure our pardon for the attempt, that we can attribute to him nothing superior." If it is not possible therefore to form any ideas equal to the dignity of the immediate progeny of the ineffable, i.e. of the first principles of things, how much less can our conceptions reach that thrice unknown darkness in the reverential language of the Egyptians, which is even beyond these. Had the heathens therefore considered as they ought this transcendency of the supreme God, they would never have presumed to equalize the human with the divine nature, and consequently would never have worshipped men as Gods. Their theology, however, is not to be accused as the cause of this impiety, but their forgetfulness of the sublimest of its dogmas, and the confusion with which this oblivion was necessarily attended. In the last place, I wish to adduce a few respectable testimonies to prove that statues were not considered nor worshipped by any of the intelligent heathens as Gods, but as the resemblances of the Gods, as auxiliaries to the recollection of a divine nature, and the means of procuring its assistance and favour. For this purpose, I shall first present the reader with what the philosopher Sallust says concerning sacrifices and the honours which were paid to the divinities in his golden treatise on the Gods and the World. Quote, "The honours," says he, "which we pay to the Gods are performed for the sake of our advantage, and since the providence of the Gods is everywhere extended, a certain habitude or fitness is all that is requisite in order to receive their beneficent communications. But all habitude is produced through imitation and similitude. Hence temples imitate the heavens, but altars the earth. Statues resemble life, and on this account they are similar to animals. Prayers imitate that which is intellectual, but characters superior ineffable powers. Herbs and stones resemble matter, and animals which are sacrificed the irrational life of our souls. But from all these, nothing happens to the Gods beyond what they already possess. For what accession can be made to a divine nature? But a conjunction with our souls and the Gods is by these means produced." Quote, "I think, however, it will be proper to add a few things concerning sacrifices. And in the first place, since we possess everything from the Gods, and it is but just to offer the first fruits of gifts to the givers, hence of our possessions we offer the first fruits through consecrated gifts, of our bodies through ornaments, and of our life through sacrifices. Besides, without sacrifices, prayers are words only, but accompanied with sacrifices, they become animated words, the words indeed corroborating life, but life animating the words. Add too, that the felicity of everything is its proper perfection, but the proper perfection of everything consists in a conjunction with its cause, and on this account we pray that we may be conjoined with the Gods. Since, therefore, life primarily subsists in the Gods, and there is also a certain human life, but the latter desires to be united to the former, a medium is required, for natures much distant from each other cannot be conjoined without a medium, and it is necessary that the medium should be similar to the connected natures. Life, therefore, must necessarily be the medium of life, and hence men of the present day that are happy, and all the ancients, have sacrificed animals, and this indeed not rashly, but in a manner accommodated to every God, with many other ceremonies respecting the cultivation of divinity." Close quote. In the next place, the elegant Maximus Turius admirably observes concerning the worship of statues as follows, quote, "It appears to me that as external discourse has no need, in order to its composition, of certain Phoenician, or Ionian, or Attic, or Assyrian, or Egyptian characters, but human imbecility devised these marks, in which inserting its dullness, it recovers from them its memory. In like manner, a divine nature has no need of statues or altars, but human nature, being very imbecile, and as much distant from divinity as earth from heaven, devised these symbols, in which it inserted the names and the renown of the Gods. Those, therefore, whose memory is robust, and who are able, by directly extending their soul to heaven, to meet with divinity, have perhaps no need of statues. This race is, however, rare among men, and in a whole nation you will not find one who recollects divinity, and who is not in want of this kind of assistance, which resembles that devised by writing masters for boys, who give them obscure marks as copies, by writing over which, their hand being guided by that of the master, they become, through memory, accustomed to the art. It appears to me, therefore, that legislators devised these statues for men, as if for a certain kind of boys, as tokens of the honour which should be paid to divinity, and a certain manuduction, as it were, and path to reminiscence. Quote, "Of statues, however, there is neither one law, nor one mode, nor one art, nor one matter. For the Greeks think it fit to honour the Gods from things the most beautiful in the earth, from a pure matter, the human form, and accurate art. And their opinion is not irrational who fashion statues in the human resemblance. For if the human soul is most near and most similar to divinity, it is not reasonable to suppose that divinity would invest that which is most similar to himself with a most deformed body, but rather with one which would be an easy vehicle to immortal souls, light and adapted to motion. For this alone, of all the bodies on the earth, raises its summit on high, is magnificent, superb, and full of symmetry, neither astonishing through its magnitude, nor terrible through its strength, nor moved with difficulty through its weight, nor slippery through its smoothness, nor repercussive through its hardness, nor grovelling through its coldness, nor precipitate through its heat, nor inclined to swim through its laxity, nor feeding on raw flesh through its ferocity, nor on grass through its imbecility, but is harmonically composed for its proper works, and is dreadful to timid animals, but mild to such as are brave. It is also adapted to walk by nature, but winged by reason, capable of swimming by art, feeds on corn and fruits, and cultivates the earth, is of a good colour, stands firm, has a pleasing countenance, and a graceful beard. In the resemblance of such a body, the Greeks think fit to honour the Gods." Close quote. He then observes, quote, "that with respect to the barbarians, all of them in like manner admit the subsistence of divinity, but different nations among these adopt different symbols." Close quote. After which he adds, quote, "Oh, many and all various statues, of which some are fashioned by art, and others are embraced through indigence. Some are honoured through utility, and others are venerated through the astonishment which they excite. Some are considered as divine through their magnitude, and others are celebrated for their beauty. There is not indeed any race of men, neither barbarian nor Grecian, neither maritime nor continental, neither living a pastoral life, nor dwelling in cities, which can endure to be without some symbols of the honour of the Gods. How, therefore, shall any one discuss the question whether it is proper that statues of the Gods should be fabricated or not? For if we were to give laws to other men recently sprung from the earth, and dwelling beyond our boundaries and our air, or who were fashioned by a certain Prometheus, ignorant of life and law and reason, it might perhaps demand consideration whether this race should be permitted to adore these spontaneous statues alone, which are not fashioned from ivory or gold, and which are neither oaks nor cedars, nor rivers nor birds, but the rising sun, the splendid moon, the variegated heaven, the earth itself and the air, all fire and all water? Or shall we constrain these men also to the necessity of honoring wood, or stones, or images? If, however, this is the common law of all men, let us make no innovations. Let us admit the conceptions concerning the gods, and preserve their symbols as well as their names. Quote, "For divinity indeed, the father and fabricator of all things, is more ancient than the sun and the heavens, more excellent than time and eternity, and every flowing nature, and is a legislator without law, ineffable by voice, and invisible by the eyes. Not being able, however, to comprehend his essence, we apply for assistance to words and names, to animals and figures of gold and ivory and silver, to plants and rivers, to the summits of mountains, and to streams of water, desiring indeed to understand his nature, but through imbecility calling him by the names of such things as appear to us to be beautiful. And in thus acting, we are affected in the same manner as lovers who are delighted with surveying the images of the objects of their love, and with recollecting the lyre, the dart, and the seat of these, the circus in which they ran, and everything, in short, which excites the memory of the beloved object. What then remains for me to investigate and determine respecting statues? Only to admit the subsistence of deity. But if the art of Phidias excites the Greeks to the recollection of divinity, honor to animals the Egyptians, a river others, and fire others, I do not condemn the dissonance. Let them only know, let them only love, let them only be mindful of the object they adore." Close quote. With respect to the worship of animals, Plutarch apologizes for it in the following excellent manner in his treatise on Isis and Osiris. Quote, "It now remains that we should speak of the utility of these animals to man, and of their symbolic meaning, some of them partaking of one of these only, but many of them of both. It is evident, therefore, that the Egyptians worshipped the ox, the sheep, and the ichneumon on account of their use and benefit, as the Lemnians did larks, for discovering the eggs of caterpillars and breaking them, and the Thessalian storks, because, as their land produced abundance of serpents, the storks destroyed all of them as soon as they appeared. Hence also they enacted a law, that whoever killed a stork should be banished. But the Egyptians honored the asp, the weasel, and the beetle, in consequence of observing in them certain dark resemblances of the power of the gods, like that of the sun in drops of water. For at present many believe and assert that the weasel engenders by the ear, and brings forth by the mouth, being thus an image of the generation of reason, or the productive principle of things. but the genus of beetles has no female, and all the males emit their sperm into a spherical piece of earth, which they roll about, thrusting it backwards with their hind feet, while they themselves move forward, just as the sun appears to revolve in a direction contrary to that of the heavens, in consequence of moving from west to east. They also assimilated the asp to a star, as being exempt from old age, and performing its motions unassisted by organs with agility and ease. Nor was the crocodile honoured by them without a probable cause, but is said to have been considered by them as a resemblance of divinity, as being the only animal that is without a tongue. For the divine reason is unindigent of voice, and proceeding through a silent path, and accompanied with justice, conducts mortal affairs according to it. They also say it is the only animal living in water that has the sight of its eyes covered with a thin and transparent film, which descends from his forehead, so that he sees without being seen, which is likewise the case with the first God. But in whatever place the female crocodile may lay her eggs, this may with certainty be concluded to be the boundary of the increase of the Nile. For not being able to lay their eggs in the water, and fearing to lay them far from it, they have such an accurate pre-sensation of futurity, that though they enjoy the benefit of the river in its access, during the time of their laying and hatching, yet they preserve their eggs dry and untouched by the water. They also lay 60 eggs, are the same number of days in hatching them, and those that are the longest lived among them live just so many years, which number is the first of the measures employed by those who are conversant with the heavenly bodies. Moreover, of those animals that were honoured for both reasons, we have before spoken of the dog. But the ibis, killing indeed all deadly reptiles, was the first that taught men the use of medical evacuation, in consequence of observing that she is after this manner washed and purified by herself. Those priests also that are most attentive to the laws of sacred rites, when they consecrate water for lustration, fetch it from that place where the ibis had been drinking, for she will neither drink, nor come near unwholesome or infected water, but with the distance of her feet from each other, and her bill, she makes an equilateral triangle. Farther still, the variety and mixture of her black wings about the white represents the moon when she is gibbous. We ought not, however, to wonder if the Egyptians love such slender similitudes, since the Greeks also, both in their pictures and statues, employ many such like resemblances of the gods. Thus in Crete there was a statue of Jupiter without ears, for it is fit that he who is the ruler and lord of all things should hear no one. Phidias also placed a dragon by the statue of Minerva, and a snail by that of Venus at Elis, to show that virgins require a guard, and that keeping at home and silence become married women. But the trident of Neptune is a symbol of the third region of the world, which the sea possesses, having an arrangement after the heavens and the air. Hence also they thus denominated Amphitrite and the Tritons. The Pythagoreans likewise adorned numbers and figures with the appellations of the gods. For they called the equilateral triangle Minerva Coryphagenes, or begotten from the summit, and Tritogeneia, because it is divided by 3 perpendiculars drawn from the 3 angles. But they called the one Apollo, being persuaded to this by the obvious meaning of the word Apollo, which signifies a privation of multitude, and by the simplicity of the monad. The duad they denominated strife and audacity, and the triad justice. For since injuring and being injured are 2 extremes, subsisting according to excess and defect, justice through equality has a situation in the middle. But what is called the tetractus, being the number 36, was, as is reported, their greatest oath, and was denominated the world. For this number is formed from the composition of the 4 first even and the 4 first odd numbers, collected into one sum. If, therefore, the most approved of the philosophers did not think it proper to neglect or despise any occult signification of a divine nature, when they perceived it even in things which are inanimate and incorporeal, it appears to me that they in a still greater degree venerated those peculiarities depending on manners which they saw in such natures as had sense, and were endued with soul, with passion, and ethical habits. We must embrace, therefore, not those who honor these kings, but those who reverence divinity through these, as through most clear mirrors, and which are produced by nature in a becoming manner, conceiving them to be the instruments or the art of the God by whom all things are perpetually adorned. But we ought to think that no inanimate being can be more excellent than one that is animated, nor an insensible than a sensitive being, not even though some one should collect together all the gold and emeralds in the universe. For the divinity is not ingenerated either in colours or figures or smoothness, but such things as neither ever did, nor are naturally adapted to participate of life, have an allotment more ignoble than that of dead bodies. But the nature which lives and sees, and has the principle of motion from itself, and a knowledge of things appropriate and foreign to its being, has certainly derived an efflux and portion of that wisdom, which, as Heraclitus says, considers how both itself and the universe is governed. Hence the divinity is not worse represented in these animals than in the workmanships of copper and stone, which in a similar manner suffer corruption and decay, but are naturally deprived of all sense and consciousness. This then I consider as the best defense that can be given of the adoration of animals by the Egyptians. With respect, however, to the sacred vestments, those of Isis are of various hues, for her power is about matter, which becomes and receives all things, as light and darkness, day and night, fire and water, life and death, beginning and end. But those of Osiris are without a shade and have no variety of colours, but have one only, which is simple and luciform. Hence, when the latter have been once used, they are laid aside and preserved. For the intelligible is invisible and intangible. But the vestments of Isis are used frequently. For sensible things being in daily use and at hand, present us with many developments and views of their different mutations. But the intellectual perception of that which is intelligible, genuine, and holy, luminously darting through the soul like a coruscation, is attended with a simultaneous contact and vision of its object. Hence Plato and Aristotle call this part of philosophy apoptic or intuitive, indicating that those who have through the exercise of the reasoning power soared beyond these doxastic, mingled, and all various natures, raise themselves to that first simple and immaterial principle, and passing into contact with the pure truth which subsists about it, they consider themselves as having at length obtained the end of philosophy, and that which the present devoted and veiled priests obscurely manifest with great reverence and caution is that this God is the ruler and prince of the dead, and is not different from that divinity who is called by the Greeks Hades and Pluto, the truth of which assertion not being understood disturbs the multitude, who suspect that the truly sacred and holy Osiris dwells in and under the earth, where the bodies of those are concealed who appear to have obtained an end of their being. But he indeed himself is at the remotest distance from the earth, unstained, unpolluted, and pure from every essence that receives corruption and death. The souls of men, however, being here encompassed with bodies and passions, cannot participate of divinity except as of an obscure dream by intellectual contact through philosophy. But when they are liberated from the body and pass into the invisible, impassive, and pure region, this God is then their leader and king, from whom they depend, insatiably beholding him and desiring to survey that beauty which cannot be expressed or uttered by men, and which Isis, as the ancient discourse evinces, always loving, pursuing, and enjoying, fills such things in these lower regions as participate of generation with everything beautiful and good. Close quote. And lastly, the Emperor Julian, in a fragment of an oration or epistle on the duties of a priest, has the following remarks on religiously venerating statues. Quote, "Statues and altars, and the preservation of unextinguished fire, and in short, all such particulars, have been established by our fathers as symbols of the presence of the gods. Not that we should believe that these symbols are gods, but that through these we should worship the gods. For since we are connected with body, it is also necessary that our worship of the gods should be performed in a corporeal manner. But they are incorporeal, and they indeed have exhibited to us as the first of statues that which ranks as the second genus of gods from the first, and which circularly revolves round the whole of heaven. Since, however, a corporeal worship cannot even be paid to these, because they are naturally unindigent, a third kind of statues was devised on the earth, by the worship of which we render the gods propitious to us. For as those who reverence the images of kings, who are not in want of any such reverence, at the same time attract to themselves their benevolence, thus also those who venerate the statues of the gods, who are not in want of anything, persuade the gods by this veneration to assist and be favourable to them. For alacrity in the performance of things in our power is a document of true sanctity, and it is very evident that he who accomplishes the former will in a greater degree possess the latter. But he who despises things in his power, and afterwards pretends to desire impossibilities, evidently does not pursue the latter, and overlooks the former. For though divinity is not in want of anything, it does not follow that on this account nothing is to be offered to him. For neither is he in want of celebration through the ministry of words. What then? Is it therefore reasonable that he should be deprived of this? By no means. Neither therefore is he to be deprived of the honour which is paid him through works, which honour has been legally established, not for 3 or for 3,000 years, but in all preceding ages among all nations of the earth. Quote, but the Galileans will say, "O you who have admitted into your soul every multitude of demons, whom, though according to you they are formless and unfigured, you have fashioned in a corporeal resemblance, it is not fit that honour should be paid to divinity through such works. How then do not we heathens consider as wood and stones those statues which are fashioned by the hands of men? O more stupid than even stones themselves! Do you fancy that all men are to be drawn by the nose, as you are drawn by execrable demons, so as to think that the artificial resemblances of the gods are the gods themselves? Looking therefore to the resemblances of the gods, we do not think them to be either stones or wood. For neither do we think that the gods are these resemblances, since neither do we say that royal images are wood, or stone, or brass, nor that they are the kings themselves, but the images of kings. Whoever therefore loves his king, beholds with pleasure the image of his king. Whoever loves his child is delighted with his image, and whoever loves his father surveys his image with delight. Hence also he who is a lover of divinity gladly surveys the statues and images of the gods, at the same time venerating and fearing with a holy dread the gods who invisibly behold him. End of Part 3 of the Introduction. Part 4 of the Introduction to Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Catholics have employed arguments similar to these in defense of the reverence which they pay to the images of their saints. Indeed, it is the doctrine of the Church of England that the Catholics form the same opinions of the saints whose images they worship as the heathens did of their gods, and employ the same outward rites in honouring their images as the heathens did in the religious veneration of their statues. Thus, as the heathens had their tutelar gods, such as were Belus to the Babylonians and Assyrians, Osiris and Isis to the Egyptians, and Vulcan to the Lemnians, thus also the Catholics attribute the defense of certain countries to certain saints. Have not the saints also, to whom the safeguard of particular cities is committed, the same office as the dii praesides of the heathens, such as were at Delphi, Apollo; at Athens, Minerva; at Carthage, Juno; and at Rome, Quirinus. And do not the saints to whom churches are built, and altars erected, correspond to the dii patroni of the heathens, such as were in the Capitol, Jupiter; in the temple at Paphos, Venus; in the temple of Ephesus, Diana? Are not likewise Our Lady of Walsingham, Our Lady of Ipswich, Our Lady of Willesden, and the like, imitations of Diana Agraterra, Diana Coryphea, Diana Ephesia, Venus Cypria, Venus Paphia, Venus Nydia, and the like? The Catholics too have substituted for the marine deities Neptune, Triton, Nereus, Castor and Pollux, Venus, etc., Saint Christopher, Saint Clement, and others, and especially Our Lady, as she is called by them, to whom seamen sing Ave Maris Stella. Neither has the fire escaped their imitation of the pagans, for instead of Vulcan and Vesta, the inspective guardians of fire according to the heathens, the Catholics have substituted Saint Agatha, on the day of whose nativity they make letters for the purpose of extinguishing fire. Every artificer likewise and profession has a special saint in the place of a presiding god. Thus scholars have Saint Nicholas and Saint Gregory; painters Saint Luke; nor are soldiers in want of a saint corresponding to Mars, nor lovers of one who is a substitute for Venus. All diseases too have their special saints instead of gods, who are invoked as possessing a healing power. Thus the venereal disease has Saint Roch; the falling sickness, Saint Cornelius; the toothache, Saint Apollin, etc. Beasts and cattle also have their presiding saints; for Saint Loi, says the homily, is the horse leech, and Saint Antony the swineherd, etc. The homily adds, "that in many points the papists exceed the Gentiles in idolatry, and particularly in honouring and worshipping the relics and bones of saints, which prove that they be mortal men and dead, and therefore no gods to be worshipped, which the Gentiles would never confess of their gods for very shame." And after enumerating many ridiculous practices of the Catholics in reference to these relics, the homily concludes with observing, "that they are not only more wicked than the Gentile idolaters, but also no wiser than asses, horses, and mules, which have no understanding." In the second place, the homilies show that the rites and ceremonies of the papists, in honouring and worshipping their images or saints, are the same with the rites of the pagans. "This, say they, is evident in their pilgrimages to visit images, which had more holiness and virtue in them than others; in their candle religion, burning incense, offering up gold to images, hanging up crutches, chairs, and ships, legs, arms, and whole men and women of war, before images, as though by them, or saints as they say, they were delivered from lameness, sickness, captivity, or shipwreck." In spreading abroad, after the manner of the heathens, the miracles that have accompanied images, "such an image was sent from heaven, like the Palladium or Diana of the Ephesians. Such an image was brought by angels. Such a one came itself far from the east to the west, as Dame Fortune fled to Rome. Some images, though they were hard and stony, yet for tender heart and pity wept. Some spake more monstrously than ever did Balaam's ass, who had life and breath in him. Such a cripple came and saluted this saint of oak, and by he was made whole, and here hangeth his crutch. Such a one in a tempest vowed to Saint Christopher and scaped, and behold, here is his ship of war. Such a one by Saint Leonard's help brake out of prison, and see where his fetters hang. And infinite thousands more miracles by like, or more shameless lies were reported." After all this, I appeal to every intelligent reader, whether the religion of the heathens, according to its genuine purity, as delineated in this introduction, and as professed and promulgated by the best and wisest men of antiquity, is not infinitely preferable to that of the Catholics, and whether it is not more holy to reverence beings the immediate progeny of the ineffable principle of all things, and which are eternally centered and rooted in him, and to believe that in reverencing these, we at the same time reverence the ineffable, because they partake of his nature, and that through these, as media, we become united with him, than to reverence men, and the images of men, many of whom, when living, were the disgrace of human nature. The Church of England, as we see, prefers the pagans to the papists, and I trust that every other sect of Protestant Christians will unanimously subscribe to her decision. And thus much in defense of the theology of Plato and the religious worship of the heathens. It now remains that I should speak of the following work, of its author and the translation. The work itself, then, is a scientific development of the deiform processions from the ineffable principle of things, and this, as it appears to me, in the greatest perfection possible to man. For the reasoning is everywhere consummately accurate and deduced from self-evident principles, and the conclusions are the result of what Plato powerfully calls geometrical necessities. To the reader of this work, indeed, who has not been properly disciplined in Eleatic and academic studies, and who has not a genius naturally adapted to such abstruse speculations, it will doubtless appear to be perfectly unintelligible, and, in the language of critical cant, nothing but jargon and reverie. This, however, is what Plato, the great hierophant of this theology, predicted would be the case, if ever it was unfolded to the multitude at large. "For as it appears to me," says he, "there are scarcely any particulars which will be considered by the multitude more ridiculous than these, nor again any which will appear more wonderful and enthusiastic to those who are naturally adapted to perceive them." In his 7th epistle also he observes as follows: "Thus much, however, I shall say respecting all those who either have written or shall write, affirming that they know those things which are the objects of my study, whether they have heard them from me or from others, or whether they have discovered them themselves, that they have not heard anything about these things conformable to my opinion. For I never have written, nor ever shall write about them. For a thing of this kind cannot be expressed by words like other disciplines, but by long familiarity and living in conjunction with the thing itself. A light, as it were, leaping from a fire, will on a sudden be enkindled in the soul, and there itself nourish itself. Close quote. And shortly after he adds, quote, "But if it appeared to me that the particulars of which I am speaking could be sufficiently communicated to the multitude by writing or speech, what could we accomplish more beautiful in life than to impart a mighty benefit to mankind, and lead an intelligible nature into light, so as to be obvious to all men? I think, however, that an attempt of this kind would only be beneficial to a few, who, from some small vestiges previously demonstrated, are themselves able to discover these abstruse particulars. But with respect to the rest of mankind, some it will fill with a contempt by no means elegant, and others with a lofty and arrogant hope that they shall now learn certain venerable things." Close quote. The prediction of Plato, therefore, has been but too truly fulfilled in the fate which has attended the writings of the best of his disciples, among whom Proclus certainly maintains the most distinguished rank. This indeed these disciples well knew would be the case, but perceiving that the hand of barbaric and despotic power was about to destroy the schools of the philosophers, and foreseeing that dreadful night of ignorance and folly which succeeded so nefarious an undertaking, they benevolently disclosed in as luminous a manner as the subject would permit the arcana of their master's doctrines, thereby, as Plato expresses it, giving assistance to philosophy, and also preserving it as a paternal and immortal inheritance to the latest posterity. Proclus, in the first book of this work, has enumerated the requisites which a student of it ought to possess, and it is most certain that he who does not possess them will never fathom the depths of this theology, or perceive his mind irradiated with that admirable light, mentioned by Plato in the foregoing extract, and which is only to be seen by that eye of the soul, which is better worth saving than 10,000 corporeal eyes. With respect to the diction of Proclus in this work, its general character is that of purity, clearness, copiousness, and magnificence, so that even the fastidious critic, who considers every Greek writer as partially barbarous who lived after the fall of the Macedonian Empire, must, however unwillingly, be forced to acknowledge that Proclus is a splendid exception. The sagacious Kepler, whose decision on this subject outweighs in my opinion that of a swarm of modern critics, after having made a long extract from the commentaries of Proclus on Euclid, gives the following animated encomium of his diction. Quote, "Oratio fluit ipsi torrentis instar, ripas inundans, et coeca dubitationum vada gurgitesque occutans. Tu mens plena maestatis tantarum rerum, luctatur in angustiis linguae, et conclusio nunquam sibi ipsi verborum copia satisfaciens, propositionum simplicitatem excedit. Close quote. Id est, quote, his language flows like a torrent, inundating its banks, and hiding the dark fords and whirlpools of doubt, while his mind, full of the majesty of things of such a magnitude, struggles in the straits of language, and the conclusion, never satisfying him, exceeds by the copia of words the simplicity of the propositions. Close quote. If we omit what Kepler here says about the struggle of the mind of Proclus, and his never being satisfied with the conclusion, the rest of his eulogy is equally applicable to the style of the present work, so far as it is possible for the beauties of diction to be combined with the rigid accuracy of geometrical reasoning. With respect to the life of Proclus, it has been written with great elegance by his disciple Marinus, and a translation of it by me prefixed to my version of the commentaries of Proclus was published in 1788. From the edition of that life, therefore, by Fabricius, the following particulars relative to this very extraordinary man are extracted, for the information of the reader who may not have the translation of it in his possession. According to the accurate chronology then of Fabricius, Proclus was born at Byzantium in the year of Christ 412, on the 6th of the Ides of February, and died in the 124th year after the reign of the Emperor Julian, on the 17th day of the Attic Munician, or the April of the Romans, Nicagoras the Junior being at that time the Athenian archon. His father Patricius and his mother Marcella were both of them of the Lycian nation, and were no less illustrious for their virtue than their birth. As soon as he was born, his parents brought him to their native country, Xanthus, which was sacred to Apollo, and this, says Marinus, happened to him by a certain divine allotment. Quote, "For," he adds, "I think it was necessary that he, who was to be the leader of all sciences, should be nourished and educated under the presiding deity of the Muses." Close quote. The person of Proclus was uncommonly beautiful, and he not only possessed all the moral and intellectual virtues in the highest perfection, but the vestiges of them also, which are denominated the physical virtues, were clearly seen, says Marinus, in his last and shelly vestment, the body. Hence he possessed a remarkable acuteness of sensation, and particularly in the most honourable of the senses, sight and hearing, which, as Plato says, were imparted by the gods to men for the purpose of philosophizing, and for the well-being of the animal life. In the second place, he possessed so great a strength of body that it was neither injured by cold, nor any endurance of labours, though these were extreme, both by night and day. In the third place, he was, as we have before observed, very beautiful. Quote, "For not only," says Marinus, "did his body possess great symmetry, but a living light, as it were, beaming from his soul, was efflorescent in his body, and shone forth with an admirable splendour, which it is impossible to describe." Marinus adds, "Indeed, he was so beautiful that no painter could accurately exhibit his resemblance, and all the pictures of him which were circulated, though very beautiful, were very inferior to the beauty of the original." And in the fourth place, he possessed health in such perfection that he was not ill above twice or thrice in the course of so long a life as 75 years. Such then were the corporeal prerogatives which Proclus possessed, and which may be called the forerunners of the forms of perfect virtue. But he possessed, in a wonderful manner, what Plato calls the elements of a philosophic genius. For he had an excellent memory, learned with facility, was magnificent and graceful, and the friend and ally of truth, justice, fortitude, and temperance. Having for a short space of time applied himself in Lycia to grammar, he went to Alexandria in Egypt, and was there instructed in rhetoric by Leonas, who derived his lineage from Isaurus, and in grammar by Orion, whose ancestors discharged the sacerdotal office among the Egyptians, and who composed elaborate treatises on that art. A certain good fortune, however, says Marinus, brought him back to the place of his nativity, for on his return his tutelar goddess exhorted him to philosophy and to visit the Athenian schools. Having therefore first returned to Alexandria, and bade farewell to rhetoric and the other arts which he had formerly studied, he gave himself up to the discourses of the philosophers then resident at Alexandria. Here he became an auditor of Olympiodorus, the most illustrious of philosophers, for the sake of imbibing the doctrine of Aristotle, and was instructed in the mathematical disciplines by Hera, a religious man and eminently skillful in teaching those sciences. Proclus, however, not being satisfied with the Alexandrian schools, went to Athens, "with a certain splendid procession," says Marinus, "of all eloquence and elegance, and attended by the gods that preside over philosophy, and by beneficent demons. For that the succession of philosophy might be preserved legitimate and genuine, the gods led him to the city over which its inspective guardian presides." Hence Proclus was called κατ' εξοχήν, by way of eminence, the Platonic successor. At Athens, therefore, Proclus fortunately met with the first of philosophers, Suianus, the son of Philoxenus, who not only much assisted him in his studies, but made him his domestic as to other concerns, and the companion of his philosophic life, having found him such an auditor and successor as he had a long time sought for, and one who was capable of receiving a multitude of disciplines and divine dogmas. In less than 2 whole years, therefore, Proclus read with Suianus all the works of Aristotle, videre licet his logic, ethics, politics, physics, and theological science, and being sufficiently instructed in these, as in certain proteleia, or things preparatory to initiation and lesser mysteries, Suianus led him to the mystic discipline of Plato in an orderly progression, and not according to the Chaldean oracle with a transcendent foot. He likewise enabled Proclus to survey in conjunction with him, says Marinus, truly divine mysteries, with the eyes of his soul free from material darkness, and with undefiled intellectual vision. But Proclus, employing sleepless exercise and attention, both by night and by day, and synoptically and judiciously committing to writing what he heard from Surianus, made so great a progress in a little time, that by then he was 28 years of age. He had composed a multitude of works, and among the rest his commentaries on the Timaeus, which are truly elegant and full of science. But from such a discipline as this, his manners became more adorned, and as he advanced in science, he increased in virtue. Marinus, after this, shows how Proclus possessed all the virtues in the greatest possible perfection, and how he proceeded from the exercise of the political virtues, which are produced by reason adorning the irrational part as its instrument, to the cathartic virtues which pertain to reason alone, withdrawing from other things to itself, throwing aside the instruments of sense as vain, repressing also the energies through these instruments, and liberating the soul from the bonds of generation. He then adds, quote, Proclus, having made a proficiency through these virtues, as it were by certain mystic steps, recurred from these to such as are greater and more telestic, being conducted to them by a prosperous nature and scientific discipline. For, being now purified, rising above generation and despising its thyrsus bearers, he was agitated with a divinely inspired fury about the first essences, and became an inspector of the truly blessed spectacles which they contain. No longer collecting discursively and demonstratively the science of them, but surveying them, as it were, by simple intuition, and beholding through intellectual energies the paradigms in a divine intellect, assuming a virtue which can no longer be denominated prudence, but which ought rather to be called wisdom, or something still more venerable than this. The philosopher, therefore, energizing according to this virtue, easily comprehended all the theology of the Greeks and barbarians, and that which is adumbrated in mythological fictions, and brought it into light to those who are willing and able to understand it. He explained likewise everything in a more enthusiastic manner, and brought the different theologies to an harmonious agreement. At the same time also, investigating the writings of the ancients, whatever he found in them genuine, he judiciously adopted. But if he found anything of a spurious nature, this he entirely rejected as erroneous. He also strenuously subverted by a diligent examination such doctrines as were contrary to truth. In his associations too with others, he employed no less force and perspicuity, for he was a man laborious beyond measure, as in one day he gave 5 and sometimes more lectures, and wrote as many as 700 verses. Besides this, he went to other philosophers, and spent the evening in conversation with them, and all these employments he executed in such a manner as not to neglect his nocturnal and vigilant piety to the gods, and assiduously supplicating the sun when rising, when at his meridian altitude, and when he sets. Marinus further observes of this most extraordinary man, quote, that he did not seem to be without divine inspiration, for words similar to the most white and thick falling snow proceeded from his wise mouth. His eyes appeared to be filled with a fulgid splendor, and the rest of his face to participate of divine illumination. Hence Rufinus, a man illustrious in the Republic, and who was also a man of veracity, and in other respects venerable, happening to be present with him when he was lecturing, perceived that his head was surrounded with a light. And when Proclus had finished his lecture, Rufinus, rising, adored him, and testified by an oath the truth of the divine vision which he had seen. Marinus also informs us, that Proclus, being purified in an orderly manner by the Chaldean purifications, was an inspector of the lucid Hecatic visions, as he himself somewhere mentions in one of his writings. By opportunely moving likewise a certain Hecatic spirula, he procured showers of rain, and freed Athens from an unseasonable heat. Besides this, by certain phylacteria, or charms, he stopped an earthquake, and had made trial of the divining energy of the tripod, having been instructed by certain verses respecting its failure. For when he was in his 40th year, he appeared in a dream to utter the following verses. High above ether there with radiance bright, a pure immortal splendor wings its flight, whose beams divine with vivid force aspire, and leap resounding from a fount of fire. And in the beginning of his 42nd year, he appeared to himself to pronounce with a loud voice these verses. Lo, on my soul a sacred fire descends, whose vivid power the intellect extends. From whence far beaming through dull bodies night, it soars to ether decked with starry light, and with soft murmurs through the azure round, the lucid regions of the gods resound. Besides, he clearly perceived that he belonged to the Mercurial series, and was persuaded from a dream that he possessed the soul of Nicomachus the Pythagorean. In the last place, Marinus adds, that the lovers of more elegant studies may be able to conjecture from the position of the stars under which he was born, that the condition of his life was by no means among the last or middle, but among the first orders. We have thought fit to expose in this place the following scheme of his nativity. The sun at 16 degrees, 26 minutes, Aquarius. The moon at 17 degrees, 29 minutes, Gemini. Saturn at 24 degrees, 23 minutes, Taurus. Jupiter at 24 degrees, 41 minutes, Taurus. Mars at 29 degrees, 50 minutes, Sagittarius. Venus at 0 degrees, 23 minutes, Pisces. Mercury at 4 degrees, 42 minutes, Aquarius. Ascendant at 8 degrees, 19 minutes, Aries. Mid-heaven at 4 degrees, 42 minutes, Capricorn. South node, or descending node, or the head of the dragon, at 24 degrees, 33 minutes, Scorpio. The new moon preceding his birth, at 8 degrees, 51 minutes Aquarius. And thus much for the life of Proclus. With respect to the translation of the following work on the Theology of Plato, I can only say that I have endeavored to render it as faithful as possible, and to preserve the manner as well as the matter of the author, this being indispensably necessary, both from the importance of the subject and the scientific accuracy of the reasoning with which it is discussed. I have added a seventh book in order to render the work complete, for without the development of the mundane gods, and the more excellent genera their perpetual attendants, it would obviously be incomplete. From the catalogue of the manuscripts in the late French king's library, it is evident that Proclus had written a seventh book, as some chapters of it are there said to be extant in that library. These I have endeavoured, but without success, to obtain. The want of this seventh book by Proclus will doubtless be considered by all the friends of Greek literature, and particularly by all who are lovers of the doctrines of Plato, as a loss of no common magnitude. It is, however, a fortunate circumstance that in the composition of the seventh book I have been able to supply the deficiency arising from the want of that which was written by Proclus, in a great measure from other works of Proclus himself, and particularly from his very elegant and scientific commentaries on the Timaeus of Plato. So that I trust the loss is in some measure supplied, though I am sensible very inadequately, could it be compared with the book which was written by a man of such gigantic powers of mind as Proclus, and who had also sources of information on the subject which at the present period it is impossible to obtain. A translation of the elements of theology is added in order to render the treatise on the Theology of Plato more complete, and to assist the reader who wishes to penetrate the depths of that most abstruse and sublime work, for the former elucidates and is elucidated by the latter. In translating the treatise of Proclus on Providence and Fate, I had great difficulties to encounter, as the original Greek is lost, and nothing but a Latin translation, which Fabricius observes is all but barbarous, remains. If the reader compares that translation with mine, he will at once acknowledge the truth of my remark. Indeed, that translation is in some parts so barbarous that nothing but an intimate acquaintance with the writings of Proclus and the philosophy of Plato could enable any one to render them intelligible in another language. The same observation is partially applicable to the translation of the extracts from two other treatises of Proclus. The Greek text of Proclus abounds with errors, so that the emendations which I have made, and the deficiencies which I have supplied in this volume, amount to more than 400, and the Latin translation of Portus is so very faulty as to be almost beyond example bad. Having discovered this to be the case, and having in so many places corrected the original, I scarcely think that any of my critical enemies will be hardy enough to say that any part of this volume was translated from the Latin, where the Greek could be obtained. As I am conscious, however, that in what is now offered to the public, I had no other view than to benefit those who are capable of being benefited by such sublime speculations, that wishing well to all mankind, and particularly to my country, I have laboured to disseminate the philosophy and theology of Plato, as highly favorable to the interests of piety and good government, and most hostile to lawless conduct and revolutionary principles, and that I have done my best to deserve the esteem of the wise and worthy part of mankind, I am wholly unconcerned as to the reception it may meet with from the malevolent, though I wish for the approbation of the candid critics of the day. For in all my labours I have invariably observed the following Pythagoric precept: quote, "Do those things which you judge to be beautiful, though in doing them you should be without renown, for the rabble is a bad judge of a good thing." Close quote. End of the introduction. Contents of the chapters of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. Contents of the chapters of Book 1. Chapter 1. The preface, in which the scope of the treatise is unfolded, together with the praise of Plato himself, and of those that received the philosophy from him. Chapter 2. What the mode of the discussion is in the present treatise, and what preparation of the auditors of it is previously necessary. Chapter 3. What a theologist is according to Plato, whence he begins, as far as to what hypostases he ascends, and according to what power of the soul he particularly energizes. Chapter 4. The theological types or forms, according to all which Plato disposes the doctrine concerning the gods. Chapter 5. What the dialogues are from which the theology of Plato may especially be assumed, and to what orders of gods each of these dialogues refers us. Chapter 6. An objection against collecting the Platonic theology from many dialogues, in consequence of its being partial and distributed into minute parts. Chapter 7. A solution of the before-mentioned objection, referring to one dialogue, the Parmenides, the whole truth concerning the gods according to Plato. Chapter 8. An enumeration of the different opinions concerning the Parmenides, and a division of the objections to them. Chapter 9. A confutation of those who assert that the Parmenides is a logical dialogue, and who admit that the discussion in it is argumentative, proceeding through subjects of opinion. Chapter 10. How far they are right to assert that the hypotheses of the Parmenides are concerning the principles of things, and what is to be added to what they say from the doctrine of our preceptor Surianus. Chapter 11. Many demonstrations concerning the conclusions of the second hypothesis, and of the division of it according to the divine orders. Chapter 12. The intention of the hypotheses, demonstrating their connection with each other and their consent with the things themselves. Chapter 13. What the common rules concerning the gods are, which Plato delivers in the Laws, and also concerning the hyparxes of the gods, their providence and their immutable perfection. Chapter 14. How the hyparxis of the gods is delivered in the Laws, and through what media the discourse recurs to the truly existing gods. How the providence of the gods is demonstrated in the Laws, and what the mode of their providence is according to Plato. Chapter 15. Through what arguments in the same treatise, the Laws, it is demonstrated that the gods provide for all things immutably. Chapter 16. What the axioms are concerning the gods, which are delivered in the Republic, and what order they have with respect to each other. Chapter 17. What the goodness of the gods is, and how they are said to be the causes of all good, and that evil, according to every hypostasis, is itself adorned and arranged by the gods. Chapter 18. What the immutability is of the gods, where also it is shown what their self-sufficiency and firm impassivity are, and how we are to understand their possessing an invariable sameness of subsistence. Chapter 19. What the simplicity is of the gods, and how that which is simple in them appears to be various in secondary natures. Chapter 20. What the truth is in the gods, and whence falsehood is introduced in the participations of the gods by secondary natures. Chapter 21. From the axioms in the Phaedrus concerning everything divine, it follows that everything divine is beautiful, wise, and good. Chapter 22. A discussion of the dogmas concerning the goodness of the gods, and an investigation of the elements of the good in the Philebus. Chapter 23. What the wisdom of the gods is, and what elements of it may be assumed from Plato. Chapter 24. Concerning divine beauty and the elements of it as delivered by Plato. Chapter 25. What the triad is which is conjoined with the good, the wise, and the beautiful, and what auxiliaries to the theory of it Plato affords us. Chapter 26. Concerning the axioms delivered in the Phaedo respecting an invisible nature, what the divine nature is, what the immortal and the intelligible are, and what order these possess with reference to each other. Chapter 27. What the uniform and indissoluble are, and how sameness of subsistence and the unbegotten are to be assumed in divine natures. Chapter 28. How paternal and how maternal causes are to be assumed in the gods. Chapter 29. Concerning divine names, and the rectitude of them, as delivered in the Cratylus. Contents of the chapters of Book 2. Chapter 1. A method leading to the superessential principle of all things, according to the intellectual conception of the One and multitude. Chapter 2. A second method unfolding the hypostasis of the One, and demonstrating it to be exempt from all corporeal and incorporeal essences. Chapter 3. Many arguments in confirmation of the same thing, and evincing the irreprehensible hypothesis of the One. Chapter 4. A confutation of those who say that the first principle is not according to Plato above intellect, and demonstrations from the Republic, the Sophista, the Philebus, and the Parmenides of the superessential hypostasis of the One. Chapter 5. What the modes are of assent to the One according to Plato, and that the modes are two through analogy and through negations. Likewise, where Plato treats of each of these, and through what cause. Chapter 6. By what and by how many names Plato unfolds the ineffable principle, and why he unfolds it by such and by so many names, and how these names accord with the modes of assent to it. Chapter 7. What the assertions are in the Republic concerning the first principle, through its analogy to the sun, where also it is shown how it is celebrated as the good, and as the most splendid of being, how the sun is the offspring of the good, and that according to each order of divine natures, there is a monad analogous to the first principle, and how the first principle is the cause of all beings, and is itself prior to power and energy. Chapter 8. What Plato, in his epistle to Dionysius, says the first king is, and admonitions that the first God is discussed in that epistle. Chapter 9. What the three conceptions are which are delivered in that epistle concerning the first king, how all things are about him, how all things are for his sake, how he is the cause of all beautiful things, what the order is of these conceptions, and from what hypotheses they are assumed. Chapter 10. How, in the first hypothesis of the Parmenides, Plato delivers the doctrine concerning the One, employing for this purpose negations, and on what account the negations are such and so many. Chapter 11. How it is necessary to enter on the theory concerning the One through negations, and what disposition of the soul is most adapted to discussions of this kind. Chapter 12. A celebration of the One, demonstrating through negative conclusions that it is exempt from all the orders of beings, according to the order delivered in the Parmenides. Contents of the chapters of Book 3. Chapter 1. That after the discussion in common of the one principle of things, it is requisite to treat of the divine orders, and to show how many they are, and how they are divided from each other. Chapter 2. That the multitude of unities, according to which the gods have their hypostasis, subsists after the One. Chapter 3. How many the particulars are, which ought to be demonstrated previous to the discovery of the multitude of the divine orders, and an uninterrupted narration of the doctrine of these. Chapter 4. That all the unities are participable, and that there is only one truly superessential one, but that all the other unities are participated by essences. Chapter 5. That the participations of the unities, which are nearer to the One, proceed into more simple hypostases, but the participations of those that are remote from the One proceed into more composite hypostases. Chapter 6. What the natures are which participate of the divine unities, and what the order of them is with respect to each other, and that being indeed is the most ancient of these, life the second, intellect the third, soul the fourth, and body the last, and that there are also as many orders of the divine unities. Chapter 7. A resumption of the doctrine concerning the One, and a discussion of the biformed principles posterior to the One. Chapter 8. What the two principles are of all things posterior to the One. How Socrates the Philebus calls them bound and infinity, and of what things they are the causes two beings. Chapter 9. What the third thing is which is produced from the two principles. Why Socrates in the Philebus calls it that which is mixed. That it is nothing else than that which is primarily being, and how this proceeds from the two principles and from the one. Chapter 10. How from images also it may be inferred that the first thing which subsists from bound and infinity is being. How this may be demonstrated, and how bound and infinity are twofold, one order of these subsisting in being, but the other existing prior to being. Chapter 11. What the triad is, which Socrates in the Philebus says is inherent in everything that is mixed. Chapter 12. Concerning the first intelligible triad in common, and how the second triad proceeds analogous to this. Chapter 13. What the second intelligible triad is. A more accurate account of it, as subsisting from that which predominates, from that which is participated, and from that which characterizes the mixture. Chapter 14. What the third intelligible triad is. What that is which predominates and is participated in this, and at the end a discourse in common concerning the distinction of the three triads. Chapter 15. How the intelligible triads are delivered in the Timaeus, and many admonitions concerning animal itself, evincing that it has the third order in intelligibles. Chapter 16. Many demonstrations that eternity subsists according to the middle order of intelligibles. Chapter 17. That the one in which eternity abides is the summit of intelligibles. Chapter 18. Concerning all the intelligible orders in common, according to the doctrine of Timaeus, and a more accurate account of the peculiarities in the intelligible triads. Chapter 19. Concerning intelligible forms, and the doctrine unfolding the peculiarity of them, how likewise they are four, and from what causes they subsist. Chapter 20. That also, from what is said in the Sopista, it is possible to discover the three intelligible orders. Videre licet, in that part of the Sopista in which it is shown what the one being, what whole, and what all are. Chapter 21. A summary account of what has been said concerning the intelligible triads, and admonitions from Plato that it is possible to divide them into father, power, and intellect. Chapter 22. How in the Phaedrus it is said that everything divine is beautiful, wise, and good. What triple elements of each of these Plato delivers, and how from these it is possible to accede to the union and separation of the intelligible triads. Chapter 23. How Parmenides delivers the multitude of gods in the second hypothesis, and how we should discourse about each order of them, employing for this purpose the conclusions of that hypothesis. Chapter 24. What the first intelligible triad is according to Parmenides, whence he begins, and how far he proceeds, teaching concerning it. Chapter 25. What the second intelligible triad is, how it is delivered by Parmenides in continuity with the triad prior to it, and how far he produces the discourse concerning it. Chapter 26. What the third intelligible triad is, and how Parmenides unfolds it through the third conclusion. Chapter 27. Concerning the three conclusions in common, through which the three orders of intelligibles are characterized, and how through these it is possible to dissolve the most difficult of theological doubts. Chapter 28. The celebration of the intelligible gods, unfolding at the same time the union of intelligibles themselves with the good and their exempt hyparxis. Contents of the chapters of Book 4. Chapter 1. What the peculiarity is of the intelligible and intellectual gods. How they illuminate imparticipable life, and are in continuity with the intelligible gods. Chapter 2. How the intelligible and intellectual gods subsist from the intelligible gods, and how they communicate with the intelligible gods. Chapter 3. What the division is of the intelligible and intellectual gods according to triads, and what the difference is of these triads with respect to the intelligible triads. Chapter 4. How Socrates in the Phaedrus leads us to this order of gods. Chapter 5. That it is not proper to understand the heaven and celestial circulation celebrated in the Phaedrus as pertaining to sensibles, and many admonitions from the Platonic words themselves, that these are to be referred to the first order of heaven. Chapter 6. That the supercelestial place is not simply intelligible, but demonstrations from what is delivered about it in the Phaedrus, that it is allotted an intelligible order as in intellectuals. Chapter 7. That the sub-celestial arch is the boundary of the intelligible and intellectual gods, evinced from the peculiarities of it. Chapter 8. Why Plato characterizes this order of gods from the middle which it contains, and delivers the names of the extremes according to the habitude to this middle. Chapter 9. That Plato delivers the same mode of assent to the intelligible as is delivered by initiators into the mysteries. Chapter 10. What the supercelestial place is. How it proceeds from the first intelligibles. How it is supreme in intellectuals. And how Plato demonstrates its prolific power. Chapter 11. How Plato has indicated the unknown peculiarity of the summit of intelligibles and intellectuals, and why he celebrates it at one and the same time affirmatively and negatively. Chapter 12. What the negations are of the supercelestial place, that they are produced from the divine orders. What kind of negations also designate the uncolored, what the unfigured, and what the privation of contact. Chapter 13. What the things are which Plato affirms of the supercelestial place, and from what intelligible peculiarities he ascribes to it affirmative signs. Chapter 14. What the three deities of the virtues, videre licet, science, temperance, and justice, are in the supercelestial place, what order they have with respect to each other, and what perfection each of them imparts to the gods. Chapter 15. What the plain of truth, and what the meadow are. What the unical form of intelligible nutriment is. What the twofold nutriment of the gods is, which is distributed from this intelligible food. Chapter 16. Many admonitions that the supercelestial place is triadic, and what the signs are of the three hypostases in it. Chapter 17. Who Adrastea is. What the sacred law of Adrastea is, that she ranks in the supercelestial place, and on what account she does so. Chapter 18. A summary account of what is said about the supercelestial place, unfolding the peculiarities of it. Chapter 19. Demonstrations that the connectedly containing order is in the intelligible and intellectual gods, and that it is necessary there should be three connective causes of wholes. Chapter 20. That according to Plato, the celestial circulation is the same with the connective order. Chapter 21. How we may obtain auxiliaries from what is said by Plato of the triadic division in the connective deity, and why he especially venerates the union in this triad. Chapter 22. What the theology in the Cratylus is concerning heaven, and how it is possible to collect from it by a reasoning process the middle of the intelligible and intellectual gods. Chapter 23. That the most divinely inspired of the interpreters have defined the sub-celestial arch to be a certain peculiar order, and that our preceptor has unfolded it in the most perfect manner. Chapter 24. Many admonitions that the peculiarity of the sub-celestial arch is perfective, from what Plato has delivered concerning it, and from the souls that are elevated to it. Chapter 25. What the triadic division is of the perfective order, which Plato has delivered in the sub-celestial arch. Chapter 26. What the elevation is of souls separate from bodies to the intelligible and intellectual triads. What the most blessed telete is. What muesis and epoptea are. What the entire, simple, and unmoved visions are, and what the end is of all this elevation. Chapter 27. How Plato unfolds in the Parmenides from intelligibles the intelligible and intellectual orders, and what that which is common and that which is different are in the theology concerning these. Chapter 28. How the intelligible and intellectual number proceeds from intelligibles, and in what it differs from intelligible multitude. Chapter 29. How divine number adorns all beings, and what the powers in it are, which are symbolically delivered from the division of number. Chapter 30. How Parmenides has delivered the feminine and generative peculiarity of first number, in what he says concerning number. Chapter 31. How we may discover, in what is delivered concerning number, the triadic division of the summit of intelligibles and intellectuals. Chapter 32. Whether it is proper to place number prior to animal itself, or in animal itself, or posterior to it. Chapter 33. whence Parmenides begins to speak about number, how far he proceeds in what he says about it, and how he unfolds the different orders in it. Chapter 34. What the unknown is in divine numbers, what the generative is in them, and admonitions of these things from what is elsewhere said by Plato concerning numbers. Chapter 35. How Parmenides delivers the middle order of intelligibles and intellectuals through the one, whole and finite, and what the peculiarities are of these. Chapter 36. Whence Parmenides begins to speak about this order, and how far he proceeds in what he says about it, how he likewise unfolds the three monads in it conformably to what is said in the Phaedrus concerning them. Chapter 37. How Parmenides delivers the third order of intelligibles and intellectuals, and how he unfolds the perfective peculiarity and triadic division of it. Chapter 38. An admonition what the union is of the three intelligible and intellectual triads, from the conclusions of Parmenides. Chapter 39. How many theological dogmas we may assume, through the order of the conclusions delivered by Parmenides in his discourse concerning the intelligible and intellectual gods. Contents of the chapters of Book 5. Chapter 1. How the intellectual orders proceed from the intelligible and intellectual gods, and according to what peculiarities they subsist. Chapter 2. What the division is of the intellectual gods, and the progression according to hebdomads in this order of gods. Chapter 3. Who the three intellectual fathers are according to Plato, what the three undefiled monads are, and who the seventh deity is that is co-arranged with the two triads. Chapter 4. How, from the writings of Plato, the procession of the intellectual gods into 7 hebdomads may be collected by a reasoning process. Chapter 5. Who the mighty Saturn is, according to the theology in the Quartiles, and how he is in a certain respect intelligible, and in a certain respect intellectual, in which also the dogmas are discussed concerning the union of intellect with the intelligible, and its separation from it. Chapter 6. What the kingdom of Saturn is, in what manner it is delivered by Plato in the Politicus, and of what it is the cause to the world, to the mundane gods, and to partial souls. Chapter 7. What the Saturnian life of souls is, and what peculiarities of this circulation the Elean guest delivers. Chapter 8. How souls are said to be nourished by intelligibles, and what the difference is of the nutriment derived from different intelligibles. Chapter 9. What the orders are which the mighty Saturn causes to preside over wholes, in which also who the Saturnian intellect is that is delivered in the Gorgias is unfolded. Chapter 10. How this god Saturn is peculiarly called by theologists insenescible, or free from old age, and how Plato has delivered this peculiarity of him. Chapter 11. Who the vivific goddess is, how she is the collector of the Saturnian and Jovian kingdoms, and what orders she possesses conjoined with both these kingdoms. Chapter 12. Who the third father in intellectuals is, how he proceeds from the causes prior to him, and that he is the demiurgus of the universe. Chapter 13. Demonstrations that the whole demiurgus of the universe is the third father of the intellectual gods. Chapter 14. An answer to those who say that there are three demiurgi according to Plato, demonstrating through many arguments that the demiurgic monad is arranged prior to the demiurgic triad, in the third order of intellectuals. Chapter 15. That Timaeus especially delivers the peculiarity of the demiurgus by calling him intellect, and that this pertains to the third of the intellectual fathers. Chapter 16. How, according to another method, it is requisite to discover the peculiarity of the demiurgus, and how the demiurgus is called in the Timaeus effector and father, in which also it is clearly shown where the paternal and at the same time effective, where the effective and paternal, and where the effective only are, according to Plato, and in short, in what effector and father differ. Chapter 17. How, following Timaeus, according to a third method, we may purify our conceptions concerning the demiurgic monad. Chapter 18. A theological explanation of the speech of the demiurgus in the Timaeus, distinctly evolving our conceptions about the demiurgic energy. Chapter 19. What the second speech of the demiurgus is to divisible souls, in what it differs from the former, and how in this all the measures of the life of souls are defined. Chapter 20. A summary of all that is said about the demiurgus, following the doctrine of Timaeus. Chapter 21. Admonitions from what is said in the Cratylus, that Plato attributes fabrication to Jupiter. Chapter 22. Admonitions from what is said in the Cratylus of the fabrication of Jupiter, in which also the concord is demonstrated of the theology from names, with the arrangement of the demiurgus in the Timaeus. Chapter 23. Admonitions of the fabrication of Jupiter from what is demonstrated in the Philebus, in which also it is shown what the royal soul and the royal intellect are. Chapter 24. Demonstrations of the same thing from what is said in the Protagoras about the political science. Chapter 25. An argument showing that Jupiter is the demiurgus and father of the universe according to Plato, from what is said in the Politicus concerning the twofold circulation of the universe. Chapter 26. Admonitions of the same things from what is said in the Laws concerning analogy, videre licet, that it is the judgment of Jupiter. Chapter 27. How Jupiter subsists according to cause in animal itself, and how animal itself is in Jupiter. Chapter 28. How Timaeus attributes to the demiurgus the unknown and ineffable. Chapter 29. Why Timaeus thinks fit to denominate animal itself, and is of opinion that it may be known, but leaves the demiurgos unknown and ineffable. Chapter 30. Concerning the crater in the Timaeus, a theology teaching what the genera are that are mingled in it, and how it is the cause of the essence of souls. Chapter 31. That the crater in the Timaeus is fontal, and admonitions from the writings of Plato concerning the principle and fountain of souls. Chapter 32. That the three vivific fountains, co-arranged with the demiurgos, may be assumed from what is said in the Timaeus, videre licet, the fountain of souls, the fountain of the virtues, and the fountain of natures. Chapter 33. Admonitions concerning the undefiled gods, that there are such gods according to Plato, and what the peculiarity is of their essence. Chapter 34. More manifest demonstrations of the hypostasis of the undefiled gods, according to Plato. Chapter 35. Admonitions through many arguments how it is proper to denominate the undefiled gods according to Plato, in which also the union of them, what their separation and what their peculiarity are, is delivered. Chapter 36. How, from what is mystically asserted by Plato, auxiliaries may be obtained concerning the seventh monad of intellectuals. Chapter 37. How Plato delivers in the Parmenides the summit of the intellectual gods. Chapter 38. How Parmenides unfolds the middle order of the intellectual breadth, and through what signs. Chapter 39. How Parmenides defines the third order of intellectuals, and through what peculiarities. Chapter 40. A common theory of the intellectual hebdomad from the conclusions of Parmenides. Contents of the chapters of Book 6. Chapter 1. That the ruling order of gods is in continuity with the intellectual gods, and that the division into fountains and principles may be assumed from the writings of Plato through the theory about souls. Chapter 2. How the ruling gods proceed, and that the supermundane peculiarity pertains to these gods alone. Chapter 3. What the peculiarity is of the ruling gods, that the assimilative is especially characteristic of them, and how the causes of assimilation are antecedently assumed in the demiurgus, and how in the intelligible paradigm. Chapter 4. What the powers are of the assimilative gods, what their energies, and how many goods are imparted by them to the world, and to all mundane natures. Chapter 5. What the divisions are of the assimilative gods, and that the greatest part of the discourse about them is concerning the middle orders in them. Chapter 6. Many demonstrations that both according to Plato and other theologists, there is one demiurgus prior to the three demiurgi. Chapter 7. That Jupiter is twofold, one indeed being prior to the three sons of Saturn, but the other being one of them, and how the three proceed from Saturn, and the one Jupiter. Chapter 8. That according to Plato also the demiurgic monad subsists prior to the three sons of Saturn. Demonstrations of this from what is said in the Politicus and in the Laws. Chapter 9. more manifest admonitions of the same things from what is said in the Gorgias and in the Cratylus. Chapter 10. Who the three demiurgi are, and what order they have with reference to each other. Likewise, what their progressions are, and their divisions about the world. Chapter 11. What the vivific triad is among the ruling gods, and whence we may derive auxiliaries from the writings of Plato concerning the union and division of this triad. Chapter 12. What the convertive triad of the ruling gods is, and what the monad which it contains, in which also the union of Apollo with the sun is demonstrated, and it is shown how from what is said about Apollo we may be led to the theory of the solar orders. Chapter 13. What the undefiled order is of the ruling gods, and how from the writings of Plato conceptions about it may be obtained. Chapter 14. How Parmenides forms his conclusions about the ruling gods in continuity with the demiurgic order, and that he characterizes the whole order of them through similitude and dissimilitude. Chapter 15. What the supermundane and at the same time mundane genus of gods is, and how, through their own medium, they preserve the continuity of the gods that proceed from the demiurgus. Chapter 16. How the liberated gods are characterized, and how from their liberated peculiarity they are exempt from the universe, and are co-arranged with the mundane gods. Chapter 17. What the common powers, and what the common energies are of the liberated gods, according with the essence that has been delivered of them. Chapter 18. Concerning the 12 leaders or rulers mentioned in the Phaedrus, and that they have a liberated order. Chapter 19. Many and clearer demonstrations that the great leader Jupiter and all the dodecad of leaders are liberated. Chapter 20. An explanation from Presidianius causes, whence the number of the dodecad in the liberated gods is derived. Chapter 21. What the division of the liberated leaders is into 2 monads and 1 decad, and what the one division of them is. Chapter 22. The theology concerning each of the 12 gods, unfolding the peculiarities of them from the subjects of their government. Chapter 23. Concerning the mother of the fates mentioned in the Republic, likewise concerning the triad of the fates. What orders they have with reference to each other, what powers of them are delivered through divine symbols, what their energies are, and how Plato characterizes the liberated peculiarity. Chapter 24. How Parmenides forms his conclusions concerning the liberated gods immediately after the assimilative gods, and how he characterizes the order of them by touching and not touching. Contents of the chapters of Book 7. Chapter 1. On the mundane gods in general, the source of their progression, their orders, powers, and spheres. Chapter 2. On the division and allotments of the mundane gods. Chapter 3. That the mundane do not differ from the supermundane gods in habitudes to bodies, etc. That the providence of the gods is not circumscribed by place, that it pervades all things, and like the light of the sun, fills whatever is capable of receiving it. Chapter 4. After what manner the visible celestial orbs are gods. That a celestial body is eminently allied to the incorporeal essence of the gods. That the visible are connected with the intelligible gods. And that the perfectly incorporeal are united to the sensible gods, through the essence of each being characterized by the one. Chapter 5. The nature of the mundane gods unfolded from the speech of the Demiurgus to them in the Timaeus, and what the whole conception of the speech is according to Proclus. Chapter 6. What the Demiurgus affects in the multitude of mundane gods by the first words of his speech. That the words of the Demiurgus are addressed to the composite from soul and animal, videre licet, to the animal which is divine and partakes of a soul. The meaning of the words, quote, "of whom I am the Demiurgus and father," close quote, etc. Chapter 7. The meaning of the words unfolded in the speech of the Demiurgus, quote, "Everything therefore which is bound is dissoluble, but to be willing to dissolve that which is beautifully harmonized and well composed is the province of an ill nature." Close quote. Chapter 8. The following part of the speech of the Demiurgus to the mundane gods unfolded. The difference between the primarily and secondarily immortal, and the primarily and secondarily indissoluble, and that the mundane gods are neither primarily immortal nor primarily indissoluble. Chapter 9. That part of the speech of the Demiurgus unfolded in which he says to the mundane gods, quote, "Learn now therefore what I say to you, indicating my desire." Close quote. Chapter 10. The development of the remaining part of the speech of the Demiurgus. Chapter 11. Who the junior gods are, and why they are thus called. Chapter 12. Farther important particulars respecting the fabrication of the mundane gods, collected from the Timaeus and unfolded. Chapter 13. Continuation of the development of these particulars. Chapter 14. The peculiarities of the celestial gods, separately discussed. Why the one sphere of the fixed stars comprehends a multitude of stars, but each of the planetary spheres convolves only one star, and that in each of the planetary spheres there is a number of satellites analogous to the choir of the fixed stars, subsisting with proper circulations of their own. Chapter 15. The nature of the moon, Mercury, Venus, and the sun unfolded. Chapter 16. Extract from the oration of the Emperor Julian to the sovereign son. Chapter 17. Extract from the manuscript Scholia of Proclus on the Cratylus of Plato concerning Apollo, in which the principal powers of the god are unfolded. Chapter 18. The nature of the Muses unfolded from the above manuscript Scholia. Chapter 19. The nature of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn unfolded. The manner in which each of the 7 planetary divinities becomes an animal, and is suspended from a more divine soul, and what kind of perfection it affords to the universe. Chapter 20. That all the celestial gods are beneficent, and after a similar manner the causes of good, and that the participation of them and the mixture of material with immaterial influences become the causes of the abundant difference in secondary natures. Chapter 21. The nature of Minerva unfolded from the commentaries of Proclus on the Timaeus. The spear and shield with which this goddess, in the statues of her, is represented as armed, explained from Iamblichus, and observations respecting the mundane allotment of this goddess. Chapter 22. The nature of the great mundane divinity, the earth, unfolded from Proclus on the Timaeus of Plato. Chapter 23. The manner in which the earth is said to be the most ancient and the first of the gods within the heavens explained. Chapter 24. On the essence of the sublunary deities, what Plato says of them in the Timaeus unfolded. Chapter 25. Where the sublunary gods are to be arranged, and the meaning of the subsequent words of Plato developed. Chapter 26. The nature of the sublunary gods more fully unfolded. On the demoniacal order, and that about each of the fabricators of generation there is a coordinate angelical, demoniacal, and heroical multitude, which retains the appellation of its producing monad. Chapter 27. What Pythagoras says in the Sacred Discourse. What the Orphic traditions are concerning Phanes, night, heaven, Saturn, Jupiter, and Bacchus. That Plato begins the theogony of the sublunary gods from heaven and earth, and not from Phanes and night, and why he does so. Chapter 28. On the two principles, heaven and earth, what each of them is, and particularly concerning the power of heaven. Chapter 29. The whole theory of earth unfolded, and also the theory of ocean and tethys, that the causes of these are in the intellectual gods, and likewise in the sensible universe. Chapter 30. The theory of forces, Saturn and Rhea unfolded. Chapter 31. The nature of the sublunary Jupiter and Juno unfolded, and why Plato comprehends in this Ennead, videre licet heaven and earth, ocean and tethys, forces, Saturn, Rhea, Jupiter, and Juno, the gods who are the fabricators of generation. Chapter 32. Why Plato denominates the sublunary deities, quote, such as become apparent when they please, close quote. General observations respecting the gods that govern generation. Chapter 33. On the summit or monad of all the mundane gods, Bacchus, and on the mundane soul, which is the immediate participant of the Bacchic intellect. Chapter 34. How the mundane gods are characterized in the Parmenides of Plato. Chapter 35. A development of what Plato says in the Phaedrus about Boreas and Oreithyia, the centaurs, chimeras, gorgons, pegasuses, typhons, Achelous, and the nymphs. Chapter 36. The meaning of Plato unfolded in what he says about Pan, Tartarus, Prometheus, Cadmus, and the Sirens. Chapter 37. A development of Plato's theological conceptions respecting nature, fate, and fortune. Chapter 38. What time, day and night, month and year are, so far as they are deities according to the theology of Plato. Chapter 39. A discussion of the order of divine souls, who are deified by always participating of the gods. Chapter 40. A development of the nature of love from the manuscript Commentary of Proclus on the First Alcibiades of Plato. Chapter 41. A continuation of the same subject. Chapter 42. The nature of demons, more fully disclosed. An extract from the manuscript Commentary of Proclus on the First Alcibiades on this subject. Chapter 43. On the demons who are allotted the superintendence of mankind. Chapter 44. On the demon of Socrates, the peculiarity of this demon, and that it belonged to the Apolloniacal series. Chapter 45. Important information concerning demons from the manuscript Scholia of Proclus on the Cratylus of Plato, and also from the manuscript Commentary of Olympiodorus on the Phaedo of Plato. Chapter 46. The nature of those human souls that are of an heroic characteristic unfolded. What Plato says of these souls in the Cratylus. His meaning elucidated from the manuscript Scholia of Proclus on that dialogue. Chapter 47. How the triple genera that are the perpetual attendants of the gods are indicated in the Parmenides of Plato. Chapter 48. An elucidation from Proclus of what Plato says in the Timaeus in celebration of the divinity of the world, so far as the whole of it is a god. Chapter 49. A further elucidation from Proclus of the same subject. Chapter 50. The meaning of the words of Plato, quote, "And causing circle to revolve in a circle, he established heaven, id est, the world, one, only, solitary nature," close quote, unfolded from Proclus. Chapter 51. What Plato says in the Timaeus about the name of the world, with the elucidations of Proclus. And of contents of the chapters. An explanation of certain terms found in Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An explanation of certain terms which are unusual, or have a meaning different from their common acceptation, and which there was a necessity of introducing in the translation of this work. Composite, synthetos. I have used the word composite instead of compounded, because the latter rather denotes the mingling than the contiguous union of one thing with another, which the former, through its derivation from the Latin word compositus, solely denotes. Demiurgus of wholes. Demiurgos ton olon. The artificer of the universe is thus denominated, because he produces the universe so far as it is a whole, and likewise all the wholes it contains, by his own immediate energy, other subordinate powers cooperating with him in the production of parts. Hence he produces the universe totally and at once. Desire, epithumia, is an irrational appetite solely directed to external objects, and to the gratification arising from the possession of them. Dianoia, from whence dianoetic is the discursive energy of reason, diexodice tu logo energeia, or according to its most accurate signification It is that power of the soul which reasons scientifically, deriving the principles of its reasoning from intellect, or the power which sees truth intuitively. Doxastic, formed from doxa, opinion, is the last of the Gnostic powers of the rational soul, and knows that a thing is, but is ignorant of the cause of it, or why it is. The knowledge of the dioti, or why a thing is, being the province of dianoia. Guest, xenos. This word, in its more ample signification in the Greek, denotes a stranger, but properly implies one who receives another, or is himself received at an entertainment. In the dialogues of Plato, therefore, and consequently in this work of Proclus, when he cites the dialogues in which this word occurs, wherever one of the speakers is introduced as a xenos, I have translated this word guest, as being more conformable to the genius of Plato's dialogues, which may be justly called rich mental banquets, and consequently the speakers in them may be considered as so many guests. Hence, in the Timaeus, the persons of that dialogue are expressly spoken of as guests, from having been feasted with discourse. Hyparxis. Hyparxis. The first principle, or foundation, as it were, of the essence of a thing. Hence also it is the summit of essence. Imparticipable. Amethektos. One thing is said to be imparticipable with respect to another, to which it is superior, when it is not consubsistent with it. Intellectual projection. The immediate energy of intellect is thus denominated, because it is an intuitive perception, or an immediate darting forth, as it were, to its proper object, the intelligible. Monad, monas. In divine natures is that which contains distinct, but at the same time profoundly united multitude, and which produces a multitude exquisitely allied to itself. But in the sensible universe, the first monad is the world itself, which comprehends in itself all the multitude of which it is the cause, in conjunction with the cause of all. The second monad is the inerratic sphere. In the third place, the spheres of the planets succeed, each of which is also a monad, comprehending an appropriate multitude. And in the fourth and last place are the spheres of the elements, which are in a similar manner monads. All these monads, likewise, are denominated allotetes, wholenesses, and have a perpetual subsistence. Permanency, stasis. The proper word for rest in Greek is eremia, and Simplicius justly observes that not every stasis is eremia, but that only which is after motion. This word is employed by Plato in the Sophista to express one of the 5 genera of being, videre licet, essence, permanency, stasis, motion, sameness and difference, in which place it evidently does not signify rest. Fantasy, or imagination. Fantasia is morphotike noesis. It is a figured intelligence, because all the perceptions of this power are inward and not external, like those of sense, and are accompanied with figure. Psychical, psychikos, it is, pertaining to soul, in the same manner as physikos, physical, is something pertaining to nature. Reason, logos. This word in Platonic writers signifies either that inward discursive energy called reasoning, or a certain productive and seminal principle, or that which is indicative and definitive of a thing. Hence, logoi, or reasons in the soul, are gnostically producing principles. Unical, eniaios, that which is characterized by unity. Uniform, enoides. This word, when it occurs in Proclus and other Platonic writers, signifies that which has the form of the one, and not, as in Johnson, that which keeps its tenor, or is similar to itself. And of an explanation of certain terms. Chapters 1 to 3 of Book 1 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Proclus, the Platonic Successor on the Theology of Plato. Book 1, Chapter 1. O Pericles, to me the dearest of friends, I am of opinion that the whole philosophy of Plato was at first unfolded into light through the beneficent will of superior natures, exhibiting the intellect concealed in them, and the truth subsisting together with beings, to souls conversant with generation, so far as it is lawful for them to participate of such supernatural and mighty good. And again, that afterwards, having received its perfection, returning as it were into itself, and becoming unapparent to many who professed to philosophize, and who earnestly desired to engage in the investigation of true being, it again advanced into light. But I particularly think that the mystic doctrine respecting divine concerns, which is purely established on a sacred foundation, and which perpetually subsists with the gods themselves, became thence apparent to such as are capable of enjoying it for a time, through one man whom I should not err in calling the primary leader and hierophant of those true mysteries, into which souls separated from terrestrial places are initiated, and of those entire and stable visions which those participate who genuinely embrace a happy and blessed life. But this philosophy shone forth at first from him so venerably and arcanely, as if established in sacred temples, and within their adyta, and being unknown to many who have entered into these holy places in certain orderly periods of time, proceeded as much as was possible for it into light, through certain true priests, and who embraced a life corresponding to the tradition of such mystic concerns. It appears likewise to me that the whole place became splendid, and that illuminations of divine spectacles everywhere presented themselves to the view. These interpreters of the epoptea, or mystic speculations of Plato, who have unfolded to us all sacred narrations of divine concerns, and who were allotted a nature similar to their leader, I should determine to be the Egyptian Plotinus, and those who received the theory from him, I mean Amelius and Porphyry, together with those in the third place who were produced like virile statues from these, videre licet, Iamblichus, and Theodorus, and any others who after these, following this divine choir, have energized about the doctrines of Plato with a divinely inspired mind. From these, he who, after the gods, has been our leader to everything beautiful and good, receiving in an undefiled manner the most genuine and pure light of truth in the bosom of his soul, made us a partaker of all the rest of Plato's philosophy, communicated to us that arcane information which he had received from those more ancient than himself, and caused us in conjunction with him to be divinely agitated about the mystic truth of divine concerns. To this man, therefore, should we undertake to return thanks adequate to the benefits which we have received from him, the whole of time would not be sufficient. But if it is necessary, not only that we should have received from others the transcendent good of the Platonic philosophy, but that we should leave to posterity monuments of those blessed spectacles of which we have been spectators and emulators to the utmost of our ability, under a leader the most perfect of the present time, and who arrived at the summit of philosophy, perhaps we shall act properly in invoking the gods, that they will enkindle the light of truth in our soul, and in supplicating the attendants and ministers of better natures to direct our intellect and lead it to the all-perfect, divine, and elevated end of the Platonic theory. For I think that everywhere he who participates in the least degree of intelligence will begin his undertakings from the gods, and especially in explications respecting the gods. For we can no otherwise be able to understand a divine nature than by being perfected through the light of the gods, nor divulge it to others unless governed by them, and exempt from multiform opinions, and the variety which subsists in words, preserving at the same time the interpretation of divine names. Knowing therefore this, and complying with the exhortation of the Platonic Timaeus, we in the first place establish the gods as leaders of the doctrine respecting themselves. But may they in consequence of hearing our prayers be propitious to us, and benignantly approaching, guide the intellect of our soul, and lead it about the Vesta of Plato, and to the arduous sublimities of this speculation, where, when arrived, we shall receive all the truth concerning them, and shall obtain the best end of our parturient conceptions of divine concerns, desiring to know something respecting them, inquiring about them of others, and at the same time, as far as we are able, exploring them ourselves. Chapter 2. And thus much by way of preface. But it is necessary that I should unfold the mode of the proposed doctrine, what it is requisite to expect it will be, and define the preparatives which a hearer of it ought to possess, that being properly adapted, he may approach, not to our discourses, but to the intellectually elevated and deific philosophy of Plato. For it is proper that convenient aptitudes of auditors should be proposed according to the forms of discourses, just as in the mysteries, those who are skillful in concerns of this kind, previously prepare receptacles for the gods, and neither always use the same inanimate particulars, nor other animals, nor men, in order to procure the presence of the divinities, but that alone out of each of these which is naturally capable of participating divine illumination is by them introduced to the proposed mystic rites. The present discourse, therefore, will first of all be divided by me into three parts. In the beginning, considering all those common conceptions concerning the gods, which Plato summarily delivers, together with the power and dignity everywhere of theological axioms. But in the middle of this work, speculating the total orders of the gods, enumerating their peculiarities, defining their progressions after the manner of Plato, and referring everything to the hypotheses of theologists, and, in the end, speaking concerning the gods, which are in different places celebrated in the Platonic writings, whether they are supermundane or mundane, and referring the theory respecting them to the total genera of the divine orders. In every part of this work, likewise, we shall prefer the clear, distinct, and simple to the contraries of these, and such things as are delivered through symbols we shall transfer to a clear doctrine concerning them, but such as are delivered through images we shall transmit to their exemplars. Such things too as are written in a more affirmative way we shall examine by causal reasonings, but such as are composed through demonstrations we shall investigate, and besides this explain the mode of truth which they contain, and render it known to the hearers. And of things enigmatically proposed, we shall elsewhere discover perspicuity, not from foreign hypotheses, but from the most genuine writings of Plato. But with respect to the things which immediately occur to the hearers, of these we shall contemplate the consent with things themselves. And from all these particulars, one perfect form of the Platonic theology will present itself to our view, together with its truth, which pervades through the whole of divine intellections, and the one intellect which generated all the beauty of this theology, and the mystic evolution of this theory. Such, therefore, as I have said, will be my present treatise. But the auditor of the proposed dogmas is supposed to be adorned with the moral virtues, and to be one who has bound by the reason of virtue all the illiberal and inharmonious motions of the soul, and harmonized them to the one form of intellectual prudence. For, as Socrates says, it is not lawful for the pure to be touched by the impure. But every vicious man is perfectly impure, and the contrary character is pure. He must likewise have been exercised in all the logical methods, and have contemplated many irreprehensible conceptions about analyses, and many about divisions, the contraries to these agreeably, as it appears to me, to the exhortation of Parmenides to Socrates. For, prior to such a contest in arguments, the knowledge of the divine genera, and of the truth established in them, is difficult and impervious. But in the third place, he must not be unskilled in physics. For he who has been conversant with the multiform opinions of physiologists, and has after a manner explored in images the causes of beings, will more easily advance to the nature of separate and primary essences. An auditor, therefore, of the present work, as I have said, must not be ignorant of the truth contained in the phenomena, nor unacquainted with the paths of erudition and the disciplines which they contain. For through these we obtain a more immaterial knowledge of a divine essence. But all these must be bound together in the leader intellect. Being likewise a partaker of the dialectic of Plato, meditating those immaterial energies which are separate from corporeal powers, and desiring to contemplate by intelligence in conjunction with reason true beings, our auditor must genuinely apply himself to the interpretation of divine and blessed dogmas, and fill his soul according to the oracle with profound love. Since, as Plato somewhere observes, for the apprehension of this theory a better assistant than love cannot be obtained. He must, likewise, be exercised in the truth which pervades through all things, and must excite his intelligible eye to real and perfect truth. He must establish himself in a firm, immovable, and safe kind of divine knowledge, and must be persuaded not to admire anything else, nor even to direct his attention to other things, but must hasten to divine light with an intrepid reasoning energy, and with the power of an unwearied life, and in short, must propose to himself such a kind of energy and rest as it becomes him to possess, who intends to be such a Coryphaeus as Socrates describes in the Theaetetus. Such then is the magnitude of our hypothesis, and such the mode of the discourses about it. Before, however, I enter on the narration of the things proposed, I wish to speak about theology itself, its different modes, and what theological forms Plato approves, and what he rejects, that these, being previously known, we may more easily learn in what follows the auxiliaries of the demonstrations themselves. Chapter 3. All therefore that have ever touched upon theology have called things first, according to nature, gods, and have said that the theological science is conversant about these. And some, indeed, have considered a corporeal essence as that alone which has any existence, and have placed in a secondary rank with respect to essence all the genera of incorporeal natures, considering the principles of things as having a corporeal form, and evincing that the habit in us by which we know these is corporeal. But others, suspending indeed all bodies from incorporeal natures, and defining the first hyparxis to be in soul, and the powers of soul, call, as it appears to me, the best of souls, gods, and denominate the science which proceeds as far as to these, and which knows these, theology. But such as produce the multitude of souls from another more ancient principle, and establish intellect as the leader of wholes, these assert that the best end is a union of the soul with intellect, and consider the intellectual form of life as the most honourable of all things. They doubtless too consider theology and the discussion of intellectual essence as one and the same. All these, therefore, as I have said, call the first and most self-sufficient principles of things gods, and the science respecting these theology. The divine narration, however, of Plato alone despises all corporeal natures with reference to principles, because indeed everything divisible and endued with interval is naturally unable either to produce or preserve itself, but possesses its being, energy and passivity through soul, and the motions which soul contains. But Plato demonstrates that the psychical essence, i.e., the essence pertaining to soul, is more ancient than bodies, but is suspended from an intellectual hypostasis. For every thing which is moved according to time, though it may be self-moved, is indeed of a more ruling nature than things moved by others, but is posterior to an eternal motion. He shows, therefore, as we have said, that intellect is the father and cause of bodies and souls, and that all things both subsist and energize about it, which are allotted a life conversant with transitions and evolutions. Plato, however, proceeds to another principle entirely exempt from intellect, more incorporeal and ineffable, and from which all things, even though you should speak of such as are last, have necessarily a subsistence. For all things are not naturally disposed to participate of soul, but such things only as are allotted in themselves a more clear or obscure life. Nor are all things able to enjoy intellect and being, but such only as subsist according to form. But it is necessary that the principle of all things should be participated by all things, if it does not desert anything, since it is the cause of all things which in any respect are said to have a subsistence. Plato, having divinely discovered this first principle of wholes, which is more excellent than intellect, and is concealed in inaccessible recesses, and having exhibited these three causes and monads, and evinced them to be above bodies, I mean soul, the first intellect, and a union above intellect, produces from these as monads their proper numbers, one multitude indeed being uniform, but the second intellectual, and the third psychical. For every monad is the leader of a multitude coordinate to itself. But as Plato connects bodies with souls, so likewise he connects souls with intellectual forms, and these again with the unities of beings. But he converts all things to one imparticipable unity, and having run back as far as to this unity, he considers himself as having obtained the highest end of the theory of wholes, and that this is the truth respecting the Gods, which is conversant with the unities of beings, and which delivers their progressions and peculiarities, the contact of beings with them, and the orders of forms which are suspended from these unical hypostases. But he teaches us that the theory respecting intellect, and the forms and the genera revolving about intellect, is posterior to the science which is conversant with the Gods themselves. Likewise, that the intellectual theory apprehends intelligibles, and the forms which are capable of being known by the soul through the projecting energy of intellect, but that the theological science transcending this is conversant with arcane and ineffable hyparxes, and pursues their separation from each other, and their unfolding into light from one cause of all. Whence I am of opinion that the intellectual peculiarity of the soul is capable of apprehending intellectual forms, and the difference which subsists in them, but that the summit, and as they say, flower of intellect and hyparxes, is conjoined with the unities of beings, and through these, with the occult union of all the divine unities. For as we contain many Gnostic powers, through this alone, we are naturally capable of being conjoined with and participating this occult union. For the genus of the Gods cannot be apprehended by sense, because it is exempt from all bodies, nor by opinion and dianoia, for these are divisible and come into contact with multiform concerns, nor by intelligence in conjunction with reason, for knowledge of this kind belongs to true beings. But the hyparxis of the Gods rides on beings and is defined according to the union itself of wholes. It remains therefore, if it be admitted that a divine nature can be in any respect known, that it must be apprehended by the hyparxis of the soul, and through this, as far as it is possible, be known. For we say that everywhere things similar can be known by the similar, videre licet, the sensible by sense, the doxastic by opinion, the dianoetic by dianoia, and the intelligible by intellect, so that the most unical nature must be known by the One, and the ineffable by that which is ineffable. Indeed, Socrates, in the first Alcibiades, rightly observes that the soul, entering into herself, will behold all other things and deity itself. For, verging to her own union, and to the centre of all life, laying aside multitude and the variety of the all-manifold powers which she contains, she ascends to the highest watchtower of beings. And as in the most holy of the mysteries they say, that the mystics at first meet with the multiform and many-shaped genera which are hurled forth before the gods, but on entering the interior parts of the temple, unmoved and guarded by the mystic rites, they genuinely receive in their bosom divine illumination, and divested of their garments, as they would say, participate of a divine nature. The same mode, as it appears to me, takes place in the speculation of wholes. For the soul, when looking at things posterior to herself, beholds the shadows and images of beings. But when she converts herself to herself, she evolves her own essence, and the reasons which she contains. And at first indeed, she only as it were beholds herself. But when she penetrates more profoundly into the knowledge of herself, she finds in herself both intellect and the orders of beings. When, however, she proceeds into her interior recesses, and into the adytum, as it were, of the soul, she perceives with her eye closed the genus of the gods and the unities of beings. For all things are in us psychically, and through this we are naturally capable of knowing all things by exciting the powers and the images of wholes which we contain. And this is the best employment of our energy, to be extended to a divine nature itself, having our powers at rest, to revolve harmoniously round it, to excite all the multitude of the soul to this union, and laying aside all such things as are posterior to the One, to become seated and conjoined with that which is ineffable and beyond all things. For it is lawful for the soul to ascend till she terminates her flight in the principle of things, but arriving thither, beholding the place which is there, descending thence and directing her course through beings, likewise evolving the multitude of forms, exploring their monads and their numbers, and apprehending intellectually how each is suspended from its proper unity, then we may consider her as possessing the most perfect science of divine natures, perceiving in a uniform manner the progressions of the gods into beings, and the distinctions of beings about the gods. Such then, according to Plato's decision, is our theologist, and theology is a habit of this kind, which unfolds the hyparxis itself of the gods, separates and speculates their unknown and unical light from the peculiarity of their participants, and announces it to such as are worthy of this energy, which is both blessed and comprehends all things at once. End of chapter 3. Chapters 4 to 7 of Book 1 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. After this all-perfect comprehension of the first theory, we must deliver the modes according to which Plato teaches us mystic conceptions of divine natures. For he appears not to have pursued everywhere the same mode of doctrine about these, but sometimes according to a deific energy, and at other times dialectically, he evolves the truth concerning them, and sometimes he symbolically announces their ineffable peculiarities, but at other times he recurs to them from images, and discovers in them the primary causes of wholes. For in the Phaedrus, being inspired by the nymphs, and having exchanged human intelligence for a better possession, fury, he unfolds with a divine mouth many arcane dogmas concerning the intellectual gods, and many concerning the liberated rulers of the universe, who lead upwards the multitude of mundane gods to the monads which are intelligible and separate from mundane wholes. But relating still more about those gods who are allotted the world, he celebrates their intellections and mundane fabrications, their unpolluted providence and government of souls, and whatever else Socrates delivers enthusiastically, or according to a divinely inspired energy in that dialogue, as he clearly asserts, ascribing at the same time this fury to the deities of the place. But in the Sophista, dialectically contending about being, and the separate hypostasis of the one from beings, and doubting against those more ancient than himself, he shows how all beings are suspended from their cause, and the first being, but that being itself participates of the unity which is exempt from the whole of things, that it is a passive one, but not the one itself, being subject to and united to the one, but not being that which is primarily one. In a similar manner too, in the Parmenides, he unfolds dialectically the progressions of being from the one, and the transcendency of the one, through the first hypotheses, and this, as he asserts in that dialogue, according to the most perfect division of this method. And again, in the Gorgias, he relates the fable concerning the three demiurgi, or fabricators, and their demiurgic allotment, which indeed is not only a fable, but a true narration. But in the banquet he speaks concerning the union of love, and in the Protagoras about the distribution of mortal animals from the gods, in a symbolical manner concealing the truth respecting divine natures, and as far as to mere indication, unfolding his mind to the most genuine of his hearers. If likewise you are willing that I should mention the doctrine delivered through the mathematical disciplines, and the discussion of divine concerns from ethical or physical discourses, of which many may be contemplated in the Timaeus, many in the dialogue called the Politicus, and many may be seen scattered in other dialogues, here likewise to you who are desirous of knowing divine concerns through images, the method will be apparent. For all these shadow forth the powers of things divine. The Politicus, for instance, the fabrication in the heavens, but the figures of the five elements delivered in geometrical proportions in the Timaeus represent in images the peculiarities of the gods who ride on the parts of the universe, and the divisions of the psychical essence in that dialogue shadow forth the total orders of the gods. I omit to mention that Plato composes polities, assimilating them to divine natures and to the whole world, and adorns them from the powers which it contains. All these, therefore, through the similitude of mortal to divine concerns, exhibit to us in images the progressions, orders, and fabrications of divine natures. And such are the modes of theologic doctrine employed by Plato. It is evident, however, from what has been already said, that they are necessarily so many in number. For those who treat of divine concerns in an indicative manner, either speak symbolically and fabulously, or through images. But of those who openly announce their conceptions, some frame their discourses according to science, but others according to inspiration from the gods. And he who desires to signify divine concerns through symbols is Orphic, and in short, accords with those who write fables concerning the gods. But he who does this through images is Pythagoric. For the mathematical disciplines were invented by the Pythagoreans in order to a reminiscence of divine concerns, at which, through these as images, they endeavor to arrive. For they refer both numbers and figures to the gods, according to the testimony of their historians. But the entheastic character, or he who is under the influence of divine inspiration, unfolding the truth itself by itself concerning the gods, most perspicuously ranks among the highest initiators. For these do not think proper to unfold the divine orders, or their peculiarities to their familiars, through certain veils, but announce their powers and their numbers in consequence of being moved by the gods themselves. But the tradition of divine concerns according to science is the illustrious prerogative of the philosophy of Plato. For Plato alone, as it appears to me, of all those who are known to us, has attempted methodically to divide and reduce into order the regular progression of the divine genera, their mutual difference, the common peculiarities of the total orders, and the distributed peculiarities in each. But the truth of this will be evident when we frame Precedeneous demonstrations about the Parmenides and all the divisions which it contains. At present we shall observe that Plato does not admit all the fabulous figments of dramatic composition, but those only which have reference to the beautiful and the good, and which are not discordant with a divine essence. For that mythological mode which indicates divine concerns through conjecture is ancient, concealing truth under a multitude of veils, and proceeding in a manner similar to nature, which extends sensible figments of intelligibles, material of immaterial, partible of impartible natures, and images, and things which have a false being, of things perfectly true. But Plato rejects the more tragical mode of mythologizing of the ancient poets, who thought proper to establish an arcane theology respecting the gods, and on this account devised wanderings, sections, battles, lacerations, rapes, and adulteries of the gods, and many other such symbols of the truth about divine natures, which this theology conceals. This mode he rejects, and asserts that it is in every respect most foreign from erudition. But he considers those mythological discourses about the gods as more persuasive and more adapted to truth, and the philosophic habit, which assert that a divine nature is the cause of all good, but of no evil, and that it is void of all mutation, ever preserving its own order immutable, and comprehending in itself the fountain of truth, but never becoming the cause of any deception to others. For such types of theology Socrates delivers in the Republic. All the fables therefore of Plato, guarding the truth in concealment, have not even their externally apparent apparatus discordant with our undisciplined and unperverted anticipation respecting the Gods. But they bring with them an image of the mundane composition, in which both the apparent beauty is worthy of divinity, and a beauty more divine than this is established in the unapparent lives and powers of the Gods. This, therefore, is one of the mythological modes respecting divine concerns, which from the apparently unlawful, irrational, and inordinate passes into order and bound, and regards as its scope the composition of the beautiful and good. But there is another mode which he delivers in the Phaedrus, and this consists in everywhere preserving theological fables unmixed with physical narrations, and being careful in no respect to confound or exchange theology and the physical theory with each other. For, as a divine essence is separate from the whole of nature, in like manner it is perfectly proper that discourses respecting the Gods should be pure from physical disquisitions. For a mixture of this kind is, says he, laborious, and to make physical passions the end of mythological conjecture is the employment of no very good man. Such, for instance, as considering through his pretended wisdom, chimera, gorgon, and things of a similar kind, as the same with physical figments. Socrates, in the Phaedrus, reprobating this mode of mythologizing, represents its patrons as saying, under the figure of a fable, that Oreithyia, sporting with the wind Boreas, and being thrown down the rocks, means nothing more than that Oreithyia, who was immortal, was ravished by Boreas through love. For it appears to me that fabulous narrations about the Gods should always have their concealed meaning more venerable than the apparent, so that if certain persons introduce to us physical hypotheses of Platonic fables, and such as are conversant with sublunary affairs, we must say that they entirely wander from the intention of the philosopher, and that those hypotheses alone are interpreters of the truth contained in these fables, which have for their scope a divine, immaterial, and separate hypostasis, and which, looking to this, make the compositions and analyses of the fables adapted to our inherent anticipations of divine concerns. Chapter 5. As we have therefore enumerated all these modes of the Platonic theology, and have shown what compositions and analyses of fables are adapted to the truth respecting the Gods, let us consider in the next place whence, and from what dialogues principally, we think the dogmas of Plato concerning the Gods may be collected, and by a speculation of what types or forms we may be able to distinguish his genuine writings from those spurious compositions which are ascribed to him. The truth then concerning the Gods pervades, as I may say, through all the Platonic dialogues, and in all of them conceptions of the first philosophy, venerable, clear, and supernatural, are disseminated. In some indeed more obscurely, but in others more conspicuously, conceptions which excite those that are in any respect able to participate of them to the immaterial and separate essence of the Gods. And, as in each part of the universe, and in nature herself, the demiurgus of all that the world contains, established resemblances of the unknown hyparxis of the Gods, that all things might be converted to a divine nature through their alliance with it. In like manner, I am of opinion that the divine intellect of Plato weaves conceptions about the Gods in all his writings, and leaves nothing deprived of the mention of divinity, that from the whole of them a reminiscence of wholes may be obtained and imparted to the genuine lovers of divine concerns. If, however, it be requisite to lay before the reader those dialogues out of many, which principally unfold to us the mystic discipline about the Gods, I should not err in ranking among this number the Phaedo and Phaedrus, the Banquet, and the Philebus, and together with these the Sophista and Politicus, the Cratylus and the Timaeus. For all these are full through the whole of themselves, as I may say of the divine science of Plato. But I should place in the second rank after these the fable in the Gorgias, and that in the Protagoras. Likewise the assertions about the providence of the Gods in the Laws, and such things as are delivered about the Fates, or the mother of the Fates, or the circulations of the universe, in the 10th book of the Republic. Again, you may, if you please, place in the third rank those epistles, through which we may be able to arrive at the science about divine natures. For in these, mention is made of the three kings, and very many other divine dogmas worthy the Platonic theory are delivered. It is necessary, therefore, looking to these, to explore in these each order of the Gods. Thus, from the Philebus we may receive the science respecting the one good, and the two first principles of things, together with the triad which is unfolded into light from these. For you will find all these distinctly delivered to us by Plato in that dialogue. But from the Timaeus you may obtain the theory about intelligibles, a divine narration about the demiurgic monad, and the most full truths about the mundane Gods. But from the Phaedrus you may acquire a scientific knowledge of all the intelligible and intellectual genera, and of the liberated orders of Gods, which are proximately established above the celestial circulations. From the Politicus you may obtain the theory of the fabrication in the heavens, of the uneven periods of the universe, and of the intellectual causes of those periods. But from the Sophista the whole sublunary generation, and the peculiarity of the Gods, who are allotted the sublunary region, and preside over its generations and corruptions. But with respect to each of the Gods, we may obtain many conceptions adapted to sacred concerns from the Banquet, many from the Cratylus, and many from the Phaedo. For in each of these dialogues more or less mention is made of divine names, from which it is easy for those who are exercised in divine concerns to discover by a reasoning process the peculiarities of each. It is necessary, however, to evince that each of the dogmas accords with Platonic principles, and the mystic traditions of theologists. For all the Grecian theology is the progeny of the mystic tradition of Orpheus. Pythagoras, first of all learning from Aglaophaemus the orgies of the Gods, but Plato in the second place receiving an all-perfect science of the divinities from the Pythagoric and Orphic writings. For in the Philebus, referring the theory about the two species of principles, bound and infinity, to the Pythagoreans, he calls them men dwelling with the Gods and truly blessed. Philolaus, therefore, the Pythagorean, has left us in writing many admirable conceptions about these principles, celebrating their common progression into beings and their separate fabrication of things. But in the Timaeus, Plato, endeavoring to teach us about the sublunary Gods and their order, flies to theologists, calls them the sons of the Gods, and makes them the fathers of the truth about those divinities. And lastly, he delivers the orders of the sublunary gods proceeding from wholes, according to the progression delivered by them of the intellectual kings. Again, in the Crotylus, he follows the traditions of theologists, respecting the order of the divine processions. But in the Gorgias, he adopts the Homeric dogma, respecting the triadic hypostasis of the Demiurgi, and in short, he everywhere discourses concerning the gods agreeably to the principles of theologists, rejecting indeed the tragical part of mythological fiction, but establishing first hypotheses in common with the authors of fables. Chapter 6. Perhaps, however, some one may here object to us, that we do not in a proper manner exhibit the everywhere dispersed theology of Plato, and that we endeavour to heap together different particulars from different dialogues, as if we were studious of collecting together many things into one mixture, instead of deriving them all from one and the same fountain. For if this were the case, we might refer different dogmas to different treatises of Plato. But we shall by no means have a Presidianius doctrine concerning the gods, nor will there be any dialogue which presents us with an all-perfect and entire procession of the divine genera and their coordination with each other. But we shall be similar to those who endeavour to obtain a whole from parts, through the want of a whole prior to parts, and to weave together the perfect from things imperfect, when, on the contrary, the imperfect ought to have the first cause of its generation in the perfect. For the Timaeus, for instance, will teach us the theory of the intelligible genera, and the Phaedrus appears to present us with a methodical account of the first intellectual orders. But where will be the coordination of intellectuals to intelligibles? And what will be the generation of second from first natures? In short, after what manner the progression of the divine orders takes place from the one principle of all things, and how, in the generations of the gods, the orders between the one and all perfect number are filled up, we shall be unable to evince. Farther still, it may be said, where will be the venerableness of your boasted science about divine natures? For it is absurd to call these dogmas, which are collected from many places, Platonic, and which, as you acknowledge, are introduced from foreign names to the philosophy of Plato. Nor are you able to evince one whole entire truth about divine natures. Perhaps, indeed, they will say, certain persons junior to Plato have delivered in their writings and left to their disciples one perfect form of theology. You, therefore, are able to produce one entire theory about nature from the Timaeus, but from the Republic or Laws, the most beautiful dogmas about manners, and which tend to one form of philosophy. Alone, therefore, neglecting the treatise of Plato, which contains all the good of the first philosophy, and which may be called the summit of the whole theory, you will be deprived of the most perfect knowledge of beings, unless you are so much infatuated as to boast on account of fabulous fictions, though an analysis of things of this kind abounds with much of the probable, but not of the demonstrative. Besides, things of this kind are only delivered adventitiously in the Platonic dialogues, as the fable in the Protagoras, which is inserted for the sake of the politic science, and the demonstrations respecting it. In like manner, the fable in the Republic is inserted for the sake of justice, but in the Gorgias for the sake of temperance. For Plato combines fabulous narrations with investigations of ethical dogmas, not for the sake of the fables, but for the sake of the leading design, that we may not only exercise the intellectual part of the soul through contending reasons, but that the divine part of the soul may more perfectly receive the knowledge of beings through its sympathy with more mystic concerns. For from other discourses we appear similar to those who are compelled to the reception of truth, but from fables we suffer in an ineffable manner, and call forth our unperverted conceptions, venerating the mystic information which they contain. Hence, as it appears to me, Timaeus with great propriety thinks it fit that we should produce the divine genera, following the inventors of fables as the sons of the gods, and subscribe to their always generating secondary natures from such as are first, though they should speak without demonstration. For this kind of discourse is not demonstrative, but entheastic, and was invented by the ancients, not through necessity, but for the sake of persuasion, not regarding mere discipline, but sympathy with things themselves. But if you are willing to speculate not only the causes of fables, but of other theological dogmas, you will find that some of them are scattered in the Platonic dialogues for the sake of ethical, and others for the sake of physical considerations. For in the Philebus, Plato discourses concerning bound and the infinite, for the sake of pleasure and a life according to intellect. For I think the latter are species of the former. In the Timaeus, the discourse about the intelligible gods is assumed for the sake of the proposed physiology, on which account it is everywhere necessary that images should be known from paradigms, but that the paradigms of material things should be immaterial, of sensibles, intelligible, and that the paradigms of physical forms should be separate. But again, in the Phaedrus, Plato celebrates the supercelestial place, the subcelestial profundity, and every genus under this, for the sake of amatory mania, the manner in which the reminiscence of souls takes place, and the passage to these from hence. But everywhere, as I may say, the leading end is either physical or political, while the conceptions about divine natures take place either for the sake of invention or perfection. How, therefore, can such a theory as yours be any longer venerable and supernatural, and worthy to be studied beyond everything, when it is neither able to evince the whole in itself, nor the perfect, nor that which is precedaneous in the writings of Plato, but is destitute of all these, is violent and not spontaneous, and does not possess a genuine, but an adventitious order, as in a drama? And such are the objections which may be urged against our design. Chapter 7. I, however, to an objection of this kind shall make a just and perspicuous reply. I say then, that Plato everywhere discourses about the gods agreeably to ancient rumour, and to the nature of things, and sometimes indeed for the sake of the cause of the things proposed, he reduces them to the principles of the dogmas, and thence, as from a watchtower, contemplates the nature of the thing proposed. But sometimes he establishes the theological science as the leading end. For in the Phaedrus, his subject respects intelligible beauty, and the participation of beauty pervading from thence through all things. And in the banquet, it respects the amatory order. But if it be necessary to survey in one Platonic dialogue the all-perfect, whole, and connected, extending as far as to the complete number of theology, I shall perhaps assert a paradox, and which will alone be apparent to our familiars. We ought, however, to dare, since we have entered on such like arguments, and affirm against our opponents that the Parmenides, and the mystic conceptions it contains, will accomplish all you desire. For in this dialogue all the divine genera proceed in order from the first cause, and evince their mutual connection and dependence on each other. And those which are highest indeed, connate with the one, and of a primary nature, are allotted a unical, occult, and simple form of hyparxis. But such as are last, are multiplied, are distributed into many parts, and are exuberant in number, but inferior in power to such as are of a higher order, and such as are middle, according to a convenient proportion, are more composite than their causes, but more simple than their proper progeny. And in short, all the axioms of the theologic science appear in perfection in this dialogue, and all the divine orders are exhibited subsisting in connection, so that this is nothing else than the celebrated generation of the gods, and the procession of every kind of being from the ineffable and unknown cause of wholes. The Parmenides, therefore, enkindles in the lovers of Plato the whole and perfect light of the theological science. But after this, the before mentioned dialogues distribute parts of the mystic discipline about the gods, and all of them, as I may say, participate of divine wisdom, and excite our spontaneous conceptions respecting a divine nature. And it is necessary to refer all the parts of this mystic discipline to these dialogues, and these again to the one and all perfect theory of the Parmenides. For thus, as it appears to me, we shall suspend the more imperfect from the perfect, and parts from wholes, and shall exhibit reasons assimilated to things of which, according to the Platonic Timaeus, they are interpreters. Such then is our answer to the objection which may be urged against us, and thus we refer the Platonic theory to the Parmenides, just as the Timaeus is acknowledged by all who are in the least degree intelligent to contain the whole science about nature. End of chapter 7. Chapters 8 to 10 of Book 1 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. I appear, however, by these means to have excited for myself a twofold contest against those who attempt to investigate the writings of Plato, and I see two sorts of persons who will oppose what has been said. One of these does not think proper to explore any other design in the Parmenides than exercise through opposite arguments, or to introduce in this dialogue a crowd of arcane and intellectual dogmas which are foreign from its intention. But the other sort, who are more venerable than these, and lovers of forms, assert that one of the hypotheses is about the first God, another about the second God, and the whole of an intellectual nature, and a third about the natures posterior to this, whether they are the more excellent genera, or souls, or any other kind of beings. For the investigation of these particulars does not pertain to the present discourse. These, therefore, distribute three of the hypotheses after this manner, but they do not think proper to busy themselves about the multitude of gods, the intelligible and the intellectual genera, the supermundane and mundane natures, or to unfold all these by division, or busily explore them. For according to them, though Plato in the second hypothesis treats about intellectual beings, yet the nature of intellect is one, simple and indivisible. Against both these, therefore, must he contend, who entertains that opinion of the Parmenides which we have before mentioned. The contest, however, against these is not equal. But those who make the Parmenides a logical exercise are again attacked by those who embrace the divine mode of interpretation, and those who do not unfold the multitude of beings, and the orders of divine natures are indeed, as Homer says, in every respect venerable and skilful men, but yet for the sake of the Platonic philosophy we must doubt against them, following in this our leader to the most holy and mystic truth. It is proper likewise to relate, as far as contributes to our purpose, what appears to us to be the truth respecting the hypotheses of the Parmenides, for thus perhaps, by a reasoning process, we may embrace the whole theology of Plato. Chapter 9. In the first place, then, let us consider those who draw down the design of this dialogue from the truth of things to a logical exercise, and see whether they can possibly accord with the writings of Plato. It is therefore evident to every one that Parmenides proposes to himself to deliver in reality the dialectic method, and that with this view he cursorily assumes it in a similar manner in each of the things which have a real being, as in sameness, difference, similitude, dissimilitude, motion and permanency, etc., exhorting at the same time those who desire to discover the nature of each of these in an orderly method to this exercise, as to a great contest. He likewise asserts that it was by no means an easy undertaking to him, who was so much advanced in years, assimilates himself to the Ibycian horse, and presents us with every argument to prove that this method is a serious undertaking, and not a contest consisting in mere words. How, therefore, is it possible that we can refer to empty arguments those conceptions about which the great Parmenides, evincing that they require much serious discussion, composed this discourse? How likewise is it reasonable to suppose that an aged man would busy himself with mere verbal contests, and that he who loved to speculate the truth of things would bestow so much study on this method, he who considered everything else as having no real existence, and who ascended to the high watchtower of being itself? Indeed, he who admits this must suppose that Parmenides is satirized by Plato in this dialogue, by thus representing him drawn down to juvenile contests from the most intellectual visions of the soul. But if you are willing, let us consider in addition to the above, what Parmenides promises, and on what subject, engaging to speak, he entered on this discussion. Was it not then about being according to his doctrine, and the unity of all beings, to which extending himself, his design was concealed from the vulgar, while he exhorts us to collect the multitude of beings into one undivided union. If, therefore, this is the one being, or that which is the highest, and which is perfectly established above the reasons conversant with opinion, is it not absurd to confound dogmas about intelligibles with doxastic arguments? For, indeed, such a form of discourse is not adapted to the hypothesis about true beings, nor does the intellection of unapparent and separate causes harmonize with dialectic exercises. But these differ from each other, so far as intellect is established above opinion, as Timaeus informs us, and not Timaeus only, but likewise the demoniacal Aristotle, who, discoursing on a power of this kind, exhorts us to make our investigations neither about things perfectly unapparent to us, nor about such as are more known. It is far therefore from being the case that Parmenides, who places the science of beings above that which appears to be truth to those who rank sense before intellect, should introduce doxastic knowledge to an intellective nature, since a knowledge of this kind is dubious, various, and unstable; or that he should speculate true being with this doxastic wisdom and inane discussion. For a various form of knowledge does not harmonize with that which is simple, nor the multiform with the uniform, nor the doxastic with the intelligible. But still further, nor must this be omitted, that such a mode of discourse is perfectly foreign from the discussion of Parmenides. For he discourses about all beings and delivers the order of wholes, their progression beginning from the one, and their conversion ending in the one. But the argumentative method is very remote from scientific theory. Does it not therefore appear that Plato must have attributed a discordant hypothesis to Parmenides, if it be said that he merely regards an exercise through opposite arguments, and that for the sake of the power employed in this exercise, he excites the whole of this evolution of reasons? Indeed, it will be found that in all the other dialogues, Plato attributes hypotheses to each of the philosophers adapted to their peculiar tenets. Thus to Timaeus he assigns the doctrine about nature, to Socrates that of a republic, to the Elean guest that about being, and to the priestess Diotima that respecting love. Afterwards, each of the other dialogues confines itself to those arguments which are adapted to the writings of the principal person of the dialogue. But Parmenides alone will appear to us wise in his poems, and in his diligent investigation of true being. But in the Platonic scene, he will be the leader of a juvenile muse. This opinion, therefore, accuses Plato of dissimilitude of imitation, though he himself condemns the poets for ascribing to the sons of the gods a love of money, and a life subject to the dominion of the passions. How, therefore, can we refer a discussion of doxastic and empty arguments to the leader of the truth of beings? But if it be necessary that, omitting a multitude of arguments, we should make Plato himself a witness of the proposed discussion, we will cite, if you please, what is written in the Theaetetus and Sophista, for from these dialogues what we assert will be apparent. In the Theaetetus then, Socrates, being excited by a young man to a confutation of those who assert that being is immovable, attacks among these an opinion of this kind entertained by Parmenides, and at the same time assigns the cause, "I blush," says he, "for Parmenides, who is one of these, more than for all the rest. For I, when very young, was conversant with him when he was very elderly, and he appeared to me to possess a certain profundity perfectly generous. I am afraid, therefore, lest we do not understand what has been asserted, and much more am I fearful that we fall short of the meaning of Parmenides." With great propriety, therefore, do we assert that the proposed discussion does not regard a logical exercise, and make this the end of the whole, but that it pertains to the science of the first principles of things. For how could Socrates, using a power of this kind, and neglecting the knowledge of things, testify that the discourse of Parmenides possessed a depth perfectly generous? And what venerableness can there be in adopting a method which proceeds doxastically through opposite reasons, and in undertaking such an invention of arguments? Again, in the Sophista, exciting the Elean guest to a perspicuous evolution of the things proposed by him, and evincing that he was now accustomed to more profound discourses, "Inform me," says he, "whether it is your custom to give a prolix discussion of a subject which you are able to demonstrate to any one by interrogations. I mean, such discussions as Parmenides himself formerly used, accompanied with all beautiful reasons, and of which I was an auditor when I was very young, and he was very elderly." What reason then can be assigned why we should not believe Socrates when he asserts that the arguments of Parmenides were all beautiful, and possessed a generous profundity, and why we should degrade the discussion of Parmenides, hurl it from essence and being, and transfer it to a vulgar, trifling, and empty contest, neither considering that discourses of this kind are alone adapted to youth, nor regarding the hypothesis of being characterized by the one, nor anything else which opposes such an opinion. But I likewise think it is proper that the authors of this hypothesis should consider the power of dialectic, such as it is exhibited by Socrates in the Republic. How, as he says, it surrounds all disciplines like a defensive enclosure, and elevates those that use it to the good itself, and the first unities, purifies the eye of the soul, establishes it in true beings, and the one principle of all things, and ends at last in that which is no longer hypothetical. For if the power of this dialectic is so great, and the end of this path so mighty, it is not proper to confound doxastic arguments with a method of this kind. For the former regards the opinions of men, but the latter is called garrulity by the vulgar, and the one is perfectly destitute of disciplinative science, but the other is the defensive enclosure of such sciences, and the passage to it is through these. Again, the doxastic method of reasoning has for its end the apparent, but the dialectic method endeavors to arrive at the one itself, always employing for this purpose steps of ascent, and at last beautifully ends in the nature of the good. By no means, therefore, is it fit that we should draw down to doxastic arguments a method which is established among the most accurate sciences. For the merely logical method which presides over the demonstrative fantasy is of a secondary nature, and is alone pleased with contentious discussions. But our dialectic, for the most part, employs divisions and analyses as primary sciences, and is imitating the progression of beings from the one, and their conversion to it again. But it likewise sometimes uses definitions and demonstrations, and prior to these, the definitive method, and the dividing method prior to this. On the contrary, the doxastic method is deprived of the incontrovertible reasonings of demonstration. Is it not therefore necessary that these powers must be separated from each other, and that the discussion of Parmenides, which employs our dialectic, must be free from the empty variety of mere argument, and must fabricate its reasonings with a view to being itself, and not to that which is apparent? And thus much may suffice to answer to those who reprobate our hypotheses. For if all this cannot convince them, we shall in vain endeavour to persuade them and urge them to the speculation of things. Chapter 10. But a greater and more difficult contest remains for me, against those lovers of the speculation of beings, who look to the science of first causes, as the end proposed in the hypothesis of the Platonic Parmenides. And this contest we will accomplish, if you please, by numerous and more known arguments. And, in the first place, we shall define what that is about which our discourse against them will be employed. For this, I think, will render the mystic doctrine of Plato concerning divine natures apparent in the highest degree. There are, therefore, 9 hypotheses, which are discussed by Parmenides in this dialogue, as we have evinced in our commentaries upon it. And the 5 precedaneous hypotheses suppose that the one has a subsistence, and through this hypothesis that all beings, the mediums of wholes, and the terminations of the progressions of things may be supposed to subsist. But the 4 hypotheses which follow these introduce the one, not having a subsistence according to the exhortation of the dialectic method, show that by taking away the one, all beings, and such things as have an apparent existence, must be entirely subverted, and propose to themselves the confutation of this hypothesis. And some of the hypotheses evidently conclude everything according to reason, but others, if I may be allowed the expression, perfectly evince things more impossible than impossibilities, which circumstance some, prior to us perceiving, as it appears to me, necessarily to happen in these hypotheses, have considered it as deserving discussion in their treatises on this dialogue. With respect to the first of the hypotheses, therefore, almost all agree in asserting that Plato through this celebrates the superessential principle of wholes as ineffable, unknown, and above all being. But all do not explain the hypothesis posterior to this after the same manner. For the ancient Platonists, and those who participated the philosophy of Plotinus, assert that an intellectual nature presents itself to the view in this hypothesis, subsisting from the superessential principle of things, and endeavor to harmonize to the one and all-perfect power of intellect such conclusions as are the result of this hypothesis. But that leader of ours to truth about the gods, and confabulator of Plato, that I may use the language of Homer, who transferred what was indefinite in the theory of the more ancient philosophers to bound, and reduced the confusion of the different orders to an intellectual distinction, in the writings which he communicated to his associates. This, our leader, in his treatise on the present subject, calls upon us to adopt a distinct division of the conclusions, to transfer this division to the divine orders, and to harmonize the first and most simple of the things exhibited to the first of beings, but to adapt those in the middle rank to middle natures, according to the order which they are allotted among beings, and such as are last and multiform to ultimate progressions. For the nature of being is not one, simple and indivisible, but as in sensibles, the mighty heaven is one, yet it comprehends in itself a multitude of bodies, and the monad connectedly contains multitude. But in the multitude there is an order of progression, and of sensibles, some are first, some middle, and some last, and prior to these, in souls, from one soul a multitude of souls subsists, and of these, some are placed in an order nearer, but others more remote from their wholeness, and others again fill up the medium of the extremes. In like manner, it is doubtless necessary that among perfectly true beings, such genera as are uniform and occult should be established in the one and first cause of wholes, but that others should proceed into all multitude, and a whole number, and that others should contain the bond of these in a middle situation. It is likewise by no means proper to harmonize the peculiarities of first natures with such as are second, nor of those that possess a subject order with such as are more unical, but it is requisite that among these some should have powers different from others, and that there should be an order in this progression of true beings, and an unfolding of second from first natures. In short, being which subsists according to, or is characterized by, the one, proceeds indeed from the unity prior to beings, but generates the whole divine genus, viz. The intelligible, intellectual, supermundane, and that which proceeds as far as to the mundane order. But our preceptor likewise asserts that each of the conclusions is indicative of a divine peculiarity, and though all the conclusions harmonize to all the progressions of the one being, or of being characterized by the one, yet I am of opinion it is by no means wonderful that some conclusions should more accord with some hypotheses than with others. For such things as express the peculiarity of certain orders do not necessarily belong to all the gods, but such as belong to all are doubtless by a much greater reason present with each. If therefore we ascribe to Plato an adventitious division of the divine orders, and do not clearly evince that, in other dialogues, he celebrates the progressions of the gods from on high to the extremity of things, sometimes in fables respecting the soul, and at other times in other theological modes, we shall absurdly attribute to him such a division of being, and together with this of the progression of the one. But if we can evince from other dialogues that he, as will be manifest in the course of this work, has celebrated all the kingdoms of the gods, in a certain respect is it not impossible that in the most mystic of all his works he should deliver through the first hypothesis the exempt transcendency of the one with respect to all the genera of beings, to being itself, to a psychical essence, to form, and to matter, but that he should make no mention of the divine progressions and their orderly separation? For if it is proper to contemplate last things only, why do we touch on the first principle before other things? Or, if we think fit to unfold the multitude of the proper hypotheses, why do we pass by the genus of the gods, and the divisions which it contains? Or, if we unfold the natures subsisting between the first and last of things, why do we leave unknown the whole orders of those divine beings which subsist between the one, and natures that are in any respect deified? For all these particulars evince that the whole discourse is defective with respect to the science of things divine. But still farther, Socrates in the Philebus calls upon those that love the contemplation of beings to use the dividing method, and always to explore the monads of total orders, and the duads, triads, or any other numbers proceeding from these. If this, then, is rightly determined, it is doubtless necessary that the Parmenides, which employs the whole dialectic method, and discourses about being which is characterized by the one, should neither speculate multitude about the one, nor remain in the one monad of beings, nor in short introduce to the one, which is above all beings, the whole multitude of first beings immediately, but should unfold as in the first order such beings as have an occult subsistence and are allied to the one, but as in the middle rank those genera of the gods which subsist according to progression, and which are more divided than the extremely united, but are allotted a union more perfect than such as have proceeded to the utmost, and should unfold as in the last rank such as subsist according to the last division of powers, and together with these, such as have a deified essence. If, therefore, the first of the hypotheses is about the one, which is above all multitude, it is doubtless necessary that the hypothesis which follows this should not unfold being itself in an indefinite and indistinct manner, but should deliver all the orders of beings. For the dividing method does not admit that we should introduce the whole of multitude at once to the one, as Socrates teaches us in the Philebus. Besides, we may evince the truth of what we assert from the very method of the demonstrations. For the first of the conclusions become immediately manifest from the least, most simple, most known, and as it were, common conceptions. But those which are next in order to these become apparent through a greater multitude of conceptions, and such as are more various. And the last conclusions are entirely the most composite, for he always uses the first conclusions as subservient to the demonstration of those that follow, and presents us with an intellectual paradigm of the order observed in geometry, or other disciplines, in the connection of these conclusions with each other. If, therefore, discourses bring with them an image of the things of which they are interpreters, and if, as are the evolutions from demonstrations, such must the order necessarily be of the things exhibited, it appears to me to be necessary that such things as derive their beginning from the most simple principles must be in every respect of a more primary nature, and must be arranged as conjoined with the one. But that such as are always multiplied and suspended from various demonstrations must have proceeded farther from the subsistence of the one. For the demonstrations which have two conclusions must necessarily contain the conclusions prior to themselves, but those which contain primary, spontaneous, and simple conceptions are not necessarily united with such as are more composite, which are exhibited through more abundant media, and which are farther distant from the principle of beings. It appears, therefore, that some of the conclusions are indicative of more divine orders, but others of such as are more subordinate, some of more united, and others of more multiplied orders, and again some of more uniform, and others of more multiform progressions. For demonstrations are universally from causes and things first. If, therefore, first are the causes of second conclusions, there is an order of causes and things caused in the multitude of the conclusions. For indeed, to confound all things and speculate them indefinitely in one, neither accords with the nature of things, nor the science of Plato. End of chapter 10. Chapters 11 and 12 of Book 1 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Again, therefore, let us discuss this affair in another way, and view with the dianoetic power where anything futile is delivered. For, let it be said, if you please, and we will first of all allow it, that the conclusions of this second hypothesis are about true being. But as this is multitude, and not only one itself, like the one prior to beings, for being is that which is passive to the one, as the Elean guest in the Sophista informs us, and as it is universally acknowledged by our opponents, who establish that which is first as the one, but intellect as one many, soul as one and many, and body as many and one. As therefore this has been asserted 1,000 times, I mean that in true being there is multitude together with union, whether will they say that these things harmonize with the whole of being, but not with its parts, or both with the whole and its parts? And again, we ask them, whether they attribute all things to each part of being, or whether they ascribe different things to different parts. If, therefore, they are of opinion that each particular should alone harmonize with the whole of being, being will consist of non-beings, that which is moved of things immovable, that which abides of things deprived of permanency, and universally all things will consist of their opposites. And we shall no longer agree with the discourse of Parmenides, who says that the parts of being characterized by the one are in a certain respect wholes, and that each of them is one and being, in a manner similar to the whole. But if we attribute all things to each part, and there is nothing which we do not make all things, how can the summit of being, and that which is most eminently one, contain a wholeness and an incomprehensible multitude of parts? How can it at one and the same time contain the whole of number, figure, motion and permanency, and in short all forms and genera? For these differ from each other, and the hypothesis will assert things impossible. For things near to will be similarly multiplied with things remote from the one, and that which is first will not be a less multitude than that which is last. Nor again will the last of things be a less one than the first, and things in the middle will have no difference with respect to division from the extremes. As therefore it is not proper to ascribe all this multitude of conclusions to the whole alone, nor to consider all things in a similar manner in all the parts of being, it remains that different conclusions must harmonize with different things. It is necessary, therefore, that either the enumeration of the conclusions should be inordinate or ordinate. But if they say they are inordinate, they neither speak agreeably to the dialectic method, nor to the mode of demonstrations which always generate things secondary from such as are first, nor to the science of Plato, which always accompanies the order of things. But if they say the conclusions are regular, I think it is entirely necessary that they should either begin from things first according to nature, or from things last. But if from things last, being characterized by the one will be the last, and that which is moved according to time the first. This, however, is impossible. For that which participates of time must by a much greater priority participate of first being, but that which participates of first being does not necessarily participate of time. First being, therefore, is above time. If then Plato begins from first being, but ends in that which participates of time, he proceeds supernally from the first to the last parts of true being. Hence, the first conclusions are to be referred to the first orders, the middle, for the same reason, to the middle orders, and the last, as is evident, to such as are last. For it is necessary, as our discourse has evinced, that different conclusions should be assigned to different things, and that a distribution of this kind should commence from such things as are highest. But likewise, the order of the hypotheses, as it appears to me, is a sufficient argument of the truth of our assertion. For with us, the one, which is exempt from all multitude, is allotted the first order, and from this the evolution of all the arguments commences. But the second order after this is about true beings, and the unity which these participate, and the third order in regular succession is about soul. Whether, therefore, is it about every soul or not? In answer to this, we shall observe that our leader, Surianus, has beautifully shown that the discourse about whole souls is comprehended in the second hypothesis. If, therefore, the order of these three hypotheses proceeds according to the nature of things, it is evident that the second is produced from the first, and the last from the second. For I would ask those who are not entirely unskilled in discourses of this kind, what can be more allied to the one than being characterized by the one, which the first of the conclusions of the second hypothesis unfolds. Or what can be more allied to soul than that which participates of time, which subsists divisibly, and which is the last thing exhibited in this hypothesis? For the life of partial as well as of total souls is according to time, and first being is that which participates of the one, and through its connection with being has a redundant hyparxis with respect to the imparticipable unity. But if this hypothesis is the middle, and if we aptly harmonize the highest conclusions with things highest, we should doubtless harmonize middles with middles. For this hypothesis, commencing from first being, proceeds through all the genera posterior to it, till it ends in a nature participating of time. But farther, from the common confession of those interpreters of Plato who were skilled in divine concerns, we can demonstrate the same things as we have above asserted. For Plotinus, in his book on Numbers, inquiring whether beings subsist prior to numbers, or numbers prior to beings, clearly asserts that the first being subsists prior to numbers, and that it generates the divine number. But if this is rightly determined by him, and being is generative of the first number, but number is produced by being, it is not proper to confound the order of these genera, nor to collect them into one hypostasis, nor, since Plato separately produces first being, and separately number, to refer each of the conclusions to the same order. For it is by no means lawful that cause and the thing caused should have either the same power or the same order, but these are distinct from each other, and the science concerning them is likewise distinct, and neither the nature nor the definition of them is one and the same. But after Plotinus, Porphyry, in his treatise on Principles, evinces by many and beautiful arguments that intellect is eternal, but that at the same time it contains in itself something prior to the eternal, and through which it is conjoined with the one. For the one is above all eternity, but the eternal has a second, or rather third order in intellect. For it appears to me to be necessary that eternity should be established in the middle of that which is prior to the eternal and the eternal. But of this hereafter. At the same time, thus much may be collected from what has been said, that intellect contains something in itself better than the eternal. Admitting this, therefore, we ask the father of this assertion, whether this something better than the eternal is not only being characterized by the one, but is a whole, and parts, and all multitude, number and figure, that which is moved, and that which is permanent. Or whether we are to ascribe some of the conclusions to it, but not others. For it is impossible that all these can accord with a nature prior to eternity, since every intellectual motion and likewise permanency are established in eternity. But if we are to ascribe some of the conclusions to it and not others, it is evident that other orders in intellect are to be investigated, and that each of the conclusions is to be referred to that order, to which it appears particularly adapted. For intellect is not one in number, and an atom, as it appeared to be to some of the ancients, but it comprehends in itself the whole progression of first being. But the third, who makes for our purpose after these, is the divine Iamblichus, who, in his treatise concerning the Gods, accuses those who place the genera of being in intelligibles, because the number and variety of these is more remote from the one. But afterwards he informs us where these ought to be placed. For they are produced in the end of the intellectual order by the Gods which there subsist. How the genera of being, however, both are and are not in intelligibles, will be hereafter apparent. But if, according to his arrangement of the divine orders, intelligibles are exempt from the genera of being, much more are they exempt from similitude and dissimilitude, equality and inequality. Each of the conclusions, therefore, ought not in a similar manner to be accommodated to all things, so as to refer them to the whole breadth of the intelligible or intellectual order. Hence, from what the best of the interpreters have said, when philosophizing according to their own doctrines, both the multitude of the divine orders and of the Platonic arguments are to be considered as proceeding according to an orderly distinction. In addition, likewise, to what has been said, this also may be asserted, that we cannot, on any other hypothesis, obtain a rational solution of the many doubts which present themselves on this subject, but shall ignorantly ascribe what is rash and vain to this treatise of Plato. For, in the first place, why are there only so many conclusions, and neither more nor less? For there are 14 conclusions. But as there are so many, we cannot assign the reason of this unless we distribute them in conjunction with things themselves. In the second place, neither shall we be able to find the cause of the order of the conclusions with respect to each other, and how some have a prior and others a posterior establishment according to the reason of science, unless the order of the conclusions proceeds in conjunction with the progression of beings. In the third place, why do some of the conclusions become known from things proximately demonstrated, but others from preceding demonstrations? For that the one is a whole and contains parts is demonstrated from being, which is characterized by the one. But its subsistence in itself and in another is placed in a proximate order after the possession of figure, but is demonstrated from whole and parts. Or why are some things often demonstrated from two of the particulars previously evinced, but others from one of them? For we shall be ignorant of each of these, and shall neither be able scientifically to speculate their number, nor their order, nor their alliance to each other, unless, following things themselves, we evince that this whole hypothesis is a dialectic arrangement proceeding from on high through all the middle genera, as far as to the termination of first being. Again, if we should say that all the conclusions demonstrate syllogistically only, in what respect shall we differ from those who assert that the whole of this discussion consists of doxastic arguments, and only regards a mere verbal contest? But if it is not only syllogistic, but likewise demonstrative, it is doubtless necessary that the middle should be the cause of, and by nature prior to the conclusion. As, therefore, we make the conclusions of the preceding reasons the media of those that follow, the things which the arguments respect must doubtless have a similar order as to being, and their progeny must be the causes of things subject, and generative of such as are secondary. But if this be admitted, how can we allow that all of them have the same peculiarity and nature? For cause, and that which is produced from cause, are separated from each other. But this likewise will happen to those who assert that one nature is to be explored in all the arguments, that they will by no means perceive how in the three first conclusions the one remains unseparated from being, but is first separated in the fourth conclusion. But in all the following conclusions, the one is explored, considered as subsisting itself by itself. Is it not therefore necessary that these orders must differ from each other? For that which is without separation, in consequence of having an occult and undivided subsistence, is more allied to the one, but that which is separated has proceeded farther from the first principle of things. Again, if you are willing to consider the multitude of the arguments, and the extent of the hypothesis, how much it differs from that which follows it, neither from this will it appear to you to be entirely about one and an unseparated nature. For reasonings about divine concerns are contracted in the more principal causes, because in these the occult is more abundant than the perspicuous, and the ineffable than the known. But they become multiplied and evolved by proceeding to divine orders more proximate to our nature. For such things as are more allied to that which is ineffable, unknown, and exempt in inaccessible places are allotted an hyparxis more foreign from verbal enunciation. But such things as have proceeded farther are both more known to us and more apparent to the fantasy than such as have a prior subsistence. This, therefore, being abundantly proved, it is necessary that the second hypothesis should unfold all the divine orders, and should proceed on high from the most simple and unical to the whole multitude, and all the number of divine natures in which the order of true being ends, which indeed is spread under the unities of the gods, and at the same time is divided in conjunction with their occult and ineffable peculiarities. If, therefore, we are not deceived in admitting this, it follows that from this hypothesis the continuity of the divine orders, and the progression of second from first natures is to be assumed, together with the peculiarity of all the divine genera. And indeed, what their communion is with each other, and what their distinction proceeding according to measure, likewise the auxiliaries which may be found in other dialogues respecting the truth of real beings, or the unities which they contain, are all to be referred to this hypothesis. For here we may contemplate the total progressions of the gods, and their all perfect orders, according to theological science. For, as we have before shown, that the whole treatise of the Parmenides has reference to the truth of things, and that it was not devised as a vain evolution of words, it is doubtless necessary that the 9 hypotheses which it discusses, employing the dialectic method, but speculating with divine science, should be about things and certain natures, which are either middle or last. If, therefore, Parmenides acknowledges that his whole discourse will be about the One, and how it subsists with respect to itself and all other things, it is evident that the speculation of the One must commence from that which is highest, but end in that which is the last of all things. For the hyparxis of the One proceeds from on high, as far as to the most obscure hypostasis of things. Chapter 12. As the first hypothesis, however, demonstrates by negations the ineffable supereminence of the first principle of things, and evinces that he is exempt from all essence and knowledge, it is evident that the hypothesis after this, as being proximate to it, must unfold the whole order of the Gods. For Parmenides does not alone assume the intellectual and essential peculiarity of the Gods, but likewise the divine characteristic of their hyparxis through the whole of this hypothesis. For what other One can that be which is participated by being, than that which is in every being divine, and through which all things are conjoined with the imparticipable One? For as bodies through their life are conjoined with soul, and as souls through their intellective part are extended to total intellect, and the first intelligence, in like manner true beings through the One which they contain are reduced to an exempt union, and subsist in unproceeding union with this first cause. But because this hypothesis commences from that which is one being, or being characterized by the One, and establishes the summit of intelligibles as the first after the One, but ends in an essence which participates of time, and deduces divine souls to the extremities of the divine orders, it is necessary that the third hypothesis should demonstrate by various conclusions the whole multitude of partial souls, and the diversities which they contain. And thus far the separate and incorporeal hypostasis proceeds. After this follows that nature which is divisible about bodies, and inseparable from matter, which the fourth hypothesis delivers supernally suspended from the Gods. And the last hypothesis is the procession of matter, whether considered as one or as various, which the fifth hypothesis demonstrates by negations, according to its dissimilar similitude to the first. But sometimes indeed the negations are privations, and sometimes the exempt causes of all the productions. And what is the most wonderful of all, the highest negations are only enunciative, but some in a supereminent manner, and others according to deficiency. But each of the negations consequent to these is affirmative, the one paradigmatically, but the other iconically, or after the manner of an image. But the middle corresponds to the order of soul, for it is composed from affirmative and negative conclusions, but it possesses negations coordinate to affirmations. Nor is it alone multiplied, like material natures, nor does it possess an adventitious one, but the one which it contains, though it is still one, yet subsists in motion and multiplication, and in its progressions is, as it were, absorbed by essence. And such are the hypotheses which unfold all beings, both separable and inseparable, together with the causes of wholes, as well exempt as subsisting in things themselves, according to the hyparxis of the One. But there are four other hypotheses besides these, which, by taking away the One, evince that all things must be entirely subverted, both beings and things in generation, and that no being can any longer have any subsistence, and this in order that he may demonstrate the One to be the cause of being and preservation, that through it all things participate of the nature of being, and that each has its hyparxis suspended from the One. And in short, we syllogistically collect this through all beings, that if the One is, all things subsist as far as to the last hypostasis, and if it is not, no being has any subsistence. The One, therefore, is both the hypostatic and preservative cause of all things, which Parmenides also himself collects at the end of the dialogue. With respect, however, to the hypothesis of the Parmenides, its division, and the speculation of its several parts, we have sufficiently treated in our commentaries on that dialogue, so that it would be superfluous to enter into a prolix discussion of these particulars at present. But as from what has been said, it appears whence we may assume the whole of theology, and from what dialogues we may collect into one the theology distributed according to parts, we shall, in the next place, treat about the common dogmas of Plato, which are adapted to sacred concerns, and which extend to all the divine orders, and shall evince that each of these is defined by him according to the most perfect science. For things common are prior to such as are peculiar, and are more known according to nature. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. In the first place, therefore, we shall assume the things which are demonstrated in the laws, and contemplate how they take the lead with respect to the truth about the gods, and are the most ancient of all the other mystic conceptions about a divine nature. Three things, therefore, are asserted by Plato in these writings: that there are gods, that their providence extends to all things, and that they administer all things according to justice, and suffer no perversion from worse natures. That these then obtain the first rank among all theological dogmas is perfectly evident. For what can be of a more leading nature than the hyparxis of the gods, or than boniform providence, or immutable and undeviating power, through which they produce secondary natures uniformly, preserve themselves in an undefiled manner, and convert them to themselves. But the gods, indeed, govern other things, but suffer nothing from subordinate natures, nor are changed with the variety of the things to which their providence extends. We shall learn, however, how these things are defined according to nature, if we endeavor to embrace by a reasoning process the scientific method of Plato about each of them, and prior to these, survey, by what irrefragable arguments he proves that there are Gods, and thus afterwards consider such problems as are conjoined with this dogma. Of all beings, therefore, it is necessary that some should move only, but that others should be moved only, and that the natures situated between these should both move and be moved. And with respect to these last, it is necessary either that they should move others, being themselves moved by others, or that they should be self-motive. These four hypostases likewise are necessarily placed in an orderly series one after another. That which is moved only and suffers, depending on other primary causes. That which moves others and is at the same time moved, being prior to this. That which is self-motive, and which is beyond that which both moves and is moved, beginning from itself, and through its own motion imparting the representation of being moved to other things, and that which is immovable, preceding whatever participates, either producing or passive motion. For everything self-motive, in consequence of possessing its perfection in a transition and interval of life, depends on another more ancient cause, which always subsists according to sameness, and in a similar manner, and whose life is not in time but in eternity, for time is an image of eternity. If, therefore, all things which are moved by themselves are moved according to time, but the eternal form of motion is above that which is carried in time, the self-motive nature will be second in order, and not the first of beings. But that which moves others, and is moved by others, must necessarily be suspended from a self-motive nature, and not this alone, but likewise every alter motive fabrication, as the Athenian guest demonstrates. For if all things, says he, should stand still, unless self-motive natures had a subsistence among things, there would be no such thing as that which is first moved. For that which is immovable is by no means naturally adapted to be moved, nor will there then be that which is first moved. But the alter motive nature is indigent of another moving power. The self-motive nature, therefore, alone, as beginning from its own energy, will move both itself and others in a secondary manner. For a thing of this kind imparts the power of being moved to alter motive natures, in the same manner as an immovable nature imparts a motive power to all beings. In the third place, that which is moved only, must first of all be suspended from things moved by another, but moving others. For it is necessary, both that other things, and the series of things moved, which extends in an orderly manner from on high to the last of things, should be filled with their proper media. All bodies, therefore, belong to those things which are naturally moved only, and are passive. For they are productive of nothing, on account of possessing an hypostasis endued with interval, and participating of magnitude and bulk, since everything productive and motive of others naturally produces and moves by employing an incorporeal power. But of incorporeal natures, some are divisible about bodies, but others are exempt from such a division about the last of things. Those incorporeals, therefore, which are divisible about the bulks of bodies, whether they subsist in qualities or in material forms, belong to the number of things moved by another, but at the same time moving others. For these, because they possess an incorporeal allotment, participate of a motive power, but because they are divided about bodies, are deprived of the power of verging to themselves, are divided together with their subjects, and are full of sluggishness from these. They are indigent of a motive nature which is not borne along in a foreign seat, but possesses an hypostasis in itself. Where, therefore, shall we obtain that which moves itself? For things extended into natures possessing bulk and interval, or which are divided in these, and subsist inseparably about them, must necessarily either be moved only, or be motive through others. But it is necessary, as we have before observed, that a self-motive nature should be prior to these, which is perfectly established in itself, and not in others, and which fixes its energies in itself, and not in things different from itself. There is, therefore, another certain nature exempt from bodies, both in the heavens and in these very mutable elements, from which bodies primarily derive the power of being moved. Hence, if it be requisite to discover what such an essence as this is, rightly following Socrates, and considering what the end of things is, which by being present to alter motive natures, imparts to them a representation of self-motion, to which of the above mentioned natures shall we ascribe the power of things being moved from themselves? For all inanimate natures are alone alter motive, and whatever they suffer, they are adapted to suffer through a certain power externally moving and compelling. It remains, therefore, that animated natures must possess this representation, and that they are self-motive in a secondary degree, but that the soul which is in them primarily moves itself, and is moved by itself, and that through a power derived from itself, as it imparts life to bodies, so likewise it extends to them from itself a representation of being moved by themselves. If, therefore, the self-motive essence is more ancient than alter motive natures, but soul is primarily self-motive, from which the image of self-motion is imparted to bodies, soul will be beyond bodies, and the motion of every body will be the progeny of soul and of the motion it contains. Hence it is necessary that the whole heaven and all the bodies it contains, possessing various motions and being moved with these different motions, according to nature, for a circulation is natural to every body of this kind, should have ruling souls which are essentially more ancient than bodies, and which are moved in themselves, and supernally illuminate these with the power of being moved. It is necessary, therefore, that these souls which dispose in an orderly manner the whole world, and the parts it contains, and who impart to everything corporeal, which is of itself destitute of life, the power of being moved, inspiring it for this purpose with the cause of motion, should either move all things conformably to reason, or after a contrary manner, which it is not lawful to assert. But if indeed this world, and everything in it which is disposed in an orderly manner, and is moved equally and perpetually according to nature, as is demonstrated, partly in the mathematical disciplines, and partly in physical discussions, is suspended from an irrational soul, which moving itself moves also other things, neither the order of the periods, nor the motion which is bounded by one reason, nor the position of bodies, nor any other of those things which are generated according to nature, will have a stable cause, and which is able to distribute everything in an orderly manner and according to an invariable sameness of subsistence. For everything irrational is naturally adapted to be adorned by something different from itself, and is indefinite and unadorned in its own nature. But to commit all heaven to a thing of this kind, and a circulation revolving according to reason, and with an invariable sameness, is by no means adapted either to the nature of things, or to our undisciplined conceptions. If, however, an intellectual soul, and which employs reason, governs all things, and if everything which is moved with a perpetual action is governed by a soul of this kind, and there is no one of the wholes in the universe destitute of soul, for no body is honourable if deprived of such a power as this, as Theophrastus somewhere says. If this be the case, whether does it possess this intellectual, perfect, and beneficent power, according to participation or according to essence? For if according to essence, it is necessary that every soul should be of this kind, since each according to its own nature is self-motive. But if according to participation, there will be another intellect subsisting in energy, more ancient than soul, which essentially possesses intellection, and by its very being pre-assumes in itself the uniform knowledge of wholes. Since it is also necessary that the soul which is essentialized according to reason should possess that which pertains to intellect through participation, and that the intellectual nature should be twofold, the one subsisting primarily in a divine intellect itself, but the other which proceeds from this, subsisting secondarily in soul. To which you may add, if you please, the presence of intellectual illumination in body. For whence is the whole of this heaven either spherical or moved in a circle, and whence does it revolve with the sameness of circulation according to one definite order? For how could it always be allotted the same idea and power immutably according to nature, if it did not participate of specific formation according to intellect? For soul indeed is the supplier of motion, but the cause of a firm establishment, and that which reduces the unstable mutation of things that are moved into sameness, and also a life which is bounded by one reason, and a circulation which subsists with invariable sameness, will evidently be superior to soul. Body, therefore, and the whole of the sensible nature belong to things which are alter motive. But soul is self-motive, binding in itself all corporeal motions, and prior to this is intellect which is immovable. Let no one, however, suppose that I assert this immobility of intellect to resemble that which is sluggish, destitute of life, and without respiration, but that it is the leading cause of all motion, and the fountain, if you are willing so to denominate it, of all life, both of that which is converted to itself, and of that which has its hypostasis in other things. Through these causes also, the world is denominated by Timaeus, an animal endued with soul and intellect, being called by him an animal according to its own nature, and the life pervading to it from soul, and which is distributed about it, but animated or endued with soul, according to the presence of a divine soul in it, and endued with intellect according to intellectual domination. For the supply of life, the government of soul, and the participation of intellect connect and contain the whole of heaven. If, however, this intellect is essentially intellect, since Timaeus, indicating that the essence of intellect is the same with its intellection, denominates it divine, for he says that soul receiving a divine intellect led an upright and wise life. If therefore this be the case, it is necessary that the whole world should be suspended from its divinity, and that motion indeed should be present to this universe from soul, but that its perpetual permanency and sameness of subsistence should be derived from intellect, and that its one union, the conspiration in it and sympathy, and its all perfect measure should originate from that unity, from which intellect is uniform, soul is one, every being is whole and perfect according to its own nature, and everything secondary together with perfection in its own proper nature, participates of another more excellent peculiarity, from an order which is always established above it. For that which is corporeal, being alter motive, derives from soul the representation of self-motive power, and is through it an animal. But soul, being self-motive, participates of a life according to intellect, and energizing according to time, possesses a never-ceasing energy, and an ever-vigilant life, from its proximity to intellect. And intellect, possessing its life in eternity, always subsisting essentially in energy, and fixing all its stable intellection at once in intellect, is entirely deific through the cause prior to itself. For it has twofold energies, as Plotinus says, some as intellect, but others as being inebriated with nectar. And elsewhere he observes that this intellect, by that which is prior to itself, and is not intellect, is a god. In the same manner as soul, by its summit which is above soul, is intellect, and as body, by the power which is prior to body, is soul. All things therefore, as we have said, are suspended from the one through intellect and soul as media. And intellect indeed has the form of unity, but soul has the form of intellect, and the body of the world is vital. But everything is conjoined with that which is prior to itself, and of the natures posterior to these, one in a more proximate, but the other in a more remote degree enjoys that which is divine. And divinity indeed is prior to intellect, being primarily carried in an intellectual nature. But intellect is most divine, as being deified prior to other things, and soul is divine so far as it requires an intellectual medium. But the body, which participates of a soul of this kind, so far as body indeed, is also itself divine. For the illumination of divine light pervades supernally as far as to the last dependencies. Yet it is not simply divine, but soul, by looking to intellect, and living from itself, is primarily divine. My reasoning is also the same about each of the whole spheres, and about the bodies they contain. For all these imitate the whole heaven, since these likewise have a perpetual allotment, and with respect to the sublunary elements, they have not entirely an essential mutation, but they abide in the universe according to their wholenesses, and contain in themselves partial animals. For every wholeness has posterior to itself more partial essences. As therefore in the heavens the number of the stars proceeds together with the whole spheres, and as in the earth the multitude of partial terrestrial animals subsists together with their wholeness, thus also it appears to me to be necessary that in the wholes, which have an intermediate subsistence, each element should be filled up with appropriate numbers. For how in the extremes can wholes which subsist prior to parts be arranged together with parts, unless there is the same analogy of them in the intermediate natures? But if each of the spheres is an animal, and is always established after the same manner, and gives completion to the universe, as possessing life indeed, it will always primarily participate of soul. But as preserving its own order immutable in the world, it will be comprehended by intellect, and as one and a whole, and the leader and ruler of its proper parts, it will be illuminated by divine union. Not only the universe therefore, but each also of its perpetual parts is animated and endued with intellect, and as much as possible is similar to the universe. For each of these parts is a universe with respect to its kindred multitude. In short, there is indeed one corporeal formed wholeness of the universe, but there are many others under this, depending on this one. There is one soul of the universe, and after this, other souls, together with this disposing in an orderly manner the whole parts of the universe with undefiled purity. One intellect, and an intellectual number under this, participated by these souls, and one God, who connectedly contains at once all mundane and supermundane natures, and a multitude of other gods, who distribute intellectual essences, and the souls suspended from these, and all the parts of the world. For it is not to be supposed that each of the productions of nature is generative of things similar to itself, but that wholes, and the first of mundane beings, should not in a much greater degree extend in themselves the paradigm of a generation of this kind. For the similar is more allied and more naturally adapted to the reason of cause than the dissimilar, in the same manner as the same than the different, and bound than the infinite. These things, however, we shall accurately survey in what follows. But we shall now direct our attention to the second of the things demonstrated in the laws, viz., that the gods providentially attend at once to wholes and parts, and shall summarily discuss the irreprehensible conception of Plato about the providence of the gods. End of chapter 13. Chapters 14 to 16 of Book 1 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. From what has been said, therefore, it is evident to everyone that the gods, being the causes of all motion, some of them are essential and vivific, according to a self-motive, self-vital, and self-energetic power. But others of them are intellectual, and excite by their very being all secondary natures to the perfection of life, according to the fountain and principle of all second and third progressions of motion. And others are unical, or characterized by unity, deifying by participation all the whole genera of themselves, according to a primary, all perfect, and unknown power of energy, and who are the leaders of one kind of motion, but are not the principle of another. But again, others supply to secondary natures motion according to place or quality, but are essentially the causes of motion to themselves. For everything which is the cause of essence to other things is much prior to this the cause to itself of its own proper energies and perfection. Farther still, that which is self-motive is again the principle of motion, and being and life are imparted by soul to everything in the world, and not local motion only, and the other kinds of motion, but the progression into being is from soul, and by a much greater priority from an intellectual essence, which binds to itself the life of self-motive natures, and precedes, according to cause, all temporal energy. And in a still greater degree do motion, being, and life proceed from a unical hyparxis, which connectedly contains intellect and soul, is the source of total good, and proceeds as far as to the last of things. For of life indeed, not all the parts of the world are capable of participating, nor of intellect and a gnostic power. But of the one, all things participate as far as to matter itself, both wholes and parts, things which subsist according to nature, and the contraries to these. And there is not anything which is deprived of a cause of this kind, nor can anything ever participate of being, if it is deprived of the one. If, therefore, the Gods produce all things and contain all things in the unknown comprehensions of themselves, how is it possible there should not be a providence of all things in these comprehensions, pervading supernally as far as to the most partial natures? For it is everywhere fit that offspring should enjoy the providential care of their causes. But all altermotive are the progeny of self-motive natures, and things which subsist in time, either in the whole of time or in a part of it, are the effects of eternal natures, because that which always is the cause of that which sometimes exists. And divine and unical genera, as they give subsistence to all multiplied natures, precede them in existence. In short, there is no essence or multitude of powers which is not allotted its generation from the one. It is necessary, therefore, that all these should be partakers of the providence of preceding causes, being vivified indeed from the psychical Gods, and circulating according to temporal periods, and participating of sameness, and at the same time a stable condition of forms from the intellectual Gods, but receiving into themselves the presence of union, of measure, and of the distribution of good from the first Gods. It is necessary, therefore, either that the Gods should know that a providential care of their own offspring is natural to them, and should not only give subsistence to secondary beings, and supply them with life, essence, and union, but also previously comprehend in themselves the primary cause of the goods they contain, or, which it is not lawful to assert, that being Gods, they are ignorant of what is proper and fit. For what ignorance can there be of beautiful things, with those who are the causes of beauty, or of things good, with those who are allotted an hyparxis defined by the nature of the good? But if they are ignorant, neither do souls govern the universe according to intellect, nor are intellects carried in souls as in a vehicle, nor prior to these do the unities of the Gods contractedly comprehend in themselves all knowledge, which we have acknowledged they do through the former demonstrations. If, therefore, they are not deprived of knowledge, being the fathers, leaders, and governors of everything in the world, and to them as being such a providential care of the things governed by, and following them, and generated by them pertains, whether shall we say that they, knowing the law which is according to nature, accomplish this law, or that through imbecility they are deprived of a providential attention to their possessions or progeny? For it is of no consequence, as to the present discussion, which of these two appellations you are willing to adopt. For if through want of power they neglect the superintendence of wholes, what is the cause of this want of power? For they do not move things externally, nor are other things indeed the causes of essence, but they assume the government of the things they have produced. But they rule over all things as if from the stern of a ship, themselves supplying being, themselves containing the measures of life, and themselves distributing to things their respective energies. Whether also are they unable to provide at once for all things, or they do not leave each of the parts destitute of their providential care. And if they are not curators of everything in the world, whether do they providentially superintend greater things, but neglect such as are less? Or do they pay attention to the less, but neglect to take care of the greater? For if we deprive them of a providential attention to all things similarly, through the want of power, how, while we attribute to them a greater thing, viz. The production of all things, can we refuse to grant that which is naturally consequent to this, a providential attention to their productions? For it is the province of the power which produces a greater thing to dispose in a becoming manner that which is less. But if they are curators of less things, and neglect such as are greater, how can this mode of providence be right? For that which is more allied and more similar to anything is more appropriately and fitly disposed by nature to the participation of the good, which that thing confers on it. If, however, the gods think that the first of mundane natures deserve their providential care, and that perfection of which they are the sources, but are unable to extend their regard to the last of things, what is it which can restrain the presence of the gods from pervading to all things? What is it which can impede their unenvying and exuberant energy? How can those who are capable of effecting greater things be unable to govern such as are less? Or how can those who produce the essence even of the smallest things not be the lords of the perfection of them through a privation of power? For all these things are hostile to our natural conceptions. It remains, therefore, that the gods must know what is fit and appropriate, and that they must possess a power adapted to the perfection of their own nature, and to the government of the whole of things. But if they know that which is according to nature, and this to those who are the generating causes of all things is to take care of all things, and an exuberance of power, if this be the case, they are not deprived of a providential attention of this kind. Whether also, together with what has been said, is there a will of providence in them? Or is this alone wanting, both to their knowledge and power? And on this account are things deprived of their providential care? For if indeed knowing what is fit for themselves, and being able to accomplish what they know, they are unwilling to provide for their own offspring, they will be indigent of goodness. Their unenvying exuberance will perish, and we shall do nothing else than abolish the hyparxis according to which they are essentialized. For the very being of the gods is defined by the good, and in this they have their subsistence. But to provide for things of a subject nature is to confer on them a certain good. How, therefore, can we deprive the gods of providence, without at the same time depriving them of goodness? And how, if we subvert their goodness, is it possible that we should not also ignorantly subvert their hyparxis, which we established by the former demonstrations? Hence it is necessary to admit as a thing consequent to the very being of the gods, that they are good according to every virtue. And again it is consequent to this, that they do not withdraw themselves from a providential attention to secondary natures, either through indolence or imbecility or ignorance. But to this I think it is also consequent that there is with them the most excellent knowledge, unpolluted power, and unenvying and exuberant will, from which it appears that they provide for the whole of things, and omit nothing which is requisite to the supply of good. Let, however, no one think that the gods extend such a providence about secondary things as is either of a busy or laborious nature, or that this is the case with their exempt transcendency, which is established remote from mortal difficulty. For their blessedness is not willing to be defiled with the difficulty of administration, since even the life of good men is accompanied with facility, and is void of molestation and pain. But all labours and molestation arise from the impediments of matter. If, however, it be requisite to define the mode of the providence of the gods, it must be admitted that it is spontaneous, unpolluted, immaterial, and ineffable. For the gods do not govern all things either by investigating what is fit, or exploring the good of everything by ambiguous reasonings, or by looking externally and following their effects as men do in the providence which they exert on their own affairs, but pre-assuming in themselves the measures of the whole of things, and producing the essence of everything from themselves, and also looking to themselves, they lead and perfect all things in a silent path, by their very being, and fill them with good. Neither, likewise, do they produce in a manner similar to nature, energizing only by their very being, unaccompanied with deliberate choice, nor energizing in a manner similar to partial souls in conjunction with will, are they deprived of production according to essence, but they contract both these into one union, and they will indeed such things as they are able to effect by their very being, but by their very essence being capable of and producing all things, they contain the cause of production in their unenvying and exuberant will. By what busy energy, therefore, with what difficulty, or with the punishment of what ixion, is the providence either of whole souls, or of intellectual essences, or of the gods themselves accomplished, unless it should be said that to impart good in any respect is laborious to the gods, but that which is according to nature is not laborious to any thing. For neither is it laborious to fire to impart heat, nor to snow to refrigerate, nor in short to bodies to energize according to their own proper powers. And prior to bodies, neither is it laborious to natures to nourish, or generate, or increase, for these are the works of natures, nor again prior to these is it laborious to souls, for these indeed produce many energies from deliberate choice, many from their very being, and are the causes of many motions by alone being present, so that if indeed the communication of good is according to nature to the gods, providence also is according to nature. And these things, we must say, are accomplished by the gods with facility, and by their very being alone. But if these things are not according to nature, neither will the gods be naturally good. For the good is the supplier of good, just as life is the source of another life, and intellect is the source of intellectual illumination. And everything which has a primary subsistence in each nature is generative of that which has a secondary subsistence. That, however, which is especially the illustrious prerogative of the Platonic theology, I should say, is this, that according to it, neither is the exempt essence of the Gods converted to secondary natures through a providential care for things subordinate, nor is their providential presence with all things diminished through their transcending the whole of things with undefiled purity, but at the same time it assigns to them a separate subsistence, and the being unmingled with every subordinate nature, and also the being extended to all things, and the taking care of and adorning their own progeny. For the manner in which they pervade through all things is not corporeal, as that of light is through the air, nor is it divisible about bodies, in the same manner as in nature, nor converted to subordinate natures, in the same manner as that of a partial soul, but it is separate from body, and without conversion to it, is immaterial, unmingled, unrestrained, uniform, primary, and exempt. In short, such a mode of the providence of the Gods as this must at present be conceived, for it is evident that it will be appropriate according to each order of the Gods. For soul, indeed, is said to provide for secondary natures in one way, and intellect in another. But the providence of divinity, who is prior to intellect, is exerted according to a transcendency, both of intellect and soul. And of the Gods themselves, the providence of the sublunary is different from that of the celestial divinities. Of the Gods also, who are beyond the world, there are many orders, and the mode of providence is different according to each. Chapter 15. The third problem after these we shall connect with the former, and survey how we are to assume the unpervertible in the Gods, who perform all things according to justice, and who do not in the smallest degree subvert its boundary, or its undeviating rectitude in their providential attention to all other things, and in the mutations of human affairs. I think, therefore, that this is apparent to every one, that everywhere that which governs according to nature, and pays all possible attention to the felicity of the governed, after this manner becomes the leader of that which it governs, and directs it to that which is best. For neither has the pilot who rules over the sailors and the ship any other presidenious end than the safety of those that sail in the ship, and of the ship itself, nor does the physician, who is the curator of the diseased, endeavour to do all things for the sake of anything else than the health of the subjects of his care, whether it be requisite to cut them, or administer to them a purgative medicine. Nor would the general of an army or a guardian say that they look to any other end than the one to the liberty of those that are guarded, and the other to the liberty of the soldiers. Nor will any other to whom it belongs to be the leader or curator of certain persons endeavour to subvert the good of those that follow him, which it is his business to procure, and with a view to which he disposes in a becoming manner everything belonging to those whom he governs. If, therefore, we grant that the Gods are the leaders of the whole of things, and that their providence extends to all things, since they are good and possess every virtue, how is it possible they should neglect the felicity of the objects of their providential care? Or how can they be inferior to other leaders in the providence of subordinate natures? Since the Gods indeed always look to that which is better, and establish this as the end of all their government, But other leaders overlook the good of men and embrace vice rather than virtue, in consequence of being perverted by the gifts of the depraved. And, universally, whether you are willing to call the gods leaders, or rulers, or guardians, or fathers, a divine nature will appear to be in want of no one of such names. For all things that are venerable and honorable subsist in them primarily. And on this account indeed, here also some things are naturally more venerable and honorable than others, because they exhibit an ultimate resemblance of the gods. But what occasion is there to speak further on this subject? For I think that we hear from those who are wise in divine concerns, paternal, guardian, ruling, and Paeonian power celebrated. How is it possible, therefore, that the images of the gods, which subsist according to nature, regarding the end which is adapted to them, should providentially attend to the order of the things which they govern, but that the gods themselves, with whom there is the whole of good, true and real virtue, and a blameless life, should not direct their government to the virtue and vice of men? And how can it be admitted on this supposition, that they exhibit virtue victorious in the universe, and vice vanquished? Will they not also thus corrupt the measures of justice by the worship paid to them by the depraved, subvert the boundary of undeviating science, and cause the gifts of vice to appear more honorable than the pursuits of virtue? For this mode of providence is neither advantageous to these leaders, nor to those that follow them. For to those who have become wicked there will be no liberation from guilt, since they will always endeavor to anticipate justice, and pervert the measures of desert. But it will be necessary, which it is not lawful to assert, that the gods should regard as their final end the vice of the subjects of their providence, neglect their true salvation, and consequently be alone the causes of a dumbrant good. This universe also, and the whole world, will be filled with disorder and incurable perturbation, depravity remaining in it, and being replete with that discord which exists in badly governed cities. Though, is it not perfectly impossible that parts should be governed according to nature in a greater degree than wholes, human than divine concerns, and images than primary causes? Hence, if men properly attend to the welfare of men in governing them, honoring some but disgracing others, and everywhere giving a proper direction to the works of vice by the measures of virtue, it is much more necessary that the gods should be the immutable governors of the whole of things. For men are allotted this virtue through similitude to the gods. But if we acknowledge that men who corrupt the safety and well-being of those whom they govern imitate in a greater degree the providence of the gods, we shall ignorantly at one and the same time entirely subvert the truth concerning the gods, and the transcendency of virtue. For this I think is evident to every one, that what is more similar to the gods is more happy than those things that are deprived of them, through dissimilitude and diversity. So that if among men indeed the uncorrupted and undeviating form of providence is honorable, it must undoubtedly be in a much greater degree honorable with the gods. But if with them mortal gifts are more venerable than the divine measures of justice, with men also earth-born gifts will be more honorable than Olympian goods, and the blandishments of vice than the works of virtue. With a view, therefore, to the most perfect felicity, Plato in the Laws delivers to us, through these demonstrations, the hyparxis of the gods, their providential care extending to all things, and their immutable energy, which things indeed are common to all the gods, but are most principal and first according to nature in the doctrine pertaining to them. For this triad appears to pervade as far as to the most partial natures in the divine orders, originating supernally from the occult genera of gods. For a uniform hyparxis, a power which providentially takes care of all secondary natures, and an undeviating and immutable intellect, are in all the gods that are prior to and in the world. Chapter 16. Again, from another principle we may be able to apprehend the theological demonstrations in the Republic, for these are common to all the divine orders, similarly extend to all the discussion about the gods, and unfold to us truth in uninterrupted connection with what has been before said. In the second book of the Republic, therefore, Socrates describes certain theological types for mythological poets, and exhorts his pupils to purify themselves from those tragic disciplines, which some do not refuse to introduce to a divine nature, concealing in these, as in veils, the arcane mysteries concerning the gods. Socrates, therefore, as I have said, narrating the types and laws of divine fables, which afford this apparent meaning, and the inward, concealed scope, which regards as its end the beautiful and the natural in the fictions about the gods, in the first place indeed, thinks fit to evince, according to our unperverted conception about the gods and their goodness, that they are the suppliers of all good, but the causes of no evil to any being at any time. In the second place, he says that they are essentially immutable, and that they neither have various forms, deceiving and fascinating, nor are the authors of the greatest evil, lying, in deeds or in words, or of error and folly. These therefore being two laws, the former has two conclusions. Videre licet, that the gods are not the causes of evils, and that they are the causes of all good. The second law also, in a similar manner, has two other conclusions, and these are, that every divine nature is immutable, and is established pure from falsehood and artificial variety. All the things demonstrated, therefore, depend on these three common conceptions about a divine nature. Videre licet, on the conceptions about its goodness, immutability, and truth. For the first and ineffable fountain of good is with the gods, together with eternity, which is the cause of a power that has an invariable sameness of subsistence, and the first intellect, which is beings themselves, and the truth, which is in real beings. End of chapter 16. Chapters 17 to 19 of Book 1 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. That, therefore, which has the hyparxis of itself, and the whole of its essence defined in the good, and which by its very being produces all things, must necessarily be productive of every good, but of no evil. For if there was anything primarily good, which is not God, perhaps some one might say that divinity is indeed a cause of good, but that it does not impart to beings every good. If, however, not only every God is good, but that which is primarily boniform and beneficent is God, for that which is primarily good will not be the second after the gods, because everywhere things which have a secondary subsistence receive the peculiarity of their hyparxis from those that subsist primarily. This being the case, it is perfectly necessary that divinity should be the cause of good, and of all such goods as proceed into secondary descents, as far as to the last of things. For as the power which is the cause of life gives subsistence to all life, as the power which is the cause of knowledge produces all knowledge, as the power which is the cause of beauty produces everything beautiful, as well the beauty which is in words as that which is in the phenomena, and thus every primary cause produces all similars from itself, and binds to itself the one hypostasis of things which subsist according to one form. After the same manner, I think, the first and most principal good and uniform hyparxis establishes in and about itself the causes and comprehensions of all goods at once. Nor is there anything good which does not possess this power from it, nor beneficent which being converted to it does not participate of this cause. For all goods are from thence produced, perfected and preserved, and the one series and order of universal good depends on that fountain. Through the same cause of hyparxis, therefore, the gods are the suppliers of all good, and of no evil. For that which is primarily good gives subsistence to every good from itself, and is not the cause of an allotment contrary to itself, since that which is productive of life is not the cause of the privation of life, and that which is the source of beauty is exempt from the nature of that which is void of beauty, and is deformed, and from the causes of this. Hence, of that which primarily constitutes good, it is not lawful to assert that it is the cause of contrary progeny, but the nature of goods proceeds from thence undefiled, unmingled and uniform. And the divine cause indeed of goods is established eternally in itself, extending to all secondary natures an unenvying and exuberant participation of good. Of its participants, however, some preserve the participation with incorruptible purity, receiving their proper good in undefiled bosoms, and thus, through an abundance of power, possess inevitably an allotment of goods adapted to them. But those natures which are arranged in the last of the whole of things, entirely indeed enjoy according to their nature the goodness of the gods. For it is not possible that things perfectly destitute of good should either have a being or subsist at first. But receiving an efflux of this kind, they neither preserve the gift which pervades to them, pure and unmingled, nor do they retain their proper good stably, and with invariable sameness, but becoming imbecile, partial and material, and filled with the privation of vitality of their subject, they exhibit to order indeed the privation of order, to reason irrationality, and to virtue the contrary to it, vice. And with respect indeed to the natures which rank as wholes, each of these is exempt from a perversion of this kind, things more perfect in them always having dominion according to nature. But partial natures through a diminution of power always diverging into multitude, division and interval, obscure indeed the participation of good, but substitute the contrary in the mixture with good, and which is vanquished by the combination. For neither here is it lawful for evil to subsist unmingled, and perfectly destitute of good. But though some particular thing may be evil to a part, yet it is entirely good to the whole and to the universe. For the universe is always happy, and always consists of perfect parts, and which subsist according to nature. But that which is preternatural is always evil to partial natures, and deformity, privation of symmetry, perversion, and a resemblance of subsistence are in these. For that which is corrupted is indeed corrupted to itself, and departs from its proper perfection, but to the universe it is incorruptible and indestructible. And everything which is deprived of good, so far indeed as pertains to itself and its own subsistence, is deprived of it through imbecility of nature. But it is good to the whole, and so far as it is a part of the universe. For it is not possible that either a privation of life, or deformity and immoderation, or in short privation, can be inserted in the universe, but its whole number is always perfect, being held together by the goodness of wholes, and life is everywhere present, together with existence, and the being perfect, so far as each thing gives completion to the whole. Divinity, therefore, as we have said, is the cause of good, but the shadowy subsistence of evil does not subsist from power, but from the imbecility of the natures which receive the illuminations of the gods. Nor is evil in wholes, but in partial natures, nor yet in all these. For the first of partial natures and partial intellectual genera are eternally boniform. But the media among these, and which energize according to time, connecting the participation of the good with temporal mutation and motion, are incapable of preserving the gift of the gods immovable, uniform and simple, by their variety obscuring the simplicity of this gift, by their multiform its uniform nature, and by their commixture its purity and incorruptibility. For they do not consist of incorruptible first genera, nor have they a simple essence, nor uniform powers, but such as are composed of the contraries to these, as Socrates somewhere says in the Phaedrus, and the last of partial natures, and which are also material, in a much greater degree pervert their proper good. For they are mingled with a privation of life, and have a subsistence resembling that of an image, since it is replete with much of nonentity, consists of things hostile to each other, and of circumstances which are mutable and dispersed through the whole of time, so that they never cease to evince in everything that they are given up to corruption, privation of symmetry, deformity, and all various mutations, being not only extended in their energies, like the natures prior to them, but being replete both in their powers and energies with that which is preternatural, and with material imbecility. For things which become situated in a foreign place, by co-introducing whole together with form, rule over the subject nature, but again receding to that which is partial from their proper wholeness, and participating of partibility, imbecility, war, and the division which is the source of generation, they are necessarily all variously changed. Neither, therefore, is every being perfectly good. For there would not be the corruption and generation of bodies, nor the purification and punishment of souls. Nor is there any evil in wholes. For the world would not be a blessed God, if the most principal parts of which it consists were imperfect. Nor are the gods the causes of evils in the same manner as they are of goods. But evil originates from the imbecility of the recipients of good, and a subsistence in the last of things. Nor is the evil which has a shadowy subsistence in partial natures unmingled with good. But this participates of it in a certain respect, by its very existence being detained by good. Nor, in short, is it possible for evil, which is perfectly destitute of all good, to have a subsistence. For evil itself is even beyond that which in no respect whatever has an existence, just as the good itself is beyond that which is perfectly being. Nor is the evil which is in partial natures left in a disordered state, but even this is made subservient to good purposes by the gods, and on this account justice purifies souls from depravity. But another order of gods purifies from the depravity which is in bodies. All things, however, are converted as much as possible to the goodness of the gods, and wholes indeed remain in their proper boundaries, and also the perfect and beneficent genera of beings. But more partial and imperfect natures are adorned and arranged in a becoming manner, become subservient to the completion of wholes, are called upward to the beautiful, are changed, and in every way enjoy the participation of the good, so far as this can be accomplished by them. For there cannot be a greater good to each of these than what the gods impart according to measures to their progeny. But all things, each separately and all in common, receive such a portion of good as it is possible for them to participate. But if some things are filled with greater, and others with less goods, the power of the recipients and the measures of the distribution must be assigned as the cause of this. For different things are adapted to different beings according to their nature. But the gods always extend good, in the same manner as the sun always emits light. For a different thing receives this light differently according to its order, and receives the greatest portion of light it is capable of receiving. For all things are led according to justice, and good is not absent from anything, but is present to everything according to an appropriate boundary of participation. And, as the Athenian guest says, all things are in a good condition, and are arranged by the gods. Let no one therefore say that there are precedaneous productive principles of evil in nature, or intellectual paradigms of evils, in the same manner as there are of goods, or that there is a malefic soul, or an evil-producing cause in the gods. Nor let him introduce sedition and eternal war against the first good. For all these are foreign from the science of Plato, and being more remote from the truth, wander into barbaric folly and gigantic mythology. Nor, if certain persons speaking obscurely in arcane narrations devise things of this kind, shall we make any alteration in the apparent apparatus of what they indicate. But the truth indeed of those things is to be investigated, and in the meantime the science of Plato must be genuinely received in the pure bosoms of the soul, and must be preserved undefiled and unmingled with contrary opinions. Chapter 18. In the next place, let us survey the immutability and simplicity of the Gods, what the nature of each of them is, and how both these appear to be adapted to the hyparxis of the Gods, according to the narration of Plato. The Gods, therefore, are exempt from the whole of things, but filling these, as we have said, with good, they are themselves perfectly good. Each of them, according to his proper order, possesses that which is most excellent, and the whole genus of the Gods is at once allotted predominance according to an exuberance of good. But here again we must oppose those who interpret in a divisible manner that which is most excellent in the Gods, and who say that if the first cause is most excellent, that which is posterior to the first is not so. For it is necessary, say they, that what is produced should be inferior to that by which it is produced. And this indeed is rightly asserted by them. For it is necessary in the Gods to preserve the order of causes unconfused, and to define separately their second and third progressions. But together with a progression of this kind, and with the unfolding into light of things secondary from those that are first, that which is most excellent must also be surveyed in each of the Gods. For each of the Gods, in his own characteristic peculiarity, is allotted a transcendency, which is primary and perfectly good. One of them indeed, that we may speak of something known, is allotted this transcendency, and is most excellent as possessing a prophetic power, another as demiurgic, but another as a perfecter of works. And Timaeus, indicating this to us, continually calls the first demiurgus the best of causes. For the world, says he, is the most beautiful of generated natures, and its artificer is the best of causes, though the intelligible paradigm, and which is the most beautiful of intelligibles, is prior to the demiurgus. But this is most beautiful, and at the same time most excellent, as the demiurgic paradigm, and the maker, and at the same time father of the universe, is most excellent as a demiurgic god. In the Republic also, Socrates, speaking of the Gods, very properly observes that each of them, being as much as possible most beautiful and most excellent, remains always with a simplicity of subsistence in his own form. For each of them being allotted that which is first, and the summit in his own series, does not depart from his own order, but contains the blessedness and felicity of his own proper power, and neither does he exchange his present for a worse order. For it is not lawful for that which possesses all virtue to be changed into a worse condition, nor does he pass into a better order. For where can there be anything better than that which is most excellent? But this is present with each of the divinities according to his own order, as we have said, and also with every genus of the Gods. It is necessary, therefore, that every divine nature should be established immutably, abiding in its own accustomed manner. Hence, from these things, the self-sufficiency, undefiled purity, and invariable sameness of subsistence of the Gods is apparent. For if they are not changed to a more excellent condition of being, as possessing that which is best in their own nature, they are sufficient to themselves, and are not in want of any good. And if they are not at any time changed to a worse condition, they remain undefiled, established in their own transcendencies. If also they guard the perfection of themselves immutably, they subsist always with invariable sameness. What the self-sufficiency therefore of the Gods is, what their immutability, and what their sameness of subsistence, we shall in the next place consider. The world, then, is said to be self-sufficient, because its subsistence is perfect from things perfect, and a whole from wholes, and because it is filled with all appropriate goods from its generating Father. But a perfection and self-sufficiency of this kind is partible, and is said to consist of many things coalescing in one, and is filled from separate causes according to participation. The order of divine souls also is said to be self-sufficient, as being full of appropriate virtues, and always preserving the measure of its own blessedness without indigence. But here, likewise, the self-sufficiency is in want of powers. For these souls have not their intellections directed to the same intelligibles, but they energize according to time, and obtain the complete perfection of their contemplation in whole periods of time. The self-sufficiency therefore of divine souls, and the whole perfection of their life, is not at once present. Again, the intellectual world is said to be self-sufficient, as having its whole good established in eternity, comprehending at once its whole blessedness, and being indigent of nothing, because all life and all intelligence are present with it, and nothing is deficient, nor does it desire anything as absent. But this, indeed, is sufficient to itself in its own order, yet it falls short of the self-sufficiency of the Gods. For every intellect is boniform, yet is not goodness itself, nor primarily good, but each of the Gods is a unity, hyparxis and goodness. The peculiarity, however, of hyparxis changes the progression of the goodness of each. For one divinity is a perfective goodness, another is a goodness connective of the whole of things, and another is a collective goodness. But each is simply a goodness sufficient to itself. Or it may be said that each is a goodness possessing the self-sufficient and the all-perfect, neither according to participation nor illumination, but by being that very thing which it is. For intellect is sufficient to itself by participation, and soul by illumination, but this universe according to a similitude to a divine nature. The Gods themselves, however, are self-sufficient through and by themselves, filling themselves, or rather subsisting as the plenitudes of all good. But with respect to the immutability of the Gods, of what kind shall we say it is? Is it such as that of a naturally circulating body? For neither is this adapted to receive any thing from inferior natures, nor is it filled with the mutation arising from generation, and the disorder which occurs in the sublunary regions. For the nature of the celestial bodies is immaterial and immutable. But this indeed is great and venerable, as in corporeal hypostases, yet it is inferior to the nature of the Gods. For every body possesses both its being and its perpetual immutability from other precedaneous causes. But neither is the impassive and the immutable in the Gods, such as the immutability of souls. For these communicate in a certain respect with bodies, and are the media of an impartible essence, and of an essence divided about bodies. Nor again is the immutability of intellectual essences equivalent to that of the Gods. For intellect is immutable, impassive, and unmingled with secondary natures on account of its union with the Gods. And so far indeed as it is uniform, it is a thing of this kind. But so far as it is manifold, it has something which is more excellent, and something which is subordinate in itself. But the Gods alone, having established their unions according to this transcendency of beings, are immutable dominations, are primary and impassive. For there is nothing in them which is not one and hyparxis. But as fire abolishes everything which is foreign to it and of a contrary power, as light expels all darkness, and as lightning proceeds through all things without defilement, thus also the unities of the Gods unite all multitude, and abolish everything which tends to dispersion and all perfect division. But they deify everything which participates of them, receiving nothing from their participants, and do not diminish their own proper union by the participation. Hence also the Gods, being present everywhere, are similarly exempt from all things, and containing all things are vanquished by no one of the things they contain, but they are unmingled with all things and undefiled. In the third place, this world indeed is said to subsist with invariable sameness, so far as it is allotted an order in itself which is always preserved indissoluble. At the same time, however, since it possesses a corporeal form, it is not destitute of mutation, as the Elean guest observes. The psychical order, likewise, is said to obtain an essence always established in sameness, and this is rightly said. For it is entirely impassive according to essence, but it has energies extended into time, and as Socrates says in the Phaedrus, at different times it understands different intelligibles, and in its progressions about intellect comes into contact with different forms. Besides these also, much honored intellect is said both to subsist and to understand with invariable and perpetual sameness, establishing at once in eternity its essence, powers and energies. Through the multitude, however, of its intellections, and through the variety of intelligible species and genera, there is not only an invariable sameness, but also a difference of subsistence in intellect. For difference there is consubsistent with sameness, and there is not only a wandering of corporeal motions and of the psychical periods, but likewise of intellect itself, so far as it produces the intelligence of itself into multitude, and evolves the intelligible. For soul indeed evolves intellect, but intellect the intelligible, as Plotinus somewhere rightly observes, when speaking of the intelligible subjections. For such are the wanderings of intellect, and which it is lawful for it to make. If, therefore, we should say that a perpetual sameness of subsistence is primarily in the Gods alone, and is especially inherent in them, we shall not deviate from the truth, and we shall accord with Plato, who says in the Politicus that an eternally invariable sameness of subsistence alone pertains to the most divine of all things. The Gods, therefore, bind to themselves the causes of a sameness of this kind, and guard with immutable sameness their proper hyparxes established according to the unknown union of themselves. And such is the immutability of the Gods, which is contained in self-sufficiency, impassivity, and sameness. Chapter 19. In the next place, let us consider what power the simplicity of the Gods possesses. For this Socrates adds in his discourse concerning a divine nature, not admitting that which is various and multiform, and which appears different at different times, but referring to divinity, the uniform and the simple. Each of the divinities, therefore, as he says, remains simply in his own form. What then shall we conclude respecting this simplicity? That it is not such as that which is defined to be one in number, for a thing of this kind is composed of many things, and abundantly mingled. But it appears to be simple so far as it has distinctly a common form. Nor is it such as the simplicity which is in many things according to an arranged species or genus. For these are indeed more simple than the individuals in which they are inherent, but are replete with variety, communicate with matter, and receive the diversities of material natures. Nor is it such as the form of nature, for nature is divided about bodies, verges to corporeal masses, emits many powers about the composition subject to it, and is indeed more simple than bodies, but has an essence mingled with their variety. Nor is it such as the psychical simplicity, for soul subsisting as a medium between an impartible essence and an essence which is divided about bodies, communicates with both the extremes, and by that which is multiform, indeed in its nature, it is conjoined with things subordinate, but its head is established on high, and according to this it is especially divine and allied to intellect. Nor again is the simplicity of the Gods such as that of intellect, for every intellect is impartible and uniform, but at the same time it possesses multitude and progression, by which it is evident that it has a habitude to secondary natures, to itself and about itself. It is also in itself, and is not only uniform, but also multiform, and, as it is said, is one many. It is therefore allotted an essence subordinate to the first simplicity, but the Gods have their hyparxes defined in one simplicity alone, being exempt indeed from all multitude so far as they are Gods, and transcending all division and interval, or habitude to secondary natures, and all composition. And they indeed are in inaccessible places, expanded above the whole of things, and eternally ride on beings. But the illuminations proceeding from them to secondary natures, being mingled in many places with their participants, which are composite and various, are filled with a peculiarity similar to them. Let no one therefore wonder if the Gods, being essentialized in one simplicity according to transcendency, various phantasms are hurled forth before the presence of them, nor if they being uniform, the appearances are multiform, as we have learnt in the most perfect of the mysteries. For nature and the demiurgic intellect extend corporeal formed images of things incorporeal, sensible images of intelligible, and of things without interval, images endued with interval. For Socrates also, in the Phaedrus, indicating things of this kind, and evincing that the mysteries into which souls without bodies are initiated are most blessed and truly perfect, says that they are initiated into entire, simple, and immovable visions, such souls becoming situated there, and united with the gods themselves, but not meeting with the resemblances which are emitted from the gods into these sublunary realms. For these are more partial and composite, and present themselves to the view attended with motion, but illuminated, uniform, simple, and, as Socrates says, immovable spectacles exhibit themselves to the attendants of the gods and to souls that abandon the abundant tumult of generation, and who ascend to divinity pure and divested of the garments of mortality. And thus much is concluded by us respecting the simplicity of the gods. For it is necessary that the nature which generates things multiform should be simple, and should precede what is generated in the same manner as the uniform precedes the multiplied. If, therefore, the gods are the causes of all composition, and produce from themselves the variety of beings, it is certainly necessary that the one of their nature, which is generative of the whole of things, should have its subsistence in simplicity. For as incorporeal causes precede bodies, immovable causes things that are moved, and impartible causes all partible natures, after the same manner uniform intellectual powers precede multiform natures, unmingled powers things that are mingled together, and simple powers things of a variegated nature. End of chapter 19. Chapters 20 to 24 of Book 1 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. In the next place, let us speak concerning the truth which is in the gods. For this, in addition to what has been said, is concluded by Socrates, because a divine nature is without falsehood, and is neither the cause of deception or ignorance to us, or to any other beings. We must understand, therefore, that divine truth is exempt from the truth which consists in words, so far as this truth is composite, and in a certain respect is mingled with its contrary, and because its subsistence consists of things that are not true. For the first parts do not admit of a truth of this kind, unless some one, being persuaded by what Socrates asserts in the Cratylus, should say that these also are after another manner true. Divine truth also is exempt from psychical truth, whether it is surveyed in opinions or in sciences, so far as it is in a certain respect divisible, and is not beings themselves, but is assimilated to and co-harmonized with beings, and as being perfected in motion and mutation, falls short of the truth which is always firm, stable, and of a principal nature. Divine truth is likewise again exempt from intellectual truth, because though this subsists according to essence, and is said to be, and is, beings themselves, through the power of sameness, yet again, through difference, it is separated from the essence of them, and preserves its peculiar hypostasis unconfused with respect to them. The truth, therefore, of the gods alone is the undivided union and all perfect communion of them, and through this the ineffable knowledge of the gods, surpasses all knowledge, and all secondary forms of knowledge participate of an appropriate perfection. But this knowledge alone of the Gods contractedly comprehends the secondary forms of knowledge, and all beings according to an ineffable union. And through this the Gods know all things at once, wholes and parts, beings and non-beings, things eternal and things temporal, not in the same manner as intellect by the universal knows a part, and by being, non-being, but they know everything immediately, such things as are common, and such as are particulars, though you should speak of the most absurd of all things, though you should speak of the infinity of contingencies, or even of matter itself. If, however, you investigate the mode of the knowledge and truth of the Gods concerning all things that have a subsistence in any respect whatever, it is ineffable and incomprehensible by the projecting energies of the human intellect, but is alone known to the Gods themselves. And I indeed admire those Platonists that attribute to intellect the knowledge of all things, of individuals, of things preternatural, and in short of evils, and on this account establish intellectual paradigms of these. But I much more admire those who separate the intellectual peculiarity from divine union. For intellect is the first fabrication and progeny of the Gods. These therefore assign to intellect whole and first causes, and such as are according to nature, and to the Gods a power which is capable of adorning and generating all things. For the one is everywhere, but whole is not everywhere, and of the one indeed matter participates and every being, but of intellect and intellectual species and genera all things do not participate. All things therefore are alone from the Gods, and real truth is with them who know all things unically. For on this account also, in oracles the Gods similarly teach all things wholes and parts, things eternal, and such as are generated through the whole of time. For being exempt from eternal beings, and from those that exist in time, they contract in themselves the knowledge of each and of all things according to one united truth. If, therefore, any falsehood occurs in the oracles of the Gods, we must not say that a thing of this kind originates from the Gods, but from the recipients, or the instruments, or the places, or the times. For all these contribute to the participation of divine knowledge, and when they are appropriately co-adapted to the Gods, they receive a pure illumination of the truth which is established in them. But when they are separated from the Gods through inaptitude, and become discordant with them, then they obscure the truth which proceeds from them. What kind of falsehood, therefore, can be said to be derived from the Gods, who produce all the species of knowledge? What deception can there be with those who establish in themselves the whole of truth? In the same manner, as it appears to me, the Gods extend good to all things, but always that which is willing and able receives the extended good, as Socrates says in the Phaedrus. And a divine nature indeed is causeless of evil, but that which departs from it and gravitates downward is elongated through itself. Thus also the Gods indeed are always the suppliers of truth, but those natures are illuminated by them who are lawfully their participants. For the Elean wise man says that the eye of the soul in the multitude is not strong enough to look to the truth. The Athenian guest also celebrates this truth which subsists primarily in the Gods. For he says that truth is the leader to the Gods of every good, and likewise of every good to men. For as the truth which is in souls conjoins them with intellect, and as intellectual truth conducts all the intellectual orders to the One, thus also the truth of the Gods unites the divine unities to the fountain of all good, with which being conjoined, they are filled with all boniform power. For everywhere the hyparxis of truth has a cause, which is collective of multitude into one, since in the Republic also, the light proceeding from the good, and which conjoins intellect with the intelligible, is denominated by Plato truth. This characteristic property, therefore, which unites and binds together the natures that fill and the natures that are filled, according to all the orders of the Gods, must be arranged as originating supernally, and proceeding as far as to the last of things. Chapter 21. To us, however, discussing what pertains to every divine nature, what we assert will be known from those commonly received truths adduced in the Phaedrus, and which we have before mentioned. Socrates therefore says that everything divine is beautiful, wise, and good, and he indicates that this triad pervades to all the progressions of the Gods. What therefore is the goodness, what the wisdom, and what the beauty of the Gods? With respect to the goodness of the Gods, therefore, we have before observed that it preserves and gives subsistence to the whole of things, that it everywhere exists as the summit, as that which fills subordinate natures, and as pre-existing in every order analogous to the first principle of the divine orders. For, according to this, all the Gods are conjoined with the one cause of all things, and on account of this primarily derive their subsistence as Gods. For in all beings there is not anything more perfect than the good and the Gods. To the most excellent of beings, therefore, and which are in every respect perfect, the best and most perfect of things is adapted. Chapter 22. But in the Philebus, Plato delivers to us the three most principal elements of the good, videt licet, the desirable, the sufficient, and the perfect. For it is necessary that it should convert all things to itself, and fill all things, and that it should be in no respect deficient, and should not diminish its exuberance. Let no one therefore conceive the desirable to be such as that which is frequently extended in sensibles as the object of appetite, for such is apparent beauty. Nor let him suppose it to be such as is indeed able to energize upon and excite to itself the natures which are able to participate it, but which at the same time may be apprehended by intelligence, and is adduced by us according to a projecting energy, and an adhesion of the dianoetic power. For it is ineffable, and prior to all knowledge extends to all beings. For all things desire the good, and are converted to it. But if it be requisite summarily to unfold the characteristic peculiarity of the desirable, as the supplier of light proceeds by his rays into secondary natures, converts the eye to himself, causes it to be solar form, and to resemble himself, and through a different similitude conjoins it with his own fulgid splendor. Thus also I think the desirable of the Gods allures and draws upward all things to the Gods in an ineffable manner by its own proper illuminations, being everywhere present to all things, and not deserting any order whatever of beings. Since even matter itself is said to be extended to this desirable, and through this desire is filled with as many goods as it is able to participate. It is therefore the centre of all beings, and all beings, and all the gods, have their essences, powers, and energies about this, and the extension and desire of things towards this is inextinguishable. For all beings aspire after this desirable which is unknown and incomprehensible. Not being able therefore either to know or receive that which they desire, they dance round it, and are parturient, and as it were prophetic with respect to it. But they have an unceasing and never-ending desire of its unknown and ineffable nature, at the same time that they are unable to embrace and embosom it. For, being at once exempt from all things, it is similarly present to and moves all things about itself, and is at the same time by all of them incomprehensible. By this motion also, and this desire, it preserves all things, but by its unknown transcendency, through which it surpasses the whole of things, it preserves its proper union unmingled with secondary natures. Such, therefore, is the desirable. But the sufficient is full of boniform power, proceeds to all things, and extends to all beings the gifts of the gods. For we conceive such a sufficiency as this to be a power pervading and protending to the last of things, extending the unenvying and exuberant will of the gods, and not abiding in itself, but unically comprehending the superplenitude, the never failing, the infinite, and that which is generative of good in the divine hyparxis. For the desirable being firmly established, and surpassing the whole of things, and arranging all beings about itself, the sufficient begins the progression and multiplication of all good, calls forth that which is primary in the uniform hyparxis of the desirable by its own prolific exuberance, and by the beneficent replenishings which pervade to all things, and copiously produces and imparts it to every being. It is owing to the sufficient, therefore, that the stability of divine natures, and that which proceeds from its proper causes, is full of goodness, and that in short, all beings are benefited, abiding in, proceeding from, and being united to their principles, and essentially separated from them. Through this power, therefore, the intellectual genera give subsistence to natures similar to themselves. Souls desire to generate, and imitate the beings prior to souls. Natures deliver their productive principles into another place, and all things possess, in short, the love of generation. For the sufficiency of the goodness of the gods, proceeding from this goodness, is disseminated in all beings, and moves all things to the unenvying communication of good. Intellect, indeed, to the communication of intellectual, but soul of psychical, and nature of natural good. All things, therefore, abide through the desirable of goodness, and generate and proceed into second and third generations through the sufficient. But the third thing, the perfect, is convertive of the whole of things, and circularly collects them to their causes, and this is accomplished by divine, intellectual, psychical, and physical perfection. For all things participate of conversion, since the infinity of progression is through this again recalled to its principles, and the perfect is mingled from the desirable and sufficient. For everything of this kind is the object of desire, and is generative of things similar to itself. Or, in the works of nature also, are not perfect things everywhere lovely and prolific through the acme of their beauty? The desirable, therefore, establishes all things, and comprehends them in itself. The sufficient excites them into progressions and generations, and the perfect consummately leads progressions to conversions and convolutions. But through these three causes, the goodness of the gods, fixing the unical power and authority of its proper hypostasis in this triad, is the primary and most principal fountain and vestal seat of things which have any kind of subsistence whatever. Chapter 23. After this, wisdom is allotted the second order, being the intelligence of the gods, or rather the hyparxis of their intelligence. For intelligence indeed is intellectual knowledge, but the wisdom of the gods is ineffable knowledge, which is united to the object of knowledge and the intelligible union of the gods. But it appears to me that Plato especially surveyed this in the triad of the beautiful, the wise, and the good, as may be inferred from the conceptions scattered about it in many places. I say then that Diotima in the Banquet is of opinion that wisdom is full of that which is known, and that it neither seeks nor investigates, but possesses the intelligible. Hence she says that no one of the gods philosophizes, nor desires to become wise, for a god is wise. Hence that which is philosophic is imperfect and indigent of truth, but that which is wise is full and unindigent, and has everything present which it wishes, and desires nothing. But the desirable and the appetible are proposed to the philosopher. Socrates, however, in the Republic, considers that which is generative of truth and intellect as affording an indication of wisdom. To our souls, indeed, the ascent to divine plenitude being accomplished through knowledge, but to the gods, intellect being present from the fullness of knowledge. For the progression in them is not from an imperfect habit to the perfect, but from a self-perfect hyparxis, a power prolific of inferior natures proceeds. But in the Theaetetus he indicates that the perfective of things imperfect, and that which calls forth concealed intelligence in souls, pertain to wisdom. For he says, it compels me to obstetrication, but prevents me from generating. It is evident, therefore, from these things that the genus of wisdom is triadic. Hence it is full of being and truth, is generative of intellectual truth, and is perfective of intellectual natures that are in energy, and itself possesses a stable power. We must admit, therefore, that these things pertain to the wisdom of the gods. For this wisdom is full indeed of divine goodness, generates divine truth, and perfects all things posterior to itself. Chapter 24. In the next place, let us consider the beautiful, what it is, and how it primarily subsists in the gods. It is said, therefore, to be boniform beauty, and intelligible beauty, to be more ancient than intellectual beauty, and to be beauty itself, and the cause of beauty to all beings, and all such like epithets. And it is rightly said. But it is separate not only from the beauty which is apparent in corporeal masses, from the symmetry which is in these, from psychical elegance and intellectual splendor, but also from the second and third progressions in the gods, and subsisting in the intelligible place of survey, it proceeds from this to all the genera of the gods, and illuminates their superessential unities, and all the essences suspended from these unities, as far as to the apparent vehicles of the gods. As, therefore, through the first goodness all the gods are boniform, and through intelligible wisdom they have a knowledge ineffable and established above intellect, thus also, I think, through the summit of beauty, everything divine is lovely. For from thence all the gods derive beauty, and being filled with it, fill the natures posterior to themselves, exciting all things, agitating them with Bacchic fury about the love of themselves, and pouring supernally on all things the divine effluxion of beauty. Such therefore, in short, is divine beauty, the supplier of divine hilarity, familiarity, and friendship. For through this the gods are united to, and rejoice in each other, admire and are delighted in communicating with each other, and in their mutual replenishings, and do not desert the order which they are always allotted in the distributions of themselves. Plato also delivers 3 indications of this beauty, in the Banquet indeed, denominating it the delicate, for the perfect, and that which is most blessed, accedes to the beautiful through the participation of goodness. But he thus speaks of it in that dialogue, quote, "That which is truly beautiful is delicate, perfect, and most blessed." Close quote. One of the indications, therefore, of the beautiful is a thing of this kind, videre licet, the delicate. But we may assume another indication of it from the Phaedrus, videre licet, the splendid. For Plato, attributing this to the beautiful, says, quote, "It was then that we were permitted to see splendid beauty shining upon us," etc. Close quote. And afterwards he adds, quote, "And arriving hither, we apprehended it shining most manifestly through the clearest of the senses." Close quote. And at last he says, quote, "But now beauty alone has this allotment to be most splendid and most lovely." Close quote. These 2 things, therefore, are to be assumed as indications of beauty. Another indication of beauty is this, that it is the object of love, which now also Plato appears to me to have called most lovely. And in many other places he shows that the amatory fury is conversant with the beautiful, defining and in short suspending love from the monad of beauty. Quote, "For love," says he, "is conversant with the beautiful." Close quote. Because, therefore, beauty converts and moves all things to itself, causes them to energize enthusiastically, and recalls them through love, it is the object of love, being the leader of the whole amatory series, walking on the extremities of its feet, and exciting all things to itself through desire and astonishment. But again, because it extends to secondary natures plenitudes from itself, in conjunction with hilarity and divine facility, alluring, inflaming and elevating all things, and pouring on them illuminations from on high, it is delicate, and is said to be so by Plato. And because it bounds this triad, and covers as with a veil the ineffable union of the gods, swims, as it were, on the light of forms, causes intelligible light to shine forth, and announces the occult nature of goodness, it is denominated splendid, lucid, and manifest. For the goodness of the gods is supreme, and most united. Their wisdom is in a certain respect now parturient with intelligible light, and the first forms, but their beauty is established in the highest forms, is the luminous precursor of divine light, and is the first thing that is apparent to ascending souls, being more splendid and more lovely to the view and to embrace than every luciferous essence, and when it appears is received with astonishment. This triad, therefore, filling all things, and proceeding through all things, it is certainly necessary that the natures which are filled should be converted to, and conjoined with each of the 3 through kindred, and not through the same media. For of different things that are filled by this triad, there is a different medium, and different powers are converted to a different perfection of the gods. I think, therefore, it is manifest to every one, and it is frequently asserted by Plato, that the cause which congregates all secondary natures to divine beauty, which familiarizes them to it, and is the source of their being filled with it, and of their derivation from thence, is nothing else than love, which always conjoins according to the beautiful, secondary to the first gods, and the more excellent genera, and the best of souls. But again, truth is certainly the leader too, and establishes beings in divine wisdom, with which intellect being filled possesses a knowledge of beings, and souls participating of this energize intellectually. For the full participation of true wisdom is effected through truth, since this everywhere illuminates intellective natures, and conjoins them with the objects of intellection, just as truth also is the first thing that congregates intellect and the intelligible. To those, however, who hasten to be conjoined with the good, knowledge and cooperation are no longer requisite, but collocation, a firm establishment, and quiet are necessary. End of chapter 24. Chapters 25 to 29 of Book 1 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. What therefore is it which unites us to the good? What is it which causes in us a cessation of energy and motion? What is it which establishes all divine natures in the first and ineffable unity of goodness? And how does it come to pass that everything being established in that which is prior to itself according to the good which is in itself, again establishes things posterior to itself according to cause? It is, in short, the faith of the gods, which ineffably unites all the genera of the gods, of demons, and of happy souls to the good. For it is necessary to investigate the good, neither gnostically nor imperfectly, but giving ourselves up to the divine light, and closing the eyes of the soul, after this manner to become established in the unknown and occult unity of beings. For such a kind of faith as this is more ancient than the Gnostic energy, not in us only, but with the gods themselves, and according to this all the gods are united, and about one centre uniformly collect the whole of their powers and progressions. If, however, it be requisite to give a particular definition of this faith, let no one suppose that it is such a kind of faith as that which is conversant with the wandering about sensibles. For this falls short of science, and much more of the truth of beings. But the faith of the gods surpasses all knowledge, and according to the highest union conjoins secondary with first natures. Nor again let him conceive a faith of a similar species with the celebrated belief in common conceptions. For we believe in common conceptions prior to all reasoning, but the knowledge of these is divisible, and is by no means equivalent to divine union, and the science of these is not only posterior to faith, but also to intellectual simplicity. For intellect is established beyond all science, both the first science and that which is posterior to it. Neither, therefore, must we say that the energy according to intellect is similar to such a faith as this. For intellectual energy is multiform, and is separated from the objects of intellection through difference, and in short, it is intellectual motion about the intelligible. But it is necessary that divine faith should be uniform and quiet, being perfectly established in the port of goodness. For neither is the beautiful, nor wisdom, nor anything else among beings so credible and stable to all things, and so exempt from all ambiguity, divisible apprehension and motion as the good. For through this, intellect also embraces another union more ancient than intellectual energy and prior to energy, and soul considers the variety of intellect and the splendor of forms as nothing with respect to that transcendency of the good, by which it surpasses the whole of things. And it dismisses indeed intellectual perception, running back to its own hyparxis, but it always pursues, investigates, and aspires after the good, hastens, as it were, to embosom it, and gives itself to this alone among all things without hesitation. But why is it necessary to speak of the soul? For these mortal animals, as Diotima somewhere says, despise all other things, and even life itself and being, through a desire of the nature of the good. And all things have this one immovable and ineffable tendency to the good, but they overlook, consider as secondary, and despise the order of everything else. This, therefore, is the one secure port of all beings. This also is especially the object of belief to all beings, and through this the conjunction and union with it is denominated faith by theologists, and not by them only, but by Plato likewise, if I may speak what appears to me to be the case. The alliance of this faith with truth and love is proclaimed in the laws. The multitude, therefore, are ignorant that he who has a conception of these things, when discoursing about their contraries, infers the same thing with respect to the deviations from this triad. Plato then clearly asserts in the laws that the lover of falsehood is not to be believed, and that he who is not to be believed is void of friendship. Hence it is necessary that the lover of truth should be worthy of belief, and that he who is worthy of belief should be well adapted to friendship. From these things, therefore, we may survey divine truth, faith, and love, and comprehend by a reasoning process their stable communion with each other. If, however, you are willing, prior to these things, we will recall to our memory that Plato denominates that virtue fidelity which conciliates those that disagree, and subverts the greatest of wars, I mean seditions in cities. For from these things faith appears to be the cause of union, communion, and quiet. And if there is such a power as this in us, it is by a much greater priority in the gods themselves. For as Plato speaks of a certain divine temperance, justice, and science, how is it possible that faith, which connectedly comprehends the whole order of the virtues, should not subsist with the gods? In short, there are these three things which replenish divine natures, and which are the sources of plenitude to all the superior genera of beings, videre licet, goodness, wisdom, and beauty. And again, there are three things which collect together the natures that are filled, being secondary indeed to the former, but pervading to all the divine orders, and these are faith, truth, and love. but all things are saved through these, and are conjoined to their primary causes. Some things indeed through the amatory mania, others through divine philosophy, and others through theurgic power, which is more excellent than all human wisdom, and which comprehends prophetic good, the purifying powers of perfective good, and in short, all such things as are the effects of divine possession. Concerning these things, therefore, we may perhaps again speak more opportunely. Chapter 26. Again, let us, if you are willing, from other dialogues investigate the common dogmas of Plato about divine natures. Whence, therefore, and what dogmas shall we assume, while we proceed in our search according to nature? Are you willing that we should in the next place recall to our memory what is written in the Phaedo? Socrates therefore says, in the demonstrations of the immortality of the soul, which are derived from its similitude to divinity, that the essence which is superior to the soul, and to which the soul is naturally similar, and being similar participates of an immortal allotment, is divine and immortal, intelligible and uniform, indissoluble, and possesses an invariable sameness of subsistence. But that the essence, which is inferior to the soul, is entirely the contrary, to which also it pertains to be corrupted and to be passive. For a thing of this kind is sensible and multiform, and is dissoluble because it is a composite. And he predicates among these all such things as pertain to a corporeal subsistence. Let us, therefore, direct our attention to these common dogmas, and examine after what manner each of them pertains to the Gods. In the first place, then, what is that which we look to when we speak of that which is said to be divine? From what has been said, therefore, it is evident that every God subsists according to the highest union of beings. For to us, ascending from bodies, the Gods have appeared to be superessential unities, the generators, perfecters, and measurers of essences, and who bind all first essences to themselves. But that which is divine is not only hyparxis and the One in each order of being, but at the same time is that which participates, and that which is participated, of which the latter is a God, but the former is divine. Whether, however, prior to the participated unities, there is something which is separate and participated, will be evident in what follows. But at present we shall define that which is divine to be a thing of this kind, viz. Being which participates of the One, or the One subsisting contractedly together with being. For we assume all things in the Gods except the One, as suspended from them and secondary, viz. Essence, life, and intellect. For the Gods do not subsist in, but prior to these, and they produce and contain these in themselves, but are not defined in them. But it is necessary not to be ignorant that these are in reality thus distinguished from each other. In many places, however, Plato magnificently celebrates the participants of the Gods by the same names, and denominates them Gods. For not only the Athenian guest in the Laws calls a divine soul a God, but also Socrates in the Phaedrus. For he says, that all the horses and charioteers of the Gods are good, and consist of things good, and afterwards still more clearly, and this is the life of the Gods. But this is not yet wonderful. For is it not admirable that he should denominate those beings Gods who are always conjoined with the Gods, and who together with them give completion to one series. For in many places he calls demons gods, though they are essentially posterior to and subsist about the gods. For in the Phaedrus and Timaeus, and in other dialogues, you will find him extending the appellation of the gods even as far as to demons. But what is still more paradoxical than these things, he does not refuse to call certain men gods. For in the Sophista he thus denominates the Elean guest. From all that has been said, therefore, this must be assumed, that with respect to a god, one thing is simply a god, another according to union, another according to participation, another according to contact, and another according to similitude. For of superessential natures indeed, each is primarily a god. Of intellectual natures, each is a god according to union, and of divine souls, each is a god according to participation. But divine demons are gods according to contact with the gods, and the souls of men are allotted this appellation through similitude. Each of these, however, is, as we have said, rather divine than a god, since the Athenian guest calls intellect itself divine, but that which is divine is posterior to the first deity, in the same manner as that which is united is posterior to the One, that which is intellectual to intellect, and that which is animated to soul. And always those natures that are more uniform and simple have the precedency, but the series of beings ends in the One itself. Let this therefore be the definition and distinction of that which is divine. In the next place, let us survey the immortal, for with Plato there are many orders of immortality, pervading from on high as far as to the last of things, and the last echo, as it were, of immortality is in those visible natures that are perpetual, which the Elean guest, in his discourse about the circulation of the universe, says are allotted from the Father a renovated immortality. For every body is allotted a being and a life dependent on another cause, but is not itself naturally adapted to connect, or adorn, or preserve itself. The immortality of partial souls is, I think, more manifest and more perfect than this, which Plato evinces by many demonstrations in the Phaedo, and in the 10th book of the Republic. But I mean by the immortality of partial souls, that which has a more principal subsistence, as containing in itself the cause of eternal permanency. We shall not, however, err if prior to both these we establish the immortality of demons. For the genera of these through which they subsist are incorruptible, and they neither verge to mortality, nor are filled with the nature of things which are generated and corrupted. But I infer that the immortality of divine souls is still more venerable and essentially more transcendent than that of demons, which divine souls, we say, are primarily self-motive, and are the fountains and principles of the life divided about bodies, and through which bodies obtain a renovated immortality. If, however, prior to these, you conceive the gods themselves, and the immortality in them, and how in the banquet Diotima does not attribute an immortality of this kind even to demons, but defines it to subsist in the gods alone, such an immortality as this will appear to you to be separate and exempt from the whole of things. For there eternity subsists, which is the fountain of all immortality, and through it all things live and possess life. Some things indeed a perpetual life, but others a life dispersed into non-being. In short, therefore, that which is divine is immortal, so far as it generates and comprehends in itself a perpetual life. For it is immortal, not as participating of life, but as the supplier of a divine life, and as deifying life itself, whether you are willing to call such a life intelligible, or by any other name. In the next place, let us direct our attention to the intelligible. It is denominated, therefore, in opposition to that which is sensible, and which is apprehended by opinion in conjunction with sense. For the intelligible is first unfolded into light in the most principal causes. For soul is indeed intelligible, is of this allotment, is exempt from sensibles, and obtains an essence separated from them. Prior to soul also, intellect is intelligible. For we rather think it fit to arrange soul in the middle than to connumerate it with the first essences. That likewise is denominated intelligible, which is more ancient than intellect, which replenishes intelligence, and is itself by itself perfective of it, and which Timaeus arranges prior to the demiurgic intellect and intellectual energy, in the order of a paradigm. But beyond these is the divine intelligible, which is defined according to union itself, and a divine hyparxis. For this is intelligible as the object of desire to intellect, as perfecting and comprehending intellect, and as the plenitude of being. In one way, therefore, we must denominate the intelligible as the hyparxis of the Gods; in another way, as true being and the first essence; in another way, as intellect and all intellectual life; and in another way, as soul and the psychical order. It is likewise necessary not to fashion the different natures of things conformably to names. Such, therefore, is the order of this triad, so that what is divine indeed is unmingled, and ranks as the first; that which is immortal is the second; and that which is intelligible the third. For the first of these is deified being; the second is life subsisting according to the immortality of the Gods; and the third is intellect, which is denominated intelligible in consequence of being replete with union. Chapter 27. After this, it follows in the next place that we should consider the uniform, the indissoluble, and that which has an invariable sameness of subsistence, from the same causes, and these as the precursors of, and pervading through all the divine orders. For the uniform, indeed, has the highest subsistence, is present with the divine monad, and appears to be especially adapted to that which is primarily being, and in which also every participable genus of unities ends. For the one is prior to these, as will be evident as we proceed. But the indissoluble is the second, for it comprehends and binds the extremes according to divine union, since the dissoluble is such as it is through the want of connection and of a power which collects multitude into one; and that which has an invariable sameness of subsistence is eternal, and is full of the perpetuity of the Gods, from which also the participation of immortality and eternal sameness is derived to other things. The uniform, therefore, pertains to the same thing as the divine, but the indissoluble to the same thing as the immortal; and that which has an invariable sameness of subsistence we must refer to the intelligible. And do you not see how these are severally, after a manner, co-adapted to each other? For the first of these through the first unity which is participated by being is, as it is fit it should be, uniform. For if a God subsists according to the one, that which is divine will doubtless be uniform; But that which through one cause of life is immortal is also similarly indissoluble. For life is the bond of dissoluble natures, which also Timaeus, indicating to us, opposes the dissoluble to the immortal. Quote, "For you are not immortal," says the Demiurgus, "yet you shall never be dissolved, nor be subject to the fatality of death." Close quote. Everything mortal, therefore, is dissoluble, but the immortal is indissoluble. That, however, which has a renovated immortality is for the same reason neither indissoluble nor mortal. For being in the middle of both, it is neither of the extremes, according to each opposition, but the third of these being established according to the plenitude of whole intelligibles subsists at once, and is invariably the same. For the intelligible is the cause of sameness and of eternal permanency, and intellect through this is entirely eternal. These triads, therefore, proceed from the first and most principal causes, in the same manner as we demonstrated of the before mentioned triads. But these things indeed we shall consider hereafter. These things therefore being discussed, let us direct our attention to the unbegotten in divine natures, and unfold what we assert it to be. For we say that all true being is without generation, and Socrates demonstrates in the Phaedrus that souls are unbegotten. Prior to these, also, the Gods themselves are established above generations, and a subsistence according to time. How, therefore, shall we define the unbegotten when applied to a divine nature, and according to what reason? Is it because divinity is exempt from all generation, not only from that which subsists in the parts of time, such as we assert the generation of material natures to be, nor from that only which is extended into the whole of time, such as Timaeus demonstrates the generation of the celestial bodies to be, but also from the psychical generation, since Timaeus denominates this to be unbegotten according to time, but to be the best of generated natures. And in short, a divine nature is exempt from all division and essential separation. For the progression of the Gods is always according to a union of secondary natures, which are uniformly established in the natures prior to them, the things producing containing in themselves the things produced. The indivisible, therefore, the unseparated, and the united are in reality unbegotten, so that if certain generations of the Gods are spoken of by Plato in fabulous figments, as in the fable of Diotima, the generation of Venus is celebrated, and of love at the birth of Venus, it is necessary not to be ignorant after what manner things of this kind are asserted, and that they are composed for the sake of symbolical indication, and that fables, for the sake of concealment, call the ineffable unfolding into light through causes generation. For in the Orphic writings, indeed, the first cause is on this account denominated time, since again, for another reason, it is thus denominated in order that a subsistence according to cause may be the same as a subsistence according to time, and the progression of the Gods from the best of causes is properly denominated generation according to time. To Plato, therefore, mythologizing, it is adapted to devise things of this kind conformably to theologists. But when he is discoursing dialectically, and investigating and unfolding divine natures intellectually, and not mystically, it is then adapted to him to celebrate the unbegotten essence of the Gods. For the Gods primarily establish in themselves the paradigm of non-generation, But an intellectual nature is in a secondary degree unbegotten, and after this, the psychical essence. And in bodies there is an ultimate resemblance of unbegotten power, which some posterior to Plato perceiving, have indefinitely shown that the whole heaven is unbegotten. The Gods, therefore, are unbegotten, but there is an order in them of first, middle, and last progressions, and a transcendency and subjection of powers. There are also in them uniform comprehensions of causes, but multiform progenies of things caused. And all things indeed are consubsistent in each other, but the mode of subsistence is various. For some things, as replenishing, subsist prior to secondary natures, but others, as being filled, aspire after more perfect natures, and participating of their power, become generative of things posterior to themselves, and perfective of their hyparxis. Chapter 28. Looking to these things, therefore, we may unfold what is said of paternal causes, and of the prolific powers of mothers in fables. For everywhere we may suppose that the cause of a more excellent and more uniform nature is paternal, but we may say that the cause of a more subordinate and partial nature pre-exists in the order of a mother. For with the Gods, a father is analogous to the monad, and the cause of bound, but a mother to the duad, and to the infinite power which is generative of beings. The paternal cause, however, is with Plato uniform, and is established in a more elevated order than the natures which proceed from it, and subsists prior to its progeny in the allotment of the desirable. Again, the maternal cause has the form of the duad, and at one time presents itself to the view in fables as more excellent than its progeny, but at another time as essentially subordinate to it, as in the banquet Plato calls poverty the mother of love. And this is not only the case in fabulous figments, but also in the philosophic theory of beings, as is evident in the Timaeus. For there Plato calls being the father, but matter the mother and nurse of generation. The powers, therefore, which are prolific and perfective of secondary natures, and the suppliers of life and causes of separation, are mothers, being established above the natures produced by them. But the powers which receive the natures that proceed into light, which multiply their energies and extend even the subordinate allotment of the progeny, are also themselves called mothers. Again, however, the progeny of such like causes, at one time indeed, proceed according to union from their proper principles, and are filled from both the paternal and maternal cause, but at another time they contain the bond of them, being arranged in the middle, conveying the gifts of the fathers to the maternal bosoms, and converting the receptacles of them to the completions of primary causes. But of the natures which subsist from twofold pre-existing principles, some are assimilated to the paternal cause, and such like genera of Gods are productive, defensive, and comprehensive. For to produce, to contain, and to defend pertain to the cause of bound. But others are assimilated to the maternal cause, and are prolific, and vivific, and the suppliers of motion, of the multiplication of powers, of variety and progressions. For all these are the progeny of infinity, and the first multitude. Chapter 29. Thus much therefore may suffice concerning the unbegotten hyparxis of the Gods. It now remains, I think, to speak of divine names. For Socrates in the Cratylus thinks fit to unfold in a remarkable degree the rectitude of names in divine natures. And Parmenides indeed, in the first hypothesis, as he denies of the One everything else that is known, and all knowledge, so likewise he denies of it name and language. But in the second hypothesis, besides all other things, he shows that this One may be spoken of and that it has a name. In short, therefore, it must be admitted that the first, most principal, and truly divine names are established in the Gods themselves. But it must be said that the second names, which are the imitations of the first, and which subsist intellectually, are of a demoniacal allotment. And again, we may say that those names which are the third from the truth, which are logically devised, and which receive the ultimate resemblance of divine natures, are unfolded by scientific men, at one time energizing divinely, and at another intellectually, and generating moving images of their inward spectacles. For, as the demiurgic intellect establishes resemblances about matter of the first forms contained in himself, and produces temporal images of things eternal, divisible images of things indivisible, and adumbrated images, as it were, of true beings, after the same manner, I think, the science that is with us, representing intellectual production, fabricates resemblances of other things, and also of the Gods themselves, representing that which is void of composition in them through composition, that which is simple through variety, and that which is united through multitude, and thus, fashioning names, ultimately exhibits images of divine natures. For it generates every name as if it were a statue of the Gods, and as the theurgic art, through certain symbols, calls forth the exuberant and unenvying goodness of the Gods into the illumination of artificial statues, thus also the intellectual science of divine concerns, by the compositions and divisions of sounds, unfolds the occult essence of the Gods. Very properly, therefore, does Socrates in the Philebus say that on account of his reverence of the Gods, he is agitated with the greatest fear respecting their names. For it is necessary to venerate even the ultimate echoes of the Gods, and venerating these, to become established in the first paradigms of them. And thus much concerning divine names, which at present may be sufficient for the purpose of understanding the theology of Plato, for we shall accurately discuss them when we speak of partial powers. End of chapter 29 and end of book 1. Chapter 1 of book 2 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The most proper beginning, however, of the theory proposed by us is that from which we may be able to discover the first cause of all beings. For, being impelled from this in a becoming manner, and having our conceptions purified respecting it, we shall with greater facility be able to distinguish other things. About these things, therefore, we must speak from the beginning as follows. It is necessary that all beings, and all the natures of beings, should either be many only, there being no one in them, neither in each nor in all of them, or that they should be one only, there being no multitude, but all things being compelled into one and the same power of existence. Or it is necessary that they should be both one and many, and that being should be one in order that neither multitude itself by itself may vanquish beings, nor that we may be forced to bring together into the same thing all things and their contraries at once. These things therefore being three, which of them shall we choose? And to which of the above-mentioned assertions shall we give our suffrage? It is necessary, therefore, severally, to discuss the absurdities which attend these positions, and thus to survey after what manner the truth subsists. If, then, beings are many, and in such a manner many, as we have mentioned from the beginning, so that the one is not anywhere to be found, many absurdities will happen to be the result, or rather, all the nature of beings will at once from the first be destroyed, as there will immediately be nothing which is capable of participating the one. For it must be admitted that every being is either one certain thing or nothing, and that indeed which is a certain being is also one. But that which is not even one being has not any existence whatever. Hence, if many things have a subsistence, each of the many is something or a certain one. But if each of them is nothing, or not even one thing, neither is it possible for the many to exist. For the many are many so far as each individual of the multitude exists. If, therefore, the many alone have a subsistence, and the one in no respect is, neither will the many exist. For things which are in no respect one have not any existence whatever. But if the one is not, by a much greater priority, neither have the many an existence. For it necessarily follows that none of the things from which the many consist will have a subsistence. Farther still, if the many alone have a subsistence, as has been said, all things will be infinitely infinite. And if you receive any one of the infinites whatever, this also will be immediately infinite. And with respect to the things from which this consists, and which are infinite, each of these likewise will be infinite. For let something of the many be assumed, which we say is not one. This therefore will be multitude according to its own nature, since it belongs to beings, but is not nothing. If, however, it is multitude, this also will consist of many things, and will be many. And if you assume something of these manies, this will immediately appear to you not to be one, but many. There will likewise be immediately the same reasoning in these, and in a similar manner each, because we falsely speak of each, will be multitude in energy. And each, as I may say, will be infinite, or rather will be infinitely infinite. For there is nothing which will not be something of this kind, since a part is many, and in a similar manner the part of a part, and this to infinity. For multitude proceeding will never stop, nor infinity, in consequence of being deprived of the nature of the one. To make beings, however, to be infinitely infinite is impossible, both with respect to truth and to the thing proposed by us. For if being is infinitely infinite, being can neither be known nor discovered, since the infinite is entirely incomprehensible and unknown. If also being is infinitely infinite, there will be something more infinite than the infinite. But if that something is more infinite, this will be less infinite. That, however, which is less infinite, since it is not perfectly infinite, will evidently be finite, so far as it falls short of the nature of the infinite. If, therefore, there is something which is itself according to multitude more infinite than that which is infinite in multitude, there will be something more than the infinite, and the infinite will be less, yet not according to multitude. This, however, is impossible. Hence, there is not the infinitely infinite. Again, therefore, according to this hypothesis, the same things will be according to the same, similar and dissimilar. For if all the manys are not one, and each thing according to all things is not one, that which is not one will evidently suffer the same passion in consequence of the privation of the one. All things, therefore, being deprived of the one, after the same manner, they will on this account subsist similarly with respect to each other. But things which subsist similarly, so far as they thus subsist, are evidently similar to each other. Hence the many will be similar to each other, so far as they are deprived of the one. They will likewise, according to this privation of the one, be perfectly dissimilar. For it is necessary that things which are similar should suffer the same passion, so that things which do not suffer anything that is the same will not be similar, but things which suffer anything that is the same suffer also one thing. Hence things which are deprived of every one will not suffer anything that is the same. The many, therefore, will be similar and dissimilar according to the same. But this is impossible. Hence it is impossible for the many to exist which are in no respect one. Moreover, the many will be the same with and different from each other according to the same. For if all things are similarly deprived of the one, so far indeed as all of them are similarly deprived, they will be the same according to this privation. Since things which subsist after the same manner according to habit are the same, and also things which are after the same manner deprived according to privation. But so far in short as each of them is deprived of every one, so far the many will be different from each other. For if the one in the many is the same, that which is in no respect one will in no respect be the same. The many, therefore, will be the same and not the same with each other. But if they are the same and not the same, it is evident that they are different from each other. For that which is the same and not the same, so far as it is not the same by nothing else than the different. Farther still, therefore, these many will be movable and immovable, if the one is not. For if each of them is not one, they will be immovable according to the privation of the one. For if that which is not one should be changed, each of them would have the one, since privations being changed entirely lead into habits the things that are changed. It is necessary, however, that what is not one should remain immovable according to the privation of the one, though this very thing is itself impossible, viz. That the many should stand still. For everything which stands still is in something which is the same, viz. It is either in the same form or in the same place. But everything which is in the same is in one thing which is the same. For the same in which it is one thing. Everything, therefore, which stands still is in one thing. The many, however, do not participate of the one. But it is perfectly impossible that things which do not participate of the one should be in one certain thing. And things which are not in one thing cannot stand still, since things which stand still are entirely in one and the same thing. It is impossible, therefore, that the many should stand still and remain immovable. It has been demonstrated, however, that the many must necessarily stand immovable. The same things, therefore, and the same passion, I mean the privation of the habit of the one, are movable and immovable. For things immovable and things which stand still, so far as they are unstable, so far they must necessarily appear to be movable. Moreover, there is no number of beings if the one in no respect is. But all things and each thing will be not one. For the particle of number, the monad is one, and every number itself is one. For if there are 5 monads, there is also the pentad, and if 3 monads, the triad. But the triad itself is a certain unity, and so is the pentad. So that if there is no one, there will neither be any part nor the whole of numbers. For how can there be any number, the one not existing? For the one is the principle of numbers. But the principle not existing, neither is it possible that the things which proceed from this principle should exist. Hence, the one not existing, neither will there be any number. Again, therefore, neither will there be any knowledge of beings if the one is not. For it will not be possible either to speak or think of any being. For each thing itself, and everything of which we can speak, and in which we impress the nature of the one, will have no existence, because neither does the one exist. Hence, neither will there be any discourse, nor any knowledge. For discourse is one thing consisting of many things, if it is perfect. And knowledge then exists, when that which knows becomes one with that which is known. But union not existing, there will at the same time be no knowledge of things, and it will be impossible to speak about things which we know. To which we may add, that the inexplicable in the several infinites will necessarily always fly from the bound of knowledge. For immediately each apparent infinite, which he who possesses knowledge desires to understand, will escape the Gnostic power hastening to come into contact with, and adhere to it, since it is incapable either of contact or adhesion. If, therefore, the many alone have an existence, the one having no subsistence whatever, so many absurdities, and a still greater number must necessarily happen to those who adopt such an hypothesis. But if the one, which is the one itself, alone has a subsistence, and there is nothing else, for if there were, there would not only be one but many things, since one and another thing are more than one, and are not one thing only. If this be the case, there will neither be among all things either whole, or that which has parts. For every thing which has parts is many, and every whole has parts, but the one is in no respect many. Neither, therefore, will there be a whole, nor that which has parts. Farther still, neither is it possible that there should be a beginning or end of anything. For that which has a beginning, a middle, and an end is divisible, but the one is not divisible, because neither has it any parts. Hence neither has it a beginning, nor a middle, nor an end. Again, if the one alone has a subsistence, no being will have figure. For everything which has figure is either rectilinear or circular, or mixed from these. But if indeed it is rectilinear, it will have for its parts the middle and the extremes. If it is circular, there will be one thing in it as a middle, but other things as extremes, to which the middle extends. And if it is mixed from the right and circular line, it will consist of many things, and will not be one. Moreover, neither will any being be in itself, nor in another thing. For that which is in another thing is different from that in which it is, but the one alone existing, and nothing else. For it will by no means be in another thing. There will be no being which is in another thing, but that which is in itself will at the same time comprehend and be comprehended. And in this, to comprehend will not be the same thing as to be comprehended, nor will there be the same definition of both. There will therefore be two things, and no longer the one alone. Again, neither will any being be moved. For being moved indeed, it must necessarily be changed. But being changed, it must be in another thing. If the one, however, alone has an existence, it is not possible for anything to appear to be in something else. Hence it is not possible for any being to be changed. But everything which stands still is necessarily in the same thing, and that which is in the same is in a certain same thing. The one, however, is in no same thing, for that which is in a certain thing is either in itself or in something else, but it has been demonstrated that it is neither in itself nor in another. Hence neither is it in a certain same thing, neither therefore does any being stand still. Moreover, it is impossible for anything to be the same with, or different from anything. For if there is nothing besides the one itself, there is not anything which will be either the same with, or different from another thing. For there will not be any other being, and the one itself will not be different from itself, for it would be many and not one. Nor will it be the same with itself, for this thing which is same is in another, and same is not the one itself. For the one is simply one, because it is not many, but that which is same is the same with another thing. Again, neither is it possible for anything to be similar or dissimilar to anything. For everything similar suffers a certain same passion, but everything dissimilar a certain different passion. The one, however, cannot suffer anything, nor can this be the case with anything else besides the one, since nothing else has any existence whatever, if the one alone has a subsistence. Farther still, in addition to these things, we say that neither is it possible for anything to be touched, nor to be separate, if there is nothing else besides the one. For how can things which have no existence be separate, or come into contact with anything? But neither can the one either be separate from itself or touch itself, for it would thus be passive to the being touched, and the being separate. But the one suffers no other thing besides itself. It is likewise requisite that no one thing should either be equal or unequal to anything. For that which is equal to another thing is said to be so with reference to another thing, and the like may be said of that which is unequal. Another thing, however, has no existence, if the one alone has a subsistence, but neither can the one be equal or unequal to itself. For if unequal, there will be one thing in it as greater, but another as less, so that it will be two things and not one. And if the one is equal to itself, the one will measure itself. This, however, is impossible, for the one will measure and be measured by itself, so that it will not be the one itself. Neither, therefore, will there be any equality or inequality in beings. If, however, these things are impossible, neither can any being come into contact with another, and be separate, nor be similar or dissimilar, nor be same or different, nor again stand still, or be moved, or in short be in anything, or have figure, or be a whole, or have parts, if the one alone has a subsistence which is void of multitude, and is without all these things. Neither, however, is it possible for the many alone to have a subsistence, as was before demonstrated, and hence it is necessary that every being should be both many and one. If this, however, is the case, either the many must participate of the one, or the one of the many, or both must participate of each other, or neither of each other, but the many indeed must be separate, and the one must also be separate, in order that the many and the one may subsist, as reason evinces. If, therefore, neither the one participates of the many, nor the many of the one, the same absurdities will ensue as we brought together in the hypothesis of the many alone having a subsistence. For again, there will be the many separate from the one. For if the one subsists by itself, and the many do not in any respect participate of the one, the many will be infinitely infinite. They will be similar and dissimilar, same and different, moved and stable, and there will neither be any number nor any knowledge of the many. For the absence of the one compels all these consequences to be apparent in the many. It is impossible, therefore, that neither the many should participate of the one, nor the one of the many. If, however, the one participates of the many, and the many of the one, and both these are in each other, it is necessary that there should be another nature besides these, which is neither one nor many. For both these being mingled in each other, it is necessary that there should be a cause of their mixture, which conjoins multitude to the one, and the one to multitude. For it is necessary that everything that is mingled should have a cause of the mixture. For in short, if the one and multitude participate of each other, neither the one is the cause of essence to multitude, nor multitude to the one, but a certain third thing is the cause of essence to both, and which is prior to these. For what will that be which makes this to be multitude, and that to be one? And what is the cause of this communication and association with each other? The one, so far as it is one, never having any communication with the many. For the many, so far as many, and the one, so far as one, are different from each other, and so far as neither is from neither, they have no sympathy with each other. What therefore is it which collects these into one, since they fly from and are unmingled with each other? For being thus discordant with each other, they cannot desire each other, or if they did, their congress must be fortuitous. For if this should happen to be the case, there was a time when these were separate from each other, since now also they subsist together casually. It is, however, impossible for the many to subsist separate from the one. The mixture, therefore, is not casual. But neither is the mixture from the many, if neither the one is the cause of the many, nor the many of the one. What, therefore, is this more excellent thing, which is the cause of the mixture? For it is either one or not one, but if indeed it is the one itself. We must again inquire concerning this, whether it participates of multitude or of nothing. For if it participates, it is evident that some other thing prior to this will for the same reason present itself to the view, and this will be the case to infinity. But if a thing of this kind is entirely void of multitude, again that which was asserted at first will not be true, viz. That the many do not participate of the one, nor the one of the many. I mean, however, that which is the most principal and primarily one. But there is indeed a certain one in the many, and there is also the imparticipable one, and which is simply one and nothing else. If, however, that which is prior to both is not one, it is necessary that this not one should be more excellent than the one. All things, however, are, and are generated what they are through the one, and together with the one Indeed, every being is preserved, but separate from the one proceeds to the corruption of itself. The mixture also of the one and multitude, which the non-one affords to beings, is communion and union. The one, therefore, and that which is not one, are the cause of nothing else to beings than of their being one. If, however, the one is the cause of a thing of this kind, that which is not one will not be the cause of that which is more excellent than union. But it is everywhere necessary that what is more excellent should be the cause to beings of another more excellent thing, according to its own power. For thus it will be more excellent as being more good, and as the cause from its own nature of a greater and more excellent good to those things to which a less good is the cause of less goodness. From these things, therefore, it is necessary that the many should participate of the one, that the one should be unmingled with multitude, and that nothing should be better than the one, but that this should also be the cause of being to the many. For everything which is deprived of the one flies immediately into nothing, and to its own corruption. But that which is not many is not at one and the same time not many and nothing. For to the one, that which is nothing, or not one is opposed, and to the many, that which is not many is opposed. If therefore the one and the many are not the same, the not being many will not be the same with nothing. From thus considering the affair, therefore, it appears that the one is beyond multitude, and is the cause of being to the many. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Book 2 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. It is necessary, however, that discussing the same subject after another manner, we should again see if we can in a certain respect follow what has been said, and refer it to the same end. It is necessary, therefore, that there should either be one principle or many principles, or rather, we should begin from hence. And if there are many principles, they must either possess sympathy with each other, or they must be divulsed from each other, and they must be either finite or infinite. But if there is one principle, this must either be not essence or essence, and if it is essence, this must either be corporeal or incorporeal, and if incorporeal, it must either be separate from or inseparable from bodies, and if separate, it must either be movable or immovable. But if it is not essence, it must either be inferior to all essence, or participated by essence, or imparticipable. If, therefore, there are many principles, and which have no sympathy with each other, no being will originate from them conjointly, nor will they be common to all things, but each will produce by itself. For what communication can there be between things which are naturally foreign, or what cooperation between things which are entirely of a different kind? In addition also to these things, there will be the many which do not participate of the one. For if there is a certain one common in all of them, they will not be perfectly separated essentially from each other. If, therefore, they are different, and there is nothing which is the same about them, they are alone many, and by no means one. But if there are many principles, and which possess sympathy with each other, they will have something common which leads all of them to sympathy, and similarly unfolds all of them to the view. For we call those things sympathetic, which happen to be passive to the same thing. But similars are entirely similar from participating one form and one nature. If, however, this be the case, it is necessary that all, or universal, which is everywhere, and in all the principles, should be of a more principal nature than the many. This therefore gives them the power to generate sympathy with each other, and affords them communion according to nature. Again, if there are indeed infinite principles, either the things which proceed from them are infinite, and there will thus be the infinite twice, or they are finite, and thus all the principles will not be principles. For things finite in number will entirely proceed from finite principles. The principles, therefore, are in vain infinite. To which may be added that infinity makes both the principles to be unknown, and the things which proceed from them. For the principles being unknown, it is necessary that the things which proceed from them should be unknown, since we then think that we know anything when we know the causes and the first principles of it. But if the principles are finite, it is evident that there will be a certain number of them, for we say that number is a definite multitude. If, however, there is a number of the principles, it is necessary that there should be a cause of the whole number of them. For every number is from one, and this, viz. The one, is the principle of numbers. This, therefore, will be the principle of principles, and the cause of finite multitude, since number itself is one, and the end in the many is one, and it bounds the many by that which is one. But the principle being one, and this being essence, it is necessary, if this is admitted, to be either corporeal or incorporeal, that it must be acknowledged to be the principle of other things. If, therefore, body is the cause of the generation of beings, it is necessary indeed that it should be divisible and have parts. For every body is in its own nature divisible, since every magnitude is a certain whole, and that which is a whole consists of parts. These parts, therefore, but I mean each of them, must either severally participate a certain one, or not participate it. If, therefore, they do not participate it, they will be many alone, and by no means one. Hence neither will that which consists from them be a whole. For there being no one, that which consists of all of them will not be one. But if each of the parts participates of something of this kind, and there is something which is the same in all of them, a thing of this kind must necessarily be incorporeal and impartible according to its own nature. For if this also is itself corporeal, it is either wholly in each of the parts, or not wholly. If, therefore, it is indeed wholly in each, it will itself be separated from itself. For the parts in which it is are separate from each other. But if it is not wholly in each of the parts, this also will be divisible, and will have parts after the same manner as the above-mentioned parts. And there will again be the same inquiry concerning these, viz. Whether in these also there is something common or nothing, since if there is nothing common, we shall place the many separate from the one. Let us, however, consider the whole. For every body is a whole, and has parts. What, therefore, will that be which is connective of the parts, since they are many. For it is necessary to say either that the whole is unific of the parts, or the parts of the whole, or that some third thing prior to both, which is neither a whole nor has any parts, connects and unites the whole with its parts, and the parts with the whole. But if the whole indeed is connective of the parts, the whole will be incorporeal and impartible. For if it is a body, this also will be partible, and will be indigent of a nature which is capable of connecting the parts, and this will be the case to infinity. But if the parts are connective of the whole, how can the many be connective of the one, and things divided of that which consists from them? For on the contrary, it is necessary that the one should have the power of uniting the many, and not the many of uniting the one. And if that which connects both is neither a whole nor has parts, it will be perfectly impartible. But being impartible, it is also necessarily without interval. For everything which has interval has parts, and is divisible. But being without interval, it is incorporeal, for every body possesses interval. Farther still, it is necessary that the principle should be perpetual, for every being is perpetual or corruptible. Hence it must be admitted that the principle of beings is perpetual or corruptible. But if we should grant that this may be corrupted, there will be no being incorruptible. For the principle being destroyed, it will neither be itself generated from anything, nor will another thing be generated from it. For it can neither be able to generate itself, since it is not, if it is not perpetual, nor can another thing be able to generate it, if it is the principle of all things. But if it is incorruptible, it will have the power of not being corrupted, and this power will be infinite, in order that it may exist to infinity through the whole of time. For every finite power of existence pertains naturally to that which is corruptible. But an infinite power pertains to perpetual natures, the existence of which continues to infinity. This infinite, therefore, I mean the infinite according to power, is either impartible or partible. But if it is partible indeed, there will be the infinite in a finite body, for the principle is finite, since if it were infinite, there will be nothing else besides itself. But if it is impartible, the power of infinitely existing will be incorporeal, and the principle of beings is incorporeal so far as it is this power through which the subject of it always is. That it is impossible, therefore, the principle of beings can be corporeal, is from these things evident. If, however, it is incorporeal, it must either be separate or inseparable from bodies. But if inseparable indeed, it will have all its energies in bodies, and subsisting about them. For that is inseparable from body, which is not anywhere naturally adapted to energize except in and with bodies. But if the principle is a thing of this kind, it is evidently necessary that none of the things which subsist according to it should be more powerful, or possess greater authority than the principle of all beings. If, however, nothing is more excellent in bodies than the power which subsists in and energizes about bodies, and a corporeal essence, there will not anywhere be intellect, and the power which energizes according to intellect. For every such like motion, id est energy, proceeds from a power which is entirely in its energies independent of body. But it neither was nor is lawful for generated natures to surpass the power of their causes. For everything which is in the things begotten is from primary natures, and the latter are the lords of the essence of the former. If, therefore, the principle of beings is able to generate intellect and wisdom, how is it possible it should not generate it on account of and in itself? For one of two things is necessary: either that intellectual perception pertains in no respect to beings, or that it is inferior to them, and that if it exists, it acts in bodies only. These things, however, it is impossible to assert. But if that which is the first of beings, and which is the principle of all things, is separate from bodies, it is perfectly necessary to admit that it is either immovable or moved. And if indeed it is moved, there will be something else prior to it, about which it is moved. For everything which is moved is naturally adapted to be moved about something else which is permanent. And farther still, besides this, it is moved through desire of another thing. For it is necessary indeed that it should be moved in consequence of desiring a certain thing, because motion itself by itself is indefinite. But the end of it is that for the sake of which it subsists. It desires, however, either something else or itself. But everything which desires itself is immovable. For why should anything that is present with itself want to be in another thing? For of things which are moved, the motion of that is less to which the good is nearer, but the motion is greater of that to which the good is more remote. But that which possesses good in itself, and for the sake of which it subsists, will be immovable and stable, since being always in itself, it is in good. That, however, which is in itself is in same, for each thing is the same with itself. But of that which is in itself we say indeed that it stands still and is immovable, while that which is not immovable is not in itself but in another, is moved towards another thing, and is perfectly indigent of good. If therefore the principle of beings is moved, but everything which is moved through the want of good and towards another thing which is the object of desire to it, there will be something else which is desirable to the principle of beings besides itself, and about which, possessing a sameness of subsistence, we must say it is moved. This, however, is impossible, for the principle is that for the sake of which all things subsist, which all things desire, and which is indigent of nothing. For if it were in want of something, it would be entirely subordinate to that of which it is in want, and to which its energy is directed as the object of desire. But if the principle is immovable, for this is what remains, it is necessary that it should be one incorporeal essence, possessing an eternal sameness of subsistence. After what manner, however, does it possess the one? And how is it one essence? For if essence and the one are the same, it must be admitted that the principle of beings is essence. But if essence is different from the one, it must be granted that to be the one is not the same thing as to be essence. And if indeed essence is better than the one, according to this it must be said to be with the principle. But if the one is better than essence and beyond it, the one is also the principle of essence. And if they are coordinate to each other, the many will be prior to the one. This, however, is impossible, as we have before demonstrated. It is evident indeed that essence is not the same as the one. For it is not one and the same thing to say one, and that essence is one, but the former is not yet a sentence, and the latter is. To which may be added, that if essence and the one are the same, multitude will be the same as that which has no existence, and which is not essence. This, however, is impossible. For in essence the many are contained, and in that which is not essence is the one. But if essence and the one are not the same, they will not be coordinate to each other. For if they were coordinate, there will be some other thing prior to them. If it is necessary that all things should subsist from one principle, and if one of these is better than the other, either the one is prior to essence, or essence is prior to the one. But if the one indeed is prior to essence, this and not essence is the principle of all things. For it is necessary that nothing should be better than the principle. And if essence is prior to the one will be passive to essence, and not essence to the one. But if the one is passive to essence, it is necessary that the one and essence should be everything, and that all such things as are one should be essence, but not that all such things as are essence should be one. There will therefore be a certain essence deprived of the one. If however this be the case, it will be nothing. For that which is deprived of the one is nothing. Hence the one is prior to essence. But if that which is first is something which is not essence, it is absurd to assert that it is subordinate to essence. For the principle is that which has the greatest power and the most absolute authority, and is most sufficient to itself, and is not that which is most ignoble and indigent of the many. And in short, it is necessary that no secondary nature should be better than the principle, for it is requisite that beings should not be governed badly. But if indeed the principle has an order subordinate to the things which proceed from it, and the things proceeding from it are better than it, all things will be badly confounded, nor will the principle according to nature be anything else than something which is not the most excellent of things, nor will things which proceed from the principle possess from it a power of ruling over their principle. The principle of beings, therefore, will indeed be fortuitous, and also the beings which are its progeny, but this is impossible. For things which are fortuitous, if to have a fortuitous subsistence is this, not to exist according to intellect, nor with a view to a definite end, are disorderly, infinite and indefinite, and are all of them things which have a less frequency of subsistence. But the principle is invariably principle, and other things proceed from it. If, however, that which is not essence is better than all essence, it will either be participated by it, or it will be entirely imparticipable. If, however, essence participates of the principle, of what will it be the principle? And how will it be the principle of all beings? For it is necessary that the principle of beings should be no one of beings, since if it were any one of them, it is necessarily not the principle of all beings. But everything which is participated by another thing is said to be that by which it is participated, and in which it primarily is. The principle, however, is separate and belongs in a greater degree to itself than to other things. Besides, everything which is participated proceeds from another more excellent cause, since that which is imparticipable is better than that which is participable. It is not, however, possible to conceive anything better than that which is most excellent, and which we call the principle. For it is not lawful to assert that things secondary to the principle, and which proceed from it, are in any respect better than their principle. The cause, therefore, of all beings is above all essence, is separate from every essence, and is neither essence, nor has essence as an addition to its nature. For such an addition as this is a diminution of simplicity, and of that which is one. End of chapter 2. Chapters 3 and 4 of Book 2 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. See, therefore, the third argument after these, leading us to the same conclusion with the former arguments. For it is necessary that the cause of all beings should be that of which all beings participate, to which they refer the subsistence of themselves, and which separates itself from nothing, that in any respect whatever is said to have an existence. For this alone is the object of desire to beings, which primarily, or in some other way, is itself the cause of their subsistence. And it is necessary that everything which is produced with reference to, and on account of it, should have a certain habitude with relation to it, and through this also a similitude to it. For every habitude of one thing towards another is predicated in a twofold respect, either from both participating of one thing, which affords to the participants a communion with each other, or from one of them participating of the other, of which indeed the one, as being more excellent, imparts something to that which is subordinate to itself, but the other, as being inferior, is assimilated to the more excellent nature, so far as it participates of it. Hence it is necessary, if all sensible natures possess a habitude to that which is first, aspire after, and subsist about it, either that there should be a certain third thing, the cause of the habitude, or that the principle should impart to the natures posterior to itself a tendency to itself, and that desire through which everything is preserved and exists. Nothing else, however, is more excellent than that which is first. Hence, the habitude of beings, their existence, and their tendency to the first, are derived from thence, and all things participate of the principle of themselves, if it is necessary that this which is participated should from thence become apparent in all beings, since it is the principle of all things, and deserts no being whatever. What therefore will this nature be, which is everywhere and in all beings? Is it life and motion? But there are indeed many things which are deprived of these. Is therefore permanency everywhere and in all things? But neither is this true. For motion, so far as it is motion, will not participate of permanency. Is much honored intellect, therefore, so far as it is intellect, participated by all beings? But this also is impossible. For all beings would have intellectual perception, and no being would be deprived of intellect. Shall we say, therefore, that being itself and essence are participated by all things that in any respect whatever have a subsistence? But how is this possible? For that which is in generation, or passing into existence, is said to be, and is destitute of essence. Nor must we wonder if it also, since it ranks among beings, should now participate of essence. For so far as it is in generation, it is not. But it ends in existence and essence, when it is now actually generated, and is no longer rising into existence. All things, therefore, that have in any respect whatever a subsistence, do not participate of essence. What then will that be which is everywhere, and by all things participated? Let us consider every being, and see what that is to which all beings are passive, and what it is which is common in all of them, as in essence, sameness, difference, permanency, and motion. Can we say, therefore, that each of these is anything else than one thing, and not only separately, but this is also the case with the things which subsist from them? And in short, it is not possible in a certain respect to speak otherwise of all things than this, that all things and each thing is one. For if anything should be deprived of the one, though you should speak of parts, or of beings, immediately, that which becomes destitute of the one will be altogether nothing. Or with what intention do we say that a thing which is not perfectly nothing, or not even one thing, unless the one is the last thing which deserts beings? This it is, therefore, to become that which in no respect is, and to be perfectly deprived of the one. For it is possible for that which is not moved to be, and for that which has no being to have an hyparxis, but that which is not even one thing, and which is destitute of the one itself, will be entirely nothing. Hence the one is present with all beings, and though you should speak of multitude itself, it is necessary that this also should participate of the one. For if it does not become one thing, it is not possible for it to subsist. And if even you divide the whole to infinity, immediately nothing else than one occurs. For either that which is divided does not subsist, or becoming to be, or subsisting something else, it will be immediately one. The one, therefore, which is everywhere apparent, and is in all beings, and which deserts no being whatever, is either derived from the one which is simply one, or from that which is more excellent than the one. For it is not possible for the one to be otherwise passive, i.e., to be consubsistent with something else, than from the first one, to which the one is no longer present, but which is the one itself, or nothing else than one. Again, therefore, from another principle we may arrive at the same conclusion, by speaking as follows. It is necessary either that the causes of beings and things caused should proceed to infinity, and that there should be nothing first or last in beings, or that there should be no first, but that there should be the last of things, infinity existing in one part only. Or, on the contrary, it is necessary that beings should proceed to infinity from a definite principle, or that there should be a certain first and last, and a boundary of beings each way. And if there are boundaries of beings, things either proceed from each other, and the generation of beings is in a circle, or if they are not from each other, either one of them is from another, or the first indeed is one, but the last not one, or the contrary, or both are one, or each is not one. If, therefore, first things and the causes of beings are infinite, each thing will consist of infinites. For that which proceeds from a certain principle must necessarily participate of that principle from which it proceeds. But that which derives its subsistence from many causes will be in its own nature multiform, as participating of many powers. And that which is produced from infinites prior to itself will have infinite peculiarities derived from the principles, and adapted to itself. Every being, therefore, being infinite, and consisting of infinites, will render all things infinitely infinite, and there will neither be a knowledge of any being, nor any evolution of powers. For the power of the infinite is perfectly unknown, and incomprehensible by those natures to whom it is infinite. But if things are infinite in a descending progression, whether is each of them infinite, always proceeding most downward, in the same manner as we say all things do? Or is each whole indeed finite, but the beings which are produced from these are infinite? For if every being according to the beginning of itself is definite, but according to its end is infinite, there will neither be in parts nor in wholes a conversion of beings to their proper principle, nor will that which is second in order ever have a subsistence so as to be assimilated to the extremity of a pre-existent order, though, as we frequently say, the summits of inferiors are conjoined with the boundaries of superiors. For where there is no last, by what contrivance can such a similitude of progression as this, and such a mutual cohesion of beings be left, according to which secondary things are always conjoined to the natures prior to them? But if all things alone have an infinity of this kind, each being bounded by that which is posterior to itself, wholes will be subordinate to parts, and the parts of beings will be naturally more perfect than wholes. For wholes, indeed, will be without conversion to the principle prior to themselves, but parts will be converted to it after their progression. By how much the more, however, every being hastens to conjunction with that which is more perfect than itself, by so much the more must it necessarily excel, as it appears to me. And if this whole, proceeding to infinity, is not convolved to the summit of itself, and circularly converted and perfected according to such a conversion, it will not desire its proper good. If, however, we admit that there is an infinity both ways, these things must necessarily happen. In addition to these things also, there will be no common object of desire to all beings, nor any union nor sympathy of them. For things which are perfectly infinite have not that which is first in them. But not having a first, we shall not be able to say what is the common end of beings, and why some things are more excellent, but others are allotted a subordinate nature. For we call one thing better, and another less excellent, from proximity to that which is best, just as we define the more and the less hot from communion with that which is hot in the first degree. And in short, we form a judgment of the more and the less from a reference to that which is a maximum. It is necessary, therefore, that the boundary in beings should be that which is first and that which is last. But if indeed these are from each other, the same thing will be older and younger, cause and at the same time the thing caused, and each thing will be first and last. For it makes no difference whether these are from each other, or the things which subsist between these. For the extremes being indifferent, how is it possible that a mutation according to essence should intervene? But if the one is from the other, whether is the first derived from the last, as some say, who generate things more excellent from things subordinate, and things more perfect from such as are more imperfect? In this case, however, must not that which is allotted the power of generating and producing the perfect by a much greater priority perfect and adorn itself by its present power? And how is it possible that, leaving itself to be of an inferior allotment, it should definitely assign a more excellent order to another thing? For everything aspires after its proper perfection, and simply desires good, though not everything is able to participate of a thing of this kind. If, therefore, it has the power of producing this most perfect thing, that which is last will energize on account of itself prior to other things, and the whole of good and all perfection will be first established in itself. But if that which is last is produced from that which is first, and the most imperfect from that which is most perfect, whether is each of them one, or is this one but that not one? If, however, that which is first or that which is last is not one, neither of them will be first or last. For as there will be multitude in each of them will have the better and the worse, and neither will that which is best be unmingled with that which is inferior to it, nor that which is the most obscure of all things according to being have so great a subjection entirely deprived of a more perfect nature. But there will be something more extreme than that which is last, and something more perfect than that which is first. For everywhere that which is best, if it receives another addition through that which is inferior, will be more perfect than that which does not abide in the best, through not receiving this very addition. If, therefore, we rightly assert these things, the one is the principle of all things, and the last of beings is one. For it is necessary, I think, that the end of the progression of beings should be assimilated to the principle, and that as far as to this, the power of the first should proceed. Summarily, therefore, recapitulating what we have said, it is necessary either that the first principle should be one, or that there should be alone many first principles, or one containing multitude in itself, or many participating of one. But if there are many first principles only, there will not be one thing from them. For what will make one and a whole, if there are many principles, and there is nothing which produces one? For it is certainly necessary that things posterior to the principles should be assimilated to them. Either, therefore, there will not be the one in any being, or it will not be from these principles, so that each of the things which in any respect whatever have a subsistence will be divided multitude alone. And again, each of the parts of any being will be a thing of this kind, and we shall in no way whatever stop dividing into minute parts essence and existence. For all things will be many, and the one will be nowhere in the universality of things, nor will either wholes or parts be apparent. But if it is necessary indeed that there should be many principles, and that they should participate of the one will be coordinated in the many. Again, however, it is necessary that the uncoordinated should everywhere be more ancient than the coordinated, and the exempt than the participated. For how is the one in each of the many except from one principle which co-arranges the multitude, and converts it to itself according to the communion of the one? Again, if the first one were multiplied, the one will be passive, for at the same time it will be one and not one, and will not be that which is one only. It is necessary, however, in each genus of things, that there should be that which is unmingled with an inferior nature, in order that there may be that which is mingled, in the same manner as we say respecting forms. For from the equal itself, things which are equal in the sublunary realms appear indeed as equal, though they are filled with a contrary nature. And from that which is primarily being, that which is mingled with non-being is derived, and which presents itself to the view as being. And in short, everywhere the simple, unmingled subsistence of each thing precedes those things which through remission are mingled with the privations of themselves. The One, therefore, is by itself exempt from all multitude, and that which is one, and at the same time not one, is not the first one, but is suspended from that which is primarily one, through the principle indeed participating of the One, but through the diminution arising from multitude, now manifestly exhibiting in itself the cause of separation. Chapter 4. That the One, therefore, is the principle of all things and the first cause, and that all other things are posterior to the One, is I think evident from what has been said. I am astonished, however, at all the other interpreters of Plato, who admit the existence of the intellectual kingdom, but do not venerate the ineffable transcendency of the One, and its hyparxis, which surpasses the whole of things. I particularly, however, wonder that this should have been the case with Origen, who was a partaker of the same erudition with Plotinus. For Origen ends in intellect and the first being, but omits the One, which is beyond every intellect and every being. And if indeed he omits it as something which is better than all knowledge, language, and intellectual perception, we must say that he is neither discordant with Plato, nor with the nature of things. But if he omits it because the One is perfectly unhyparctic and without any subsistence, and because intellect is the best of things, and that which is primarily being is the same as that which is primarily one, we cannot assent to him in asserting these things, nor will Plato admit him and connumerate him with his familiars. For I think that a dogma of this kind is remote from the philosophy of Plato, and is full of peripatetic innovation. If you are willing, however, we will adduce some arguments against this dogma, and against all others who are the patrons of this opinion, and we will strenuously contend for the doctrine of Plato, and show that according to him, the first cause is beyond intellect, and is exempt from all beings, as Plotinus and Porphyry, and all those who have received the philosophy of these men, conceive him to assert. We shall begin therefore from the Republic, for here Socrates clearly shows that the good is established above being, and the whole intellectual order, following the analogy of the first goodness to the sun. For if, as the sovereign sun is to generation, to everything visible, and to all visive natures according to the power generative of light, so it is necessary the good should be with reference to intellect and intelligibles, according to a cause productive of truth. If this be the case, we must say that the sun is exempt at one and the same time from visive and visible natures, and must admit that the good transcends the natures which are always intellective, and also those which are eternally intelligible. It is better, however, to hear the Platonic words themselves. Quote, "You may say that the sun not only imparts the power of being seen to visible natures, but also that he is the cause of their generation, increase and nutriment, not being himself generation. Certainly, we may say therefore that things which are known have not only this from the good that they are known, but likewise that their being and essence are thence derived, whilst the good itself is not essence, but beyond essence, transcending it both in dignity and in power. Through all these things, therefore, it is evident how the good and the first principle are defined by Plato to be expanded above not only the intellectual, but also the intelligible extent, and essence itself, according to union, in the same manner as it is inferred the sun surpasses all visible natures, and perfects and generates all things by his light. How, therefore, following Plato, can we admit that intellect is the best of things, and the cause of all things? How can we assert that being itself and essence are the same with the principle which is the leader of all the divine progressions? For essence and intellect are said to subsist primarily from the good, to have their hyparxis about the good, to be filled with the light of truth proceeding from thence, and to obtain the participation which is adapted to them from the union of this light, which is more divine than intellect itself and essence, as being primarily suspended from the good, and affording in beings a similitude to that which is first. For the light which is emitted from the sun causes everything visible to be solar form, and the participation of the light of truth renders that which is intelligible boniform and divine. Intellect, therefore, is a god through a light which is more ancient than intellectual light and intellect itself, and that which is intelligible and at the same time intellectual participates of a divine hyparxis through a plenitude of this light being appropriately imparted to it. And in short, every divine nature is that which it is said to be on account of this light, and is through it united to the cause of all beings. By no means, therefore, is the first good to be considered as the same with intellect, nor must it be admitted that the intelligible is more ancient than all the hyparxis of the whole of things, since it is even subordinate to the light proceeding from the good, and being perfected by this light is conjoined according to its own order with the good itself. For we must not say that the intelligible is united to the first after the same manner as the light of truth, but the latter, through continuity with the good, is established in it without a medium, while the former through this light participates of a vicinity to the good, since in sensibles also the solar light is primarily connascent with the circulation of the sun, ascends as far as to the centre of the whole sphere, and subsists on all sides about it. But all sensible natures through this obtain a similitude to the sun, each of them according to its own nature, being filled with solar form illumination. These things therefore will be sufficient to recall into the memory of those who love the contemplation of truth the conceptions of Plato on this subject, and to evince that the order of intellect is secondary to the exempt transcendency of the One. If however it is requisite to evince the same thing through many testimonies, let us survey what the Elean guest in the Sophista determines concerning these things. He says, therefore, it is necessary that the multitude of all beings, whether they are contraries or not, should be suspended from the one being, i.e. from being characterized by the one, but that the one being itself should be suspended from the one. For when we call the hot or the cold, or permanency or motion being, we do not denominate each of these as the same with being itself. For if permanency were being itself, motion would not be being, or if motion were such like being, permanency would not participate of the appellation of being. But it is evident that being accedes to permanency, to motion, and to every multitude of beings from one thing which is primarily being. This very thing, therefore, which is the cause of essence to all things, and which is participated by all other things, is a participant of this one, and on this account, as it is being alone, so also it is primarily being. It is, however, being itself indeed, and is not allotted to be from participation, but it is one according to participation, and on this account it is passive to the one. But it is being primarily. If therefore Plato gives to the one a subsistence beyond being, in the same manner as that which is first in wholes is supposed by him to transcend beings, how is it possible that being should not be posterior to the one, since it participates of it, and on this account is denominated one? Moreover, Socrates, in the Philebus, clearly demonstrates the same thing to those who are able to know wholes from parts. Viz. That intellect has not the same order as the first cause of all. Investigating, therefore, the good of the human soul and its end, of which participating in every respect sufficiently, it will reap the fruits of a felicity adapted to its nature, he in the first place removes pleasure from an end of this kind, and after this intellect, because neither is this replete with all the elements of the good. If, therefore, the intellect which is in us is an image of the first intellect, and the good of the whole of our life is not to be defined according to this alone, is it not necessary that in wholes also the cause of good must be established above intellectual perfection? For if that which is primarily good subsisted according to total intellect, in us also and all other intellectual natures, self-sufficiency and appropriate good would be present through the participation of intellect. Our intellect indeed is disjoined from the good, and is indigent, and on this account requires pleasure in order to the attainment of human perfection. But a divine intellect always participates of the good, and on this account is divine, for it is boniform through the participation of good, but divine as being suspended from the first deity. It is the same reasoning, therefore, which infers that the good is exempt from the first intellect, and which defines felicity to consist not in intelligence only, but in the all-perfect presence of the good. For the intellectual form of energy is itself by itself defective with respect to blessedness. And why is it requisite to be prolix? For Parmenides teaches us most clearly the difference of the one from essence and being, and shows that the one is exempt from all other things and from essence. For this he evinces of the one at the end of the first hypothesis. But how is it possible that the cause of essence, and which is exempt from it through supreme transcendency, should not also be beyond the intellectual order? For intellect is essence. But if in intellect there is permanency and motion, and Parmenides demonstrates that the one transcends both these, does he not immediately bring us to the ineffable cause of all things, which is prior to every intellect? And if every intellect is converted to itself, and is in itself, but the one is demonstrated to be neither in itself nor in another, how can we any longer consider intellect as the same with the first cause of all? In what respect also will the one which is prior to being differ from the one being which is the subject of the second hypothesis, if intellect is the best of things and the first principle of all? For the one being participates of the one, but that which participates is secondary to that which is participated. That the one, however, is according to Plato more ancient than intellect and essence, is through what has been said recalled to our memory. End of chapter 4. Chapters 5 to 7 of Book 2 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. In the next place, if the one is neither intelligible, nor intellectual, nor in short participates of the power of being, let us survey what will be the modes of leading us to it, and through what intellectual conceptions Plato unfolds, as far as he is able, to his familiars, the ineffable and unknown transcendency of the first. I say then, that at one time he unfolds it through analogy, and the similitude of secondary natures, but at another time he demonstrates its exempt transcendency, and its separation from the whole of things through negations. For in the Republic, indeed, he indicates the ineffable peculiarity and hyparxis of the good, through analogy to the sun. But in the Parmenides he demonstrates the difference of the one with respect to all things posterior to it through negations. But he appears to me through one of these modes to unfold the progression from the first cause of all other things, and prior to other things of the divine orders. For on this account the first cause is exempt from all the natures produced by it, because everywhere cause is established above its effects. And on this account the first is nothing of all things, because all things proceed from him. For he is the principle of all things, both of beings and at the same time of non-beings. But again, according to the other of these modes, he adumbrates the conversion to the first of the things which have proceeded from it. For in each order of beings through similitude to it, there is a monad analogous to the good, which has the same relation to the whole series conjoined with it, that the good has to all the orders of the gods. The cause, however, of this similitude is entirely the conversion of the whole of things to the good. These therefore proceed from thence, and are converted to it. And the progression indeed of all things demonstrates to us the ascent to the first through negations. But the conversion of all things demonstrates this to us through analogies. Let not, however, anyone considering these negations to be such things as privations, despise such a mode of discussion, nor defining the sameness in words analogously, and words in habitudes, endeavor to calumniate this anagogic progression to the first principle. For negations, as it appears to me, extend a triple peculiarity in things, and at one time indeed, being more primogenial than affirmations, they are procreative and perfective of the generation of them. But at another time they are allotted an order coordinate to affirmations, and negation is then in no respect more venerable than affirmation. And again, at another time, they are allotted an order subordinate to affirmations, and are nothing else than the privations of them. For with respect to non-being itself, with which there is also a negation of beings, at one time considering it as beyond being, we say that it is the cause and the supplier of beings, but at another time we evince that it is equivalent to being, just as, I think, the Elean guest demonstrates in the Sophista that non-being is in no respect less, if it be lawful so to speak, than being, and at another time we leave it as a privation of, and indigent of being. For indeed, according to this mode, we call every generation and matter itself non-being. Analogies, however, are assumed for the purpose alone of indicating the similitude of secondary natures to the first principle, and neither any reason nor habitude, nor communion of this principle with things posterior to it becomes apparent from these. For its exempt nature is not of such a kind as is beheld in the second and third orders of beings, but the good transcends the whole of things in a much greater degree than intellect surpasses the natures posterior to itself, whether it be the demiurgic intellect, or the intellect of the whole world, or some other intellect from among the number of those that are called divine. Every intellect, however, and every God is allotted a transcendency with respect to subordinate natures, and those things of which it is the cause, inferior to that which the first principle has to every being. For this principle similarly transcends all things, and not some in a greater, but others in a less degree, since thus we should introduce a greater and less habitude of it to secondary natures. It is necessary, however, to preserve it without habitude to all things, and similarly exempt from the whole of things. But of other natures, some are indeed nearer, and others are more remote from it. For each thing proceeds from it, since it produces all things according to one cause, and different things are indeed converted to it in a different manner. This principle, in the meantime, receiving no habitude or communion with things posterior to itself. Chapter 6. The mode of demonstration, therefore, pertaining to the One is, as we have said, twofold. For again, Plato delivers to us twofold names of the ineffable cause. In the Republic, indeed, he calls it the good, and demonstrates it to be the fountain of the truth, which unites intellect and intelligibles. But in the Parmenides, he denominates such a principle as this the One, and shows that it gives subsistence to the divine unities. Again, therefore, of these names, the One is the image of the progression of the whole of things, but the other of their conversion. For because indeed all things derive their subsistence and proceed from the first principle, on this account, referring the One to it, we demonstrate that it is the cause of all multitude and every progression. For whence is multitude unfolded into light except from the One? But because again the progressions from it are naturally converted to it, and desire its ineffable and incomprehensible hyparxis, we denominate it the good. For what else is that which converts all things, and which is extended to all beings as the object of desire, but the good? For all other things subsist distributedly, and are to some beings honorable, but to others not. And everything which in any respect whatever is said to have a subsistence, aspires after some things, and avoids others. But the good is the common object of desire to all beings, and all things according to their nature verge and are extended to this. The tendency, however, of desiring natures is everywhere to the appropriate object of desire. The good therefore converts, but the One gives subsistence to all secondary natures. Let not, however, any one suppose that the ineffable can on this account be named, or that the cause of all union is doubled. For here indeed we transfer to it names, looking to that which is posterior to it, and to the progressions from, or the circular conversions to it. Because indeed multitude subsists from it, we ascribe to it the appellation of the One. But because all things, even as far as to things that have the most obscure existence, are converted to it, we denominate it the Good. We endeavor, therefore, to know the unknown nature of the first principle through the things which proceed from and are converted to it, and we also attempt through the same things to give a name to that which is ineffable. This principle, however, is neither known by beings, nor is effable by any one of all things, but being exempt from all knowledge and all language, and subsisting as incomprehensible, it produces from itself, according to one cause, all knowledge, everything that is known, all words, and whatever can be comprehended by speech. But its unical nature, and which transcends all division, shines forth to the view dyadically in the natures posterior to it, or rather triadically. For all things abide in, proceed from, and are converted to the One. For at one and the same time they are united to it, or in subjection to its union, which is exempt from the whole of things, and desire the participation of it. And union indeed imparts a stable transcendency to all secondary natures, and which subsists in unproceeding conjunction with the cause of them. But subjection defines the progression of beings, and their separation from the imparticipable and first unity, and desire perfects the conversion of the subsisting natures, and their circular tendency to the ineffable. First natures, therefore, being always entirely united to the ineffable, some more remotely, but others more proximately, and receiving through this union their hyparxis and their portion of good, we endeavor to manifest through names the progression and conversion of the whole of things. But with respect to their stable comprehension, if it be lawful so to speak, in the first, and their union with the ineffable, this as being incomprehensible and not to be apprehended by knowledge, those who were wise in divine concerns were unable to indicate it by words. But as the ineffable is primarily concealed in inaccessible places, and is exempt from all beings, thus also the union of all things with it is occult, ineffable, and unknown to all beings. For every being is united to it, neither by intellectual injection, or projection, nor the energy of essence, since things which are destitute of knowledge are united to the first, and things deprived of all energy participate according to their order of a conjunction with it. That which is unknown, therefore, in beings according to their union with the first, we neither endeavor to know, nor to manifest by names, but being more able to look to their progression and conversion, we ascribe indeed to the first two names, which we derive as resemblances from secondary natures. We also define two modes of assent to the first, conjoining that mode which is through analogy with the appellation of the good, but that which is through negations with the appellation of the One, which Plato also indicating in the Republic indeed calls the first the good, and at the same time makes a regression to it through analogy. but in the Parmenides, establishing it as the One itself, he unfolds the transcendency of it, which is exempt from beings, through negative conclusions. According to both these modes, therefore, the first principle transcends both Gnostic powers and the parts of speech, but all other things afford us the cause of knowledge and of appellation, and the first principle indeed unically gives subsistence to all the unions and hyparxes of secondary natures, but the things posterior to this cause participate of it in a divided manner. These also, as we have before observed, become multiplied by abiding, proceeding and returning, but the One is at once perfectly exempt from all the prolific progressions, convertive powers, and uniform hypostases in beings. What the modes therefore are of the doctrine about the first, and through what names Plato endeavours to indicate it, and whence the names and the modes of this indication, which is unknown to all things, are derived, is, I think, through what has been said, sufficiently manifest. Chapter 7. If, however, it be requisite to survey each of the dogmas about it which are scattered in the writings of Plato, and to reduce them to one science of theology, let us consider, if you are willing, prior to other things, what Socrates demonstrates in the 6th book of the Republic, conformably to the before mentioned mode, and how, through analogy, he teaches us the wonderful transcendency of the good with respect to all beings, and the summits of the whole of things. In the first place, therefore, he distinguishes beings from each other, and establishing some of them to be intelligibles, but others sensibles. He defines science by the knowledge of beings, but he conjoins sense with sensibles, and giving a twofold division to all things, he places one exempt monad over intelligible multitude, and a second monad over sensible multitude, according to a similitude to the former monad. Of these monads also he shows that the one is generative of intelligible light, but the other of sensible light, and he evinces that by the intelligible light indeed, all intelligibles are deiform and boniform according to participation from the first God, but that by the sensible light, according to the perfection derived from the sun, all sensible natures are solar-form, and similar to their one monad. In addition also to what has been said, he suspends the second monad from that which reigns in the intelligible, and thus he extends all things, both the first and the last of beings, I mean intelligibles and sensibles, to the good. Such a mode of reduction to the first as this appears to me to be most excellent, and especially adapted to theology. Videre licet, to congregate all the gods in the world into one union, and suspend them from their proximate monad, but to refer the supermundane gods to the intellectual kingdom, to suspend the intellectual gods from intelligible union, and to refer the intelligible gods themselves and all beings through these to that which is first. For as the monad of mundane natures is supermundane, as the monad of supermundane natures is intellectual, and of intellectual natures intelligible, thus also it is necessary that first intelligibles should be suspended from the monad which is above intelligibles and perfected by it, and being filled with deity, should illuminate secondary natures with intelligible light. But it is necessary that intellectual natures, which derive the enjoyment of their being from intelligibles, but of good and a uniform hyparxis from the first cause, should connect supermundane natures by intellectual light, and that the genera of the Gods prior to the world, through receiving a pure intellect from the intellectual Gods, but intelligible light from the intelligible Gods, and a unical light from the Father of the whole of things, should send into this apparent world the illumination of the light which they possess. On this account, the sun, being the summit of mundane natures, and proceeding from the ethereal profundities, imparts to visible natures supernatural perfection, and causes these as much as possible to be similar to the supercelestial worlds. These things, therefore, we shall afterwards more abundantly discuss. The present discourse, however, suspends all things after the above-mentioned manner from the good and the first unity. For if indeed the sun connects everything sensible, but the good produces and perfects everything intelligible, and of these the second monad, i.e. the sun, is denominated the offspring of the good, and on this account causes that which is sensible to be splendid, and adorns and fills it with good, because it imitates the primogenial cause of itself. If this be the case, all things will thus participate of the good, and will be extended to this one principle, intelligibles indeed, and the most divine of beings without a medium, but sensibles through their monad the sun. Again, therefore, and after another manner, Plato narrates to us in this extract from the Republic the analysis to the first principle. For he suspends all the multitudes in the world from the intelligible monads, as for instance all beautiful things from the beautiful itself, all good things from the good, and all equal things from the equal itself. And again, he considers some things as intelligibles, but others as sensibles, but the summits of them are uniformly established in intelligibles. Again, from these intelligible forms he thinks fit to ascend still higher, and venerating in a greater degree the goodness which is beyond intelligibles, he apprehends that all intelligibles and the monads which they contain subsist and are perfected through it. For, as we refer the sensible multitude to a monad uncoordinated with sensibles, and we think that through this monad the multitude of sensibles derives its subsistence, so it is necessary to refer the intelligible multitude to another cause, which is not conumerated with intelligibles, and from which they are allotted their essence and their divine hyparxis. Let not, however, any one fancy that Plato admits there is the same order of the good in intelligible forms as there is prior to intelligibles, but the good, indeed, which is coordinated with the beautiful, must be considered as essential, and as one of the forms which are in intelligibles. For the first good, which by conjoining the article with the noun we are accustomed to call tagathon, or the good, is admitted to be something superessential, and more excellent than all beings, both in dignity and power, since Socrates also, when discussing the beautiful and the good, calls the one the beautiful itself, and the other the good itself, and thus says he, we must denominate all the things which we then very properly considered as many. Again, particularly considering each thing as being one, we denominate each thing that which it is, and thus Socrates, leading us from sensible things that are beautiful and good, and in short from things that are participated, subsist in other things, and are multiplied, to the superessential unities of intelligibles and the first essences, From these again, he transfers us to the exempt cause of everything beautiful and good. For in forms, the beautiful itself is the leader of many beautiful things, and the good itself of many goods, and each form alone gives subsistence to things similar to itself. But the first good is not only the cause of what is good, but similarly of things beautiful, as Plato elsewhere says, and, "All things are for its sake, and it is the cause of everything beautiful." For again, in addition to what has been said, the good, which is in forms, is intelligible and known, as Socrates himself teaches. But the good prior to forms is beyond beings, and is established above all knowledge. And the former is the source of essential perfection, but the latter is the supplier of good to the gods so far as they are gods, and is generative of goods which are prior to essences. We must not therefore apprehend that when Socrates calls the first principle the good, from the name of idea, that he directly calls it the intelligible goodness. But though the first principle is superior to all language and appellation, we permit Socrates to call it the cause of everything beautiful and good, transferring through the things which are proximately filled by it, appellations to it. For this, I think Socrates, indicating, asserts in all that he says about the good, that it is beyond knowledge and things that are known, and likewise beyond essence and being, according to its analogy to the sun. And after a certain admirable manner, he presents us with an epitome of the negations of the one in the Parmenides. For the assertion that the good is neither truth nor essence, nor intellect nor science, at one and the same time separates it from the superessential unities, and every genus of the gods, and from the intellectual and intelligible orders, and from every psychical subsistence. But these are the first things, and through the first hypothesis of the Parmenides, these are taken away from the principle of the whole of things. Moreover, neither when he celebrates the good, the leader of the divine orders, as the most splendid of beings, does he denominate it most splendid as participating of light. For the first light proceeds from it to intelligibles and intellect, but he gives it this appellation as the cause of the light which is everywhere diffused, and as the fountain of every intelligible, or intellectual, or mundane deity. For this light is nothing else than the participation of a divine hyparxis. For as all things become boniform through participating of the good, and are filled with the illumination proceeding from thence, thus also the natures which are primarily beings are deiform, and, as it is said, intelligible and intellectual essences become divine through the participation of deity. Looking therefore to all that has been said, we shall preserve the exempt transcendency of the good with reference to all beings and the divine orders. But again, in each order of beings, we must grant that there is a monad analogous to it, not only in sensibles, as Plato says the sun is, but likewise in supermundane natures, and in the genera of gods, arranged from the good prior to these. For it is evident that the natures which are nearer to the first cause, and which participate of it in a greater degree, possess a greater similitude to it. And as that is the cause of all beings, so these establish monads which are the leaders of more partial orders. And Plato indeed arranges the multitudes under the monads, but extends all the monads to the exempt principle of the whole of things, and establishes them uniformly about it. It is necessary, therefore, that the theological science should be unfolded conformably to the divine orders, and that our conceptions about it should be transcendent and unmingled and unconnected with other things. And we should survey indeed all secondary natures subsisting according to and perfected about it, but we should establish it as transcending all the monads in beings according to one excess of simplicity, and as unically arranged prior to the whole orders of gods. For as the gods themselves enact the order which is in them, thus also it is necessary that the truth concerning them, the precedaneous causes of beings, and the second and third progeny of these should be definitely distinguished. This, therefore, is the one truth concerning the first principle, and which possesses one reason remarkably conformable to the Platonic hypothesis, viz. That this principle subsists prior to the whole orders in the gods, that it gives subsistence to the boniform essence of the gods, that it is the fountain of superessential goodness, and that all things posterior to it, being extended towards it, are filled with good after an ineffable manner, are united to it, and subsist uniformly about it. For its unical nature is not unprolific, but it is by so much the more generative of other things, as it pre-establishes a union exempt from the things which have a subsistence. Nor does its fecundity tend to multitude and division, but it abides with undefiled purity, concealed in inaccessible places. For in the natures also which are posterior to it, we everywhere see that what is perfect desires to generate, and that what is full hastens to impart to other things its plenitude. In a much greater degree, therefore, it is necessary that the nature which contains in one all perfections, and which is not a certain good, but good itself, and superfull, if it be lawful so to speak, should be generative of the whole of things, and give subsistence to them, producing all things by being exempt from all things, and by being imparticipable, similarly generating the first and the last of beings. You must not, however, suppose that this generation and progression is emitted in consequence of the good, either being moved or multiplied, or possessing a generative power, or energizing, since all these are secondary to the singleness of the first. For whether the good is moved, it will not be the good, since the good itself, and which is nothing else, if it were moved, would depart from goodness. How therefore can that which is the source of goodness to beings produce other things when deprived of good? Or whether the good is multiplied through imbecility, there will be a progression of the whole of things through a diminution, but not through an abundance of goodness. For that which in generating departs from its proper transcendency, hastens to adorn inferior natures, not through prolific perfection, but through a diminution and want of its own power. But if the good produces all things by employing power, there will be a diminution of goodness about it. For it will be two things and not one, viz. It will be good and power. And if indeed it is in want of power, that which is primarily good will be indigent. But if to be the good itself is sufficient to the perfection of the things produced, and to the plenitude of all things, why do we assume power as an addition? For additions in the gods are oblations of transcendent unions. Let the good therefore alone be prior to power and prior to energy, for all energy is the progeny of power. Neither therefore does the good energizing give subsistence to all things through energy, nor being in want of power does it fill all things with powers, nor being multiplied do all things participate of good, nor being moved do all beings enjoy the first principle. For the good precedes all powers and all energies and every multitude and motion, since each of these is referred to the good as to its end. The good, therefore, is the most final of all ends, and the centre of all desirable natures. All desirable natures, indeed, impart an end to secondary beings, but that which presubsists, uncircumscribed by all things, is the first good. End of chapter 7. Chapters 8 to 10 of Book 2 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. After these things, however, let us direct our attention to the conceptions about the first principle in the Epistle of Plato to Dionysius, and survey the manner in which he considers its ineffable and immense transcendency. But perhaps someone may be indignant with us for rashly drawing to our own hypotheses the assertions of Plato, and may say that the three kings of which he speaks are all of them intellectual gods, but that Plato does not think fit to coarrange or conumerate the good with secondary natures. For such a conumeration ought not to be considered as adapted to the exempt transcendency of the good with respect to other things, nor in short must it be said that the good contributes as the first with reference to another second or third cause to the completion of a triad in conjunction with other natures, but that it in a greater degree precedes every triad and every number than the intelligible precede the intellectual gods. How, therefore, can we conumerate with other kings the good, which is at once exempt from all the divine numbers, and coarrange one as the first king, another as the second, and another as the third? Some one may also adduce many other things, indicating the transcendency of the first principle, with respect to everything divine. Such a one, however, in thus interpreting the words of Plato, will remarkably accord with us who assert the good to be imparticipable, to transcend all the intelligible and intellectual genera, and to be established above all the divine monads. That Plato indeed admits the first God to be the king of all things, and says that all things are for his sake, and that he is the cause of all beautiful things, does not, I think, require much proof to those who consider his words by themselves, apart from their own conjectures, by introducing which they violently endeavor to accord with Plato. But that we do not assert these things, conumerating the first God with secondary natures, Plato himself manifests, neither calling the first king the first, but alone the king of all things, nor asserting that some things are about him, as he says that second things are about that which is second, and third things about that which is third. But he says, in short, that all things are about him, and to the other kings, indeed, he introduces number and a divided kingdom, but to the king of all things he neither attributes a part of number, nor a distribution of dominion opposite to that of the others. Such a mode of words, therefore, neither conumerates the king of all things with the other kings, nor co-arranges him as the leader of a triad with the second and third power. For of a triadic division, the first monad indeed is the leader of first orders, and which are coordinate with itself, but the second of second, and the third of third orders. If, however, some one should apprehend that the first monad is the leader of all things, so as to comprehend at once both second and third allotments, yet the cause which subsists according to comprehension is different from that which similarly pervades to all things. And to the king of all things, indeed, all things are subject according to one reason and one order, but to the first of the triad, things first are subjected according to the same order, and it is necessary that things second and third should be subservient according to their communion with the remaining kings. Does not, therefore, what is here said by Plato remarkably celebrate the exempt nature of the first cause, and his uncoordination with the other kingdoms of the gods, since he says that this cause similarly reigns over all things, that all things subsist about him, and that for his sake essence and energy are inherent in all things. If also Socrates in the Republic clearly teaches that the sun reigns over the world analogous to the good, let no one dare to accuse this analogy as commemorating the good with the king of mundane natures. For unless together with the similitude of secondary causes to the first principles, we think fit to preserve that exempt dominion of the first cause, it will be impossible for us to evince that the supermundane kings have their allotment analogous to the first cause, who subsists prior to the whole of things according to one transcendency. But what occasion is there to be prolix? For Plato indeed calls the first god king, but he does not think fit to give the others the same appellation, not only in the beginning of what he says about the first, but shortly after he adds, quote, "About the king himself and the natures of which I have spoken, there is nothing of this kind." Close quote. The first god, therefore, alone is called king. But he is called not only the king of things first, in the same manner as the second of things second, and the third of things third, but as the cause at once of all being and all beauty. Hence the first god precedes the other causes in an exempt and uniform manner, and according to a transcendency of the whole of things, and is neither celebrated by Plato as coordinated with them, nor as the leader of a triad. That these things, however, are asserted by Plato about the first god, we shall learn by recurring a little to the preceding words, which are as follow. Quote, "You say that I have not sufficiently demonstrated to you the particulars respecting the first nature. I must speak to you, therefore, in enigmas, that in case the letter should be intercepted, either by land or sea, he who reads it may not understand this part of its contents. All things are situated about the king of all, and all things are for his sake, and he is the cause of everything beautiful." Close quote. In these words, therefore, Plato, proposing to purify our conceptions about the first principle through enigmas, celebrates the king of all things, and refers to him the cause of the whole of things beautiful and good. Who, therefore, is the king of all things except the unical God who is exempt from all things, who produces all things from himself, and is the leader of all orders according to one cause? Who is he that converts all ends to himself and establishes them about himself? For if you call him, for whose sake all things subsist, the end of all ends, and the primogenial cause, you will not deviate from the truth concerning him. Who is he that is the cause of all beautiful things, shining upon them with divine light, and who encloses that which is deformed, and without measure, and the most obscure of all things in the extremity of the universe? If you are willing also, from the words of Plato that follow the preceding, we will show that to be the recipient neither of language nor of knowledge is adapted to the first principle. For the words, quote, This your inquiry concerning the cause of all beautiful things is as of a nature endued with a certain quality," are to be referred to this principle. For it is not possible to apprehend it intellectually, because it is unknown, nor to unfold it, because it is uncircumscribed. But whatever you may say of it, you will speak as of a certain thing, and you will speak indeed about it, but you will not speak it. For speaking of the things of which it is the cause, we are unable to say, or to apprehend through intelligence, what it is. Here, therefore, the addition of quality, and the busy energy of the soul, remove it from the goodness which is exempt from all things, by the redundancy of its conceptions about it. This likewise draws the soul down to kindred, connate, and multiform intelligibles, and prevents her from receiving that which is characterized by unity, and is occult in the participation of the good. And it is not only proper that the human soul should be purified from things coordinate with itself in the union and communion with that which is first, and that for this purpose it should leave all the multitude of itself behind, and exciting its own hyparxis, approach with closed eyes, as it is said, to the King of all things, and participate of his light, as much as this is lawful for it to accomplish, but intellect also, which is prior to us, and all divine natures, by their highest unions, superessential torches, and first hyparxes, are united to that which is first, and always participate of its exuberant fullness. And this not so far as they are that which they are, but so far as they are exempt from things allied to themselves, and converge to the one principle of all. For the cause of all disseminated in all things impressions of his own all-perfect transcendency, and through these establishes all things about himself, and being exempt from the whole of things, is ineffably present to all things. Everything, therefore, entering into the ineffable of its own nature, finds there the symbol of the Father of all. All things, too, naturally venerate him, and are united to him through an appropriate mystic impression, divesting themselves of their own nature, and hastening to become his impression alone, and to participate him alone, through the desire of his unknown nature, and of the fountain of good. Hence, when they have run upwards as far as to this cause, they become tranquil, and are liberated from the parturitions, and the desire which all things naturally possess of goodness, unknown, ineffable, imparticipable, and transcendently full. But that what is here said is concerning the first God, and that Plato in these conceptions leaves him uncoordinated with and exempt from the other causes, has been, I think, sufficiently evinced. Chapter 9. Let us, in the next place, consider each of the dogmas, and adapt them to our conceptions concerning cause, that from these we may comprehend by a reasoning process the scope of the whole of Plato's theology. Let then one truth concerning the first principle be especially that which celebrates his ineffable, simple, and all-transcending nature, which establishes all things about him, but does not assert that he generates or produces anything, or that he presubsists as the end of things posterior to himself. For such a form of words neither adds anything to the unknown, who is exempt from all things, nor multiplies him who is established above all union, nor refers the habitude and communion of things secondary to him who is perfectly imparticipable, nor in short does it announce that it teaches anything about him, or concerning his nature, but about the second and third natures which subsist after him. Such then being this indication of the first God, and such the manner in which it venerates the ineffable. The second to this is that which converts all the desires of things to him, and celebrates him as the object of desire to, and common end of all things, according to one cause, which precedes all other causes. For the last of things subsists only for the sake of something else, but the first is that only for the sake of which all other things subsist. And all the intermediate natures participate of these two peculiarities. Hence they genuinely adhere to the natures which surpass them, as objects of desire, but impart the perfection of desires to subordinate beings. The third speculation of the principle of things is far inferior to the preceding, considering him as giving subsistence to all beautiful things. For to celebrate him as the supplier of good, and as end preceding the two orders of things, is not very remote from the narration which says that all causes are posterior to him, and derive their subsistence from him, as well those which are paternal, and the sources of good, as those that are the suppliers of prolific powers. But to ascribe to him a producing and generative cause is still more remote from the all-perfect union of the first. For as it cannot be known or discussed by language, by secondary natures it must not be said that it is the cause, or that it is generative of beings, but we should celebrate in silence this ineffable nature, and this perfectly causeless cause, which is prior to all causes. If, however, as we endeavour to ascribe to him the good and the one, we in like manner attribute to him cause, and that which is final or paternal, we must pardon the parturition of the soul about this ineffable principle, aspiring to perceive him with the eye of intellect, and to speak about him. But at the same time, the exempt transcendency of the one, which is immense, must be considered as surpassing an indication of this kind. From these things, therefore, we may receive the sacred conceptions of Plato, and an order adapted to things themselves, and we may say that the first part of this sentence sufficiently indicates the simplicity, transcendency, and in short the uncoordination with all things of the King of all. For the assertion that all things subsist about him unfolds the hyparxis of things second, but leaves that which is beyond all things without any connection with things posterior to it. But the second part celebrates the cause of all the gods as prearranged in the order of end. For that which is the highest of all causes is immediately conjoined with that which is prior to cause. But of this kind is the final cause, and that for the sake of which all things subsist. This part therefore is posterior to the other, and is woven together with the order of things, and the progression of the Platonic doctrine. Again, the third part asserts him to be productive of all beautiful things, and thus adds to him a species of cause inferior to the final. Whence also Plotinus, I think, does not hesitate to call the first God the fountain of the beautiful. It is necessary, therefore, to attribute that which is best to the best of all things, that he may be the cause of all, and in reality prior to cause. But this is the good. This too, which is an admirable circumstance, may be seen in the words of Plato, that the first of these three divine dogmas neither presumes to say anything about the good and this ineffable nature, nor does it permit us to refer any species of cause to it. But the second dogma leaves indeed the good ineffable, as it is fit it should, but from the habitude of things posterior to it, enables us to collect the final cause, for it does not refuse to call it that for the sake of which all things subsist. But when it asserts that all things are for the sake of the good, it excites in us the conception of the communion and coordination of that which is the object of desire with the desiring natures, And the third dogma evinces that the good is the cause of all beautiful things. But this is to say something concerning it, and to add to the simplicity of the first cause, and not to abide in the conceptions of the end, but to conjoin with it the producing principle of things second. And it appears to me that Plato here indicates the natures which are proximately unfolded into light after the first. For it is not possible to say anything concerning it except at one time being impelled to this from all things, and at another from the best of things. For it is the cause of hyparxis to all things, and unfolds its own separate union through the peculiarities of these. We ascribe to it therefore the one and the good, from the donation which pervades to all things from it. For of those things of which all participate, we say there is no other cause than that which is established prior to all these. But the about, which ta peri a, the on account of which ta di a, and the from which ta aphu, particularly subsist in the intelligible Gods, and from these they are ascribed to the first God. For whence can we suppose the unical Gods derive their peculiarities, except from that which is prior to them? To this summit of intelligibles, therefore, the term about is adapted, because all the divine orders occultly proceed about this summit, which is arranged prior to them. But the term on account of which pertains to the middle order of intelligibles, for all things subsist for the sake of eternity, and an hyparxis perfectly entire. And the term from which is adapted to the extremity of intelligibles, for this first produces all things, and adorns them uniformly. These things therefore we shall indeed make more known in the doctrine which will shortly follow concerning the intelligible Gods. Chapter 10. In the next place, let us finish the discussion concerning the first God with the theory of Parmenides, and unfold the mystic conceptions of the first hypothesis as far as pertains to the present purpose. For we shall refer the reader for the most perfect interpretation of them to our commentaries on that dialogue. In the first place, therefore, it is requisite to determine this concerning the first hypothesis, that it comprehends as many conclusions negatively as the hypothesis which follows it does affirmatively. For this latter demonstrates all the orders proceeding from the one, but the former evinces that the one is exempt from all the divine genera. From both these hypotheses, however, it is obvious to every one how it is necessary that the cause of the whole of things should transcend his productions. For because the one is the cause of all the Gods, he transcends all things, and because he is exempt from them through transcendency, on this account he gives to all things their hypostases. For through being expanded above all things, he causes all things to subsist, since in the second and third orders also of beings, causes which are entirely exempt from their effects more perfectly generate and connect their progeny than those causes do which are coordinate with their effects. And the one, by ineffably producing all the divine orders, appears to be unically established above all. For in the productions posterior to it, cause is everywhere different from the things caused, and on this account nature indeed being incorporeal is a cause which transcends bodies, but soul being perfectly perpetual is the cause of things generated, and intellect being immovable is the cause of everything that is moved. If therefore, according to each progression of beings, effects are denied of their causes, it is certainly necessary to take away all things similarly from the cause of all. In the second place, I think it is necessary that the order of the negations should be defined by those who receive theology according to the intention of Parmenides, and that it should be admitted that they proceed indeed from the monads which subsist primarily in the divine genera, and that Parmenides takes away from the One all second and third natures, according to an order adapted to each. For that which transcends more principal causes must in a much greater degree subsist prior to those that are subordinate. Parmenides, however, does not begin his negations from the Gods that are united to the first, for this genus is with difficulty distinguished from the One, because being arranged naturally immediately after it, it is most unical and occult, and transcendently similar to its producing cause. Parmenides therefore beginning where prior to all other things division and multitude are apparent, and proceeding regularly through all the second orders as far as to the last of things, again returns to the beginning, and shows how the One differs from the Gods that are most similar to it, and which primarily participate of it, according to one ineffable cause. In the third place, in addition to what has been said, I determine concerning the mode of negations, that they are not privative of their subjects, but generative of things which are, as it were, their opposites. For because the first principle is not many, the many proceed from it, and because it is not a whole, wholeness proceeds from it, and in a similar manner in other things. And in thus determining, I speak conformably to Plato, who thinks it proper to abide in negations, and to add nothing to the One. For whatever you add, you diminish the One, and afterwards evince that it is not the One, but that which is passive to or participates the One. For it is thus not one only, but in addition to this possesses something else also by participation. This mode therefore of negations is exempt, unical, primary, and is a departure from the whole of things, in an unknown and ineffable transcendency of simplicity. It is likewise necessary, having attributed such a mode as this to the first God, again to exempt him from the negations also. For neither does any discourse nor any name belong to the One, says Parmenides. But if no discourse belongs to it, it is evident that neither does negation pertain to it. For all things are secondary to the One, things knowable and knowledge, and the instruments of knowledge, and after a manner, that which is impossible presents itself at the end of the hypothesis. For if nothing whatever can be said of the One, neither is this discussion itself adapted to the One, nor is it at all wonderful that the discourse of those who wish to know the ineffable by words should terminate in that which is impossible, since all knowledge, when conjoined with an object of knowledge which does not at all pertain to it, loses its power. For since, if we should say that it pertained to that which is the object of science, would subvert itself, and this would be the case with science and every kind of knowledge, if we should say that they belonged to that which is intelligible, so that language, when conversant with that which is ineffable, being subverted about itself, has no cessation, and opposes itself. End of chapter 10. Chapters 11 and 12 of Book 2 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Let us now, therefore, if ever, abandon multiform knowledge, exterminate from ourselves all the variety of life, and in perfect quiet approach near to the cause of all things. For this purpose, let not only opinion and fantasy be at rest, nor the passions alone which impede our anagogic impulse to the first, be at peace, but let the air be still, and the universe itself be still. And let all things extend us with a tranquil power to communion with the ineffable. Let us also, standing there, having transcended the intelligible, if we contain anything of this kind, and with nearly closed eyes adoring as it were the rising sun, since it is not lawful for any being whatever intently to behold him, let us survey the sun, whence the light of the intelligible gods proceeds, emerging, as the poets say, from the bosom of the ocean, and again from this divine tranquillity descending into intellect, and from intellect employing the reasonings of the soul. Let us relate to ourselves what the natures are from which, in this progression, we shall consider the first God as exempt. And let us, as it were, celebrate him, not as establishing the earth and the heavens, nor as giving subsistence to souls and the generations of all animals. For he produced these indeed, but among the last of things. But prior to these, let us celebrate him as unfolding into light the whole intelligible and intellectual genus of gods, together with all the supermundane and mundane divinities, as the God of all gods, the unity of all unities, and beyond the first Aditta, as more ineffable than all silence, and more unknown than all essence, as holy among the holies, and concealed in the intelligible gods. And again, after these things, descending into a reasoning process from an intellectual hymn, and employing the irreprehensible science of dialectic, let us, following the contemplation of first causes, survey the manner in which the first God is exempt from the whole of things, and let our descent be as far as to this. But opinion and fantasy and sense prevent us indeed from partaking of the presence of the gods, and draw us down from Olympian goods to earth-born motions, titanically divide the intellect that is in us, and divulse us from an establishment in wholes to the images of beings. Chapter 12. What therefore will be the first conception of the science proceeding from intellect and unfolding itself into light? What other can we assert it to be than that which is the most simple and the most known of all the conceptions contained in this science? What therefore is this? "The One," says Parmenides, "if it is the One, will not be many." For it is necessary that the many should participate of the One, but the One does not participate of the One, but is the One itself. Neither is that which is primarily one participable, for it would not be purely one if mingled with the many, nor that which is one if it received the addition of that which is subordinate. The One, therefore, is exempt from the many. The many, however, subsist primarily in the summit of the first intellectual gods, and in the intelligible place of survey, as we are taught in the second hypothesis. The One, therefore, entirely transcends an order of this kind, and is the cause of it. For the not many is not privation, as we have said, but the cause of the many. This, therefore, Parmenides does not think it requisite to demonstrate, but as a thing most manifest to every one, he first evinces this, through the opposition as it were of the many to the one. But employing this, he takes away that which follows, and he takes away that which is posterior to this by employing the conclusions prior to it. And this he always does after the same manner. And at one time indeed, he assumes the elements of the demonstrations from proximate conclusions, but at another time from those that are more remote. For after this intelligible order of Gods, as we have said, he gives subsistence to that order which connectedly contains and bounds the extent of them from their exempt cause. But this order is called by him in the second hypothesis parts and a whole. These therefore he denies of the one, employing the many for the purpose of distinguishing the subjects and the one. For, as he says, that which is a whole and has parts is many, but the one is beyond the many. If therefore the one transcends the intelligible simplicity, but whole and that which has parts proceed from it in order to become the bond of the whole of this distribution, is it not necessary that the one should neither be a whole, nor be indigent of parts? And I think it is through this transcendency that the one presubsists as the cause of this order of Gods, and that it produces this order, but in an exempt manner. In the third place after these, we may survey the order which is allotted the boundary of the intellectual, and at the same time intelligible Gods, proceeding from the one, and may behold the one perfectly expanded above it. For this order indeed subsists from the second genera, and from the intellectual wholeness of the genera, but the one, as has been demonstrated, is exempt according to cause from this wholeness. The one, therefore, has neither beginning or middle or end, nor has it extremes, nor does it participate of any figure. For through these Gods, the before mentioned order of Gods becomes apparent. Whether, therefore, there be a perfective summit, or what is celebrated as the middle centre in these Gods, or a termination converting the end of these divinities to their beginning, the one is similarly beyond every triple distribution. For the one would have parts, and would be many, if it participated of things of this kind. But it has been demonstrated that the one unically subsists prior to the many, and to wholeness together with its parts, as the cause of them. And you see how Parmenides indeed exhibits to us one negation of the highest order, but two negations of the middle, and three of the last order. Besides this also, he shows that the one has no extremity, but the infinite is a thing of this kind, and separately from this he likewise shows that the one is unreceptive of all figures. Again, therefore, after these triple orders, we must direct our attention to the intellectual Gods subsisting from these, and receiving a tripartite division, and must demonstrate that the one transcends these also. For such is the one, says Parmenides, since it is neither in itself nor in another. For if it were in another, it would be on all sides comprehended by that in which it is, and would everywhere touch that which comprehends it. But in this case it would have a figure, would consist of parts, and on this account would be many and not one. And if it were in itself, it would entirely comprehend itself in itself. But comprehending and at the same time being comprehended, it will be two, and will be no longer primarily one. The discourse therefore proceeds to the same conclusion, and evinces that the One will not be one by the summit of the intellectual order, if any one endeavours to mingle it with other things. Hence the One, being perfectly exempt from this summit also, gives subsistence to it. This summit at one and the same time participating of the third of the Gods placed above it, but being produced from the second of these Gods, and being perfected from the first, and entirely established in it. Moreover, the One likewise generates the second intellectual order, being unmingled with it, for the One neither stands still nor is moved. It participates therefore of neither of these, but being similarly exempt from both, it at the same time transcends the middle orders of the intellectual progression of the Gods. For if it were moved, it would be moved in a twofold respect, videre licet, either according to a change in quality or local motion. But it is not possible that the One can be changed in quality, for being thus changed, it will be not one, and will fall off from a unical hyparxis. Nor can it be locally moved, for it is impossible that it should be moved in a circle, because it would have parts, videre licet, middle and extremes. And if it changed one place for another, it would be partible. For it would be necessary that it should neither be wholly in that place to which it is moved, nor in that whence it begins to be moved. For if it were wholly in either of them, it would be immovable, in consequence of partly not yet being moved, and partly having now ceased its motion. But if the One stands still, it is certainly necessary that it should abide in the same thing. But it has been demonstrated that the One is nowhere. Hence it is neither in itself nor in another thing. In no respect therefore is the One moved, or does it stand still, which things, videre licet, motion and permanency, particularly belong to the middle order of intellectuals, as will be evident from the second hypothesis. For the first God produces this order also, being exempt from it. In the third place, we may survey through what next follows the last order of intellectuals, proceeding from the One, and subordinate to it. For in this order, sameness and difference subsist unitedly, but at the same time the One subsists prior to both these. For different is said to be different both from itself and from other things. And in a similar manner, same is the same with itself and with other things. But the One is not indeed different from itself, because that which is different from the One will be not one. And it is not the same with other things, lest becoming the same with them, it should latently pass into their nature. Moreover, neither is the One different from other things, for it would be at the same time one, and would have as an addition the power of difference. For so far as it is different, it will not be one, since difference is not the One. Hence, being one and different, it will be many and not the one. Nor is the One the same with itself. For if the One and the same differ only in name, the many will not be in consequence of participating of sameness with each other. For it is impossible that the many should become one by participating of the many. But if the One and sameness are essentially different, that which is primarily one does not participate of sameness, lest by receiving sameness in addition to the One, it should become a passive one, and not that which is primarily one. If, however, the extremity of intellectuals is characterized by this tetrad, it is evident that the One, existing beyond this, also supernally unfolds it into light, and places over the wholes of the universe a tetradic monad, the source of ornament to all secondary natures. For from hence other things primarily receive a communication with the One, which are also indeed produced and connectedly contained by the One. But after the intellectual gods, the ineffable transcendency of the One arranges the extent of the supermundane divinities. The One, in the meantime, being occultly exempt from its supermundane progeny. And this extent indeed proximately subsists from the intellectual gods, but uniformly receives its hyparxis from the first God. This therefore Parmenides produces through similitude and dissimilitude, from the deity which encloses the boundary of the intellectual monads. For the similar is that which is passive to sameness, in the same manner as dissimilitude is that which is passive to difference. Parmenides therefore demonstrates that the One transcends according to one simplicity such a peculiarity of the gods also as this. For that which is established above the power of same and different, in a much greater degree transcends the genera which are allotted a subsistence according to similitude and dissimilitude. What therefore remains after this? Is it not evident that it is the multitude of the mundane gods? But this also is twofold, the one being celestial, but the other sublunary. Of these therefore, the genus which revolves in the heavens proceeds together with the equal, the greater and the less. But in the sublunary genus, the equal is allotted a difference in multitude from the celestial quality, but the unequal is again divided by the power of the more and the less. According to another genus, therefore, of the divine orders, there will be a monad and a duad, but above indeed, they are allied to the One and to sameness, and beneath to multitude and the intellectual cause of difference. Hence the One transcends all these, for the equal indeed everywhere consists of the same parts. By what contrivance therefore is it possible that the nature which at one and the same time is exempt from sameness, and the difference which is associated with it, should participate of equality and inequality? Besides all these divine orders, therefore, we must intellectually survey the genera of deified souls, and which are distributed about the gods. For in each of the divine progressions, and in the progressions also of souls, the first genus presents itself to the view connascent with the gods. Since both in the heavens and in the sublunary region, divine souls receive the division of the gods into the world, as the Athenian guest in a certain place demonstrates. The psychical extent therefore is characterized by time, and by a life according to time. But the peculiarity of divine souls is shown by Parmenides to consist in their being younger, and at the same time older, both than themselves and other things. For revolving always according to the same time, and conjoining the beginning with the end, as at one and the same time proceeding to the end of the whole period, they become younger, but at the same time circulating to the beginning of it, they become older. All their ages, however, perpetually preserve the same measures of time. Again, there is sameness in them and difference, the former indeed preserving equality, but the latter inequality according to time. The one therefore subsists prior to divine souls, and generates these also together with the Gods. We now therefore come to the end of the whole distribution of more excellent natures, and the cause of all intelligibles at once unfolds into light the genera that follow the Gods, and that are triply divided by the three parts of time. But this cause is demonstrated by the intellectual projections of Parmenides to be also exempt from these. For that which is beyond all time, and the life which is according to time, can by no contrivance become subservient to the more partial periods of time. That which is the first of all things, therefore, unfolds into light all the Gods, divine souls, and the more excellent genera, and is neither complicated with its progeny, nor multiplied about them, but being perfectly exempt from them in an admirable simplicity and transcendency of union, it imparts to all things indifferently progression, and at the same time order in the progression. Parmenides, therefore, beginning from the intelligible place of survey of the first intellectual Gods, proceeds thus far according to the measures of generation, giving subsistence to the genera of the Gods, and to the natures that are united to and follow the Gods, and perpetually evinces that the One is ineffably exempt from all things. But again, from hence he returns to the beginning, and imitating the conversion of the whole of things, separates the One from the highest, videre licet, from the intelligible Gods. For thus especially we may survey the transcendency of the One, and the immense difference of its union from all other things, if we not only demonstrate that it is established above the second or third progressions in the divine orders, but also that it subsists prior to the intelligible unities themselves, and this in a manner conformable to the simplicity of their occult nature, and not through a variety of words, but through intellectual projection alone. For intelligibles are naturally adapted to be known by intellect. This therefore Parmenides also evinces in reality, relinquishing logical methods, but energizing according to intellect, and asserting that the One is above essence, and being characterized by the One. For this assertion was not collected from the preceding conclusions. For the discourse about the first Gods themselves would be without demonstration if it derived its credibility from things subordinate. At the same time, therefore, Parmenides contends that all knowledge, and all the instruments of knowledge, fall short of the transcendency of the One, and beautifully end in the ineffable of that God who is beyond all things. For after scientific energies and intellectual projections, a union with the unknown follows, to which also Parmenides, referring the whole of his discussion, concludes the first hypothesis, suspending indeed all the divine genera from the One, but evincing that the One is uniquely exempt from all things, subsisting without the participation of intelligibles and sensibles, and in an ineffable manner giving subsistence to the participated monads. Hence also the One is said to be beyond that one which is conjoined with essence, and at the same time to be beyond every participated multitude of unities. End of chapter 12, and end of book 2.